You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome in to our last program of the night, Awakening After the Watchtower with Eric, our good friend down there in Tennessee. He's a former Jehovah's Witness. Let's bring Eric on right now. Hello, Eric.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, Eric. Doing good. Just trying to get. I'm glad JP's out there doing it, but boy, if I would have known that ahead of time, we could have really rehearsed a little bit, and we could have probably got some better coverage of it. But I'll put a link up, and he may be coming in on your program as well.
Yeah, for sure. I know. I wish you would have planned it instead of just doing that to us last minute.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it is what it is.
yeah.
We tried. We tried.
We'll make it. We'll make it by. All right. So
Yeah.
I'll put you on solo. In the meantime,
I
I'll put a
wonder. I
link.
wonder if he was going to partake and was going to share that with us. But yeah,
Yeah,
it was a good. It looked like the beginning of the talk, though.
it was just the beginning, yeah. So if he
Yeah.
comes in, I'll write him a little text now and tell him. So go ahead, take it away, and I'll. I'm going to shut the phone line off too and do that. So we got a lot of things I got to do to keep this thing going. Okay. So hold on. Go ahead and do your talk. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, welcome to Awakening After the Watchtower, everyone. How you doing? Um, my name is Eric, and you all know who I am, so I don't even know why you're telling you that. I have to tell you guys, I am not feeling well. I talked to Rick this morning. I would be fine after having this flu for a while, and so I just got to apologize in advance because all the time went by today, and I feel worse for some reason. But so I'll be coughing and hacking a little bit, and but sorry about that in advance. But other than that, I'm okay. The worst of it's over. um, anyways, tonight, we had such a good show 2 weeks ago uh, when it was about music in the Watchtower that I figured we'd do a part two about it for movies and just pretty much all entertainment. A few people requested it, and I kind of was thinking about it too, and maybe a dead horse a little bit, but not really because I think what I'm going to try to do is just try to control, tie in that Watchtower is just all of this how controlling they are. I mean, who cares what music you listen to, right? I mean, I guess the governments care what kind of music uh, we we bring into our homes. Because let's face it, there is. I'm not saying a specific genre of music, but there's music out there that's absolute horrible um, for your kids to listen to. Bad influential music, that exists. But Watchtower to say what bad music or movies are for other people. What are their interests in it? The governments or say the Illuminati, they have interest in it because they degrade our morals. So they want us to watch really horrible things. But the Jehovah's Witnesses, and it's not that they got it right. They didn't. It's like what is their reason for wanting to control you? Why do they care? We know what the government's is, but I think it's something even darker and deeper. I think it's just a level of once you have a taste of a little control, you get drunk over power with it. I guess they've gotten so used to the people listening to their every command that I guess it's like an addiction almost, right? You always want more and more of it. But yeah, what I was thinking specifically with movies is sorry, I'm having a blank. Was like you guys remember what the Hunger Games, right? Yeah, maybe not the greatest movie. Kids go killing each other. Not the greatest movie, but they always talk about unity and that they all have unity together. But it's like some congregations would uh, not ever bring up specific movie or entertainment piece to listen to where others would. In my congregation, the Hunger Games was really bad, and he went on and on. And you know what? Even if he's right about that, isn't it kind of crappy to impose like right this elder had imposed his personal view of the movie. He's making other people feel bad that have already seen it, the movie, and it's like it's not his right to have control over your conscience or to dictate what your conscience can, whether it's right or wrong or not. That's because it's wrong to do that. And I think it's a good subject that we had the last 2 weeks, and I think that's why I wanted to just finish it out this week. Um, we had a lot of callers come into, and I'm going to need help from you guys tonight because I thought when I talked to Rick, like I said earlier, when I talked to Rick this morning, I thought I was better than I was. But anyways, I digress. Um, Oh, and by the way, if Jerry's listening, yeah, at any point, if let's see to come on the stream yard, yeah, at any point, dude, if you want to stream, you're welcome to come back. You can interrupt me at any time. But let's see here. So yeah, um, there's been a lot of controlled movies with sports, with board games like chess. Um, my friend Audrey and her kids play chess, and I don't think they got any problems from their congregation from it. I don't believe, but someone like I don't know, but I can't remember. But I know Jerry had problems with it in his. Um, my grandfather. Let's talk about toys even too, right? All things, right? Can't you believe the ways that the witnesses have just been plagued by the governing body and the elders, and it all trickles down to our families. No micro machines that have like war paint on it, or American fighter jets or anything like that. You know, I mean, it's just like it keeps going so out of control, and it gets to the point where I've started to ask myself this when I was pondering, like, do people like do they really like to be controlled? Because I absolutely hate it. I can't stand being controlled. Um, I mean, I can't stand being controlled or told what to do. And it's not that I just have this rebellious spirit, but I have a free spirit. And do other people not want the same thing? I can't even fathom that. I can't. My TV's got a glare, and I don't even need it on. I can't fathom having like getting enjoyment of someone telling me how to live my life. I mean, I know another thing that I ran into with movies too. When I was working at this place body shop in Rhode Island, there was a receptionist I was friendly with. Not like that. I just mean we were friends, and she knew I was a Jehovah's Witness, and she would kind of test me sometimes, and I was talking to one of my coworkers at work about Lord of the Rings. It was around that time when the movies came out, and she's like, my friend, the receptionist, heard me, and she's like, "You're a Jehovah's Witness. You're not supposed to watch those movies." And I'm like, "Says who?" She's like, "No, like I know." I guess she has family that are witnesses, and she's like, "No, you're not, you guys aren't supposed to watch Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter." I'm like, "I watch Harry Potter too." And I read the books of Lord of the Rings, and she said, "No, that's magic." And yeah, my Kingdom Hall didn't come down too much on that, but it made me realize that other ones do. And I just said, well, that's up to each and every person's conscience what they watch or listen to. But I don't think that flies anymore. It's not like that anymore. They're more controlling than ever. The congregations will judge you pretty harsh. But what I didn't realize though is that maybe I just happened to have a congregation that they weren't strict on that, but they were strict on laser tag. And that was another form of entertainment, right? And I just what is it that's going on here? Is it that the governing body are becoming, or not becoming, the governing body have caused a level of control that trickles all the way down to the elders, and the elders get a taste of it, and they like it too. So everybody just dominates one another all the way down the chain of command. And it's I don't under I feel like these elders have a serious accounting to God, um, because of what they've done. Um, I mean, like they have judged harshly, and they've kept people from they kept families from having peace, right? I mean, I remember, like, I mean, there was elder meetings, right? I mean, think about it. Think about how stupid this is. There there are elders meetings where guys, what, 10 or 11 elders, however many were in the Riverside congregation in Rhode Island, are leaving their homes to go meet at a kingdom hall in suits and ties to talk about what they're going to do about the ministerial servants and some of the regular rank and file kids that are playing laser tag. I mean, how retarded. I mean, really. I mean, does no one have anything better else to do? Excuse me. But yeah, that's kind of the basis of what I wanted to talk to tonight. And I'm sorry I'm hacking, and I know I already apologized. I just feel bad to everybody. I'll try my best to keep it down. But anyways, um, yeah, I can't understand why my family, like someone like my dad. I think I talked about this, was it with Gigi, maybe, like, personally, and I'm sorry, Dad, to do this to you, but you don't watch my show anyway. But it was like Watchtower neutered my father because he was a rebel like me. He fought the elders tooth and nail until he got tired of doing it and he submitted. That's basically what happened. I never submitted. I was a William Wallace. Freedom. But yeah, I don't understand why people want to be controlled. It obviously is a thing, because Jehovah's Witnesses aren't the only ones that like to be controlled. Some people like to be controlled by their government. Some people like to be controlled by other religions, by other cults. It's a very bizarre thing for me because I guess maybe the only thing I can think of is maybe some people just really don't want to have to argue and fight somebody. I don't mean physical fight, but when I go live on the link, stay quiet. Okay, all right, Jerry. But all right. Well, when he puts us back on, we'll all stay quiet. I'll mute my mic, I guess, and give him a little time. But I don't really want dead airways. But like, if we don't have to sit through a bunch of talks and we can maybe see the crowd or something, Jerry, maybe show us if people got beards or slacks, what they're wearing. I think that's what Rick was interested in. If you're gonna partake, you could show that too. If you'll I don't know. He might have an earbud in or something. No, maybe not. I don't know if you can hear me. But anyways, what was I talking about? Oh, just the why people would want to be controlled, and why to such degree. So our toys are controlled, our movies, our music, the board games that we play, any games that we play, right? We can't have anything that resembles warfare. Excuse me. Um, and that can all be anything that resembles warfare can be interpreted how any elder wants to interpret it. Because chess is just like, how is that even war? It's a game based on strategy. There's not. It's like, okay, so did the castle kill the horse? Hey, Emily,
Hi.
how you doing, hon?
Well, way to just pop me in there, man.
What's that?
I said, way to just like pop me in there.
I didn't. My boy did. My friend Rick Farron.
Hi, Rick.
Yeah. So Rick, Jerry texted me and he said that he'll be he'll be he wants us all to be quiet when he streams on again, and it'll be in a little bit, I guess. So I'll give him like maybe 5 or 10 minutes or something of airtime. What do you think, buddy?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, let's if you can show some pictures of the people, maybe the partaking. That's what the people want to see. Yep.
Oh my gosh, I have to turn the heat down. Too hot. Sorry about that, everyone.
Very good. I wanted to
But
chime in and say that even with my background, we couldn't watch any of that stuff either. We couldn't read up on any of it, all the magical witchcraft and all
like
that
Lord of the
jazz.
Rings, like
Yeah, like all
movies,
that.
yeah,
And Harry
like
Potter.
Harry Potter. Really, same thing for Lutherans.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Emily texted me earlier and said, "What the heck is a kingdom hall?" Which we're not laughing at her because no one
You can
really
laugh
knows
at
what a
me.
kingdom. No, it's not. We're not laughing at you. We're laughing with you because no one knows what a kingdom hall is because it's not normal. That's a cult thing. It's like a kingdom hall. What the hell is a kingdom hall exactly? It's a church. It's supposed to be a church, but that's how far this cult or this organization has fallen from being a religion. They don't accept Christianity like most religions do, and they don't call themselves a church. They don't believe in the cross. I mean,
Okay.
so yeah.
What do they
So that's
believe
why
in?
most people in this world do not know what a kingdom hall is unless they've like come across the witnesses. So don't feel stupid.
I don't.
Plus, the word "dumb" is in it. Kingdom hall.
Mm. How are you feeling, though, Cubes?
With my hands, and I feel awful, but I'm trying to put on a good show for everyone as best I can. Sorry for keep complaining about it, everybody.
Nice shirt.
Um, yeah, who got that for me? It was a really dear good friend of mine. Yeah, Emily got this shirt for me, and I try to wear it as on my show or when I feel like I need to be put in good spirits. It's a nice
It
shirt.
makes me happy.
I'm just putting my TV on so I can see the live comments. Just give me a second, everybody.
Am I allowed to vape on here?
Yeah, you can vape.
Okay. I know it's not good for me.
Jerry smokes a cigar and his pipe.
I know it's not good for me. Whoa, I just saw the comments.
Hold on, everybody. I'm just getting signing on my YouTube on my TV. I'm working slower because I'm sick.
What's the Pet Shop Boys music?
Just give me 1 second, guys. Bear with me. I'm almost there.
I'm just reading the comments.
Oh, thank you for that.
Hmm.
Wing woman, wingman.
We can make a lot of money. No, I'm kidding. We're not going to make any money. We're not going to make any money.
No, that's not what we do here. All right, there we go. Now I can see everybody, or the comments. I mean. All right. Let's see. One more thing I gotta do. Sorry, everybody. Oh, that's what's wrong. I'm struggling tonight, guys. I apologize.
It's okay. We're
Um,
driving the bus with you.
cool. All right. One thing I forgot to do tonight. We'll back up for the show. We're gonna say hello to everybody. We got El Paisano, the Patriot. Is that Jesse? Why do you always have a different name? Uh, we got Del Rio Love. Um, hey, hun. We got Steen One, Mary's 77, PTA, Maverick. Let's see, who am I missing? Anyone else? Ruby Quinn. Hey, Ruby. Um, and I think that's about Mavericks here. If I didn't say that, the thorn bush was blazing and didn't burn up yet. Oh, hey, hey, Audrey. Um, and
Beverly says hi.
Beverly, there you go. Rebecca Wise, hello. And that's everybody. And then Beverly. So, anyways, yeah, the show's a little crazy tonight. My bad, everybody.
It's because I'm on it.
It is. You're messing up my G. I'm just kidding. You're not. But anywho, what were we talking about before I?
So the movies and
Oh yeah.
the like the
So
music
yeah,
that
you
was
had to go.
attacked
You
by
went through all
them.
that too.
Yeah, the music especially.
Mm.
I couldn't listen to. Well, my dad let me, but I couldn't listen to like rock. I couldn't listen to rap. I had to listen to like the pop stuff, like the kids bop and stuff like that. What kind of music did you guys listen to growing up?
um, we even though we're all Jehovah's Witnesses, we all listen to the same thing that everybody else did. I mean,
Okay.
it's kind of like a hypocritical organization. They pretend like they're all doers, but like you'll be surprised what some people have for entertainment. Even like even like elders have been like busted with porn and stuff like that.
Nice.
It's that's the thing. They think that they're like cleaner than the rest of the other religions in the world, but um, that's weird that my comment
Honestly,
section is different.
I think all religions. Holy cow!
What's that?
I just tried to catch up with the comments. Anyways, I think all religions think that they're better than the others.
Yeah, for real.
Like honestly.
That's weird. It's not letting me highlight comments for some reason tonight. Huh. But anyways, who who was it? Somebody over here told me to either trim my nose hairs or tilt the camera. Okay, dude.
That was
Well, thanks.
nice.
I mean, I did just trim, but I guess not good enough for whoever has a problem with it. Yup, burning bush. But yeah. Anyways,
Well,
oh, you looking? You looking too? Now I'm going to be self-conscious. Thanks, buddy. I wish I knew who could say who said that. For some reason, I can pick up what Jerry. He should have gave us a little more warning, buddy. Let me see what he's saying. Jerry says, for some reason, I can pick up everything on your end, and when I'm live, try to mute your mic when I come on. Okay, I can do that. There's no if you can just do the same, I guess, Emily. I'll tell you when. But don't bore us out, Jerry. I gotta get back at my phone now. I'm a mess tonight. Okay, word. It's hard doing this all on a cell phone. I should get a laptop at some point, or a tablet. But anywho, the old time movie is on ABC. Ten Commandments. Amazing to see all the. My thing went out, but yeah, that was a good movie. Hey Johnny. Yeah, man. Depeche Mode concert in the '90s. Depeche Mode's a really good band. I don't think the Witnesses had a problem with them, but you never know. You never. I guess within Emily's same religion too. It probably depends on the priest or whoever or the people in the congregation of who's going to have a problem with it. It's just really retarded to have to live like that. It's like a lot of times people get upset at music over words, and they don't even they're not even really listening to the words, and they think that it's worse than it sounds. Even like all right, how about Michael Jackson, right? What was it, Thriller? I think he got in trouble for that because he was a witness when he produced and everything. It's like, who cares, dude? What? I don't even get it. I don't understand the. I don't like. I don't understand. I me Eric Hubler. I could never be like Emily. Like, I don't want you doing that. It's like, you can't be doing that. That's wrong. Like, who the heck is anybody to tell another person what to do with themselves? Unless you're like a police officer and you're keeping law and order. Um, which is apples and oranges, a completely different subject. But yeah, Witnesses hated Saturday Night Fever. Record wise, what movie or Eric? I saw Michael Jackson and his brothers at the Dodger Stadium in concert in the convention. That's cool. Another one that likes the Ten Commandments. Ben Hur was a good movie too. That's an old one. But yeah. Anyways, um, I think what I was when I was talking about earlier though, like as far as um, what do you call it? Oh, having a problem with laser tag. It's like, come on, guys. It's like it's not even paintball. Like if
Yeah,
they're
that's
if they're
weird.
if they're thinking, go ahead.
That is weird that they had a problem with laser tag.
Laser tag.
Did they have
It's
a
like the
problem with
furthest thing.
football too?
No, but we would get counseled because sometimes we'd have fights because we're all competitive,
Makes sense.
which is fair enough. You shouldn't be having fights.
You know.
Yeah, but like then again, isn't the fight between the two people that it happened and not like an entire congregation or at least three elders that represent the congregation?
So you
But
guys
yeah,
have elders and then the congregation.
And they're like that. So there's like the governing body who are like the gurus, and then there's like all of their little worker bees at like New York and Bethel, and then then there's circuit overseers that are around the country, and they're all like ahead of all the elders that are in the local congregations. It's literally like a mafia. You have like the Godfather. You have the captain, right? The captains. Then you have like maybe an advisor, and then you have all the soldiers.
So it's a
It's the same
pyramid
thing.
scam.
It's a pyramid scheme. Yeah, that's actually you actually gave a much more accurate description. Hey guys,
Hello.
again,
Hi.
how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Nice to see
Who's
you all again.
this?
This is Audrey, Elijah, and Adele,
Hi,
Hi, you
Emily.
guys.
Hello.
I'm
Good to meet you,
Emily.
Emily.
and this is
Very
Emily.
nice to meet you.
I'm
Oh
bad at
my
introducing
goodness.
people.
You have a beautiful family.
Thank you.
I have a dog,
What's your dog's name?
Sky.
Nice. What kind of dog is
She's
she?
awesome.
We
We
think
don't
she's
know.
Staffordshire,
Oh,
but we
cool.
plucked her out of Texas and brought her up.
Cool. Nice.
We
Our
rescued
dog is in
her.
the other room. We have a black mouth cur.
Yep.
Oh,
You want to get her?
I can't. You guys keep cutting out. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you want to say hi? Yeah, I'm probably too far away from the microphone.
Yeah.
I can hear you all right.
Okay.
It's a little
It might
soft,
just
but
be
it's not too
my
bad.
McDonald's internet.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that before.
I hear it all the time.
That's funny. Eric, laser tag was only modern
Hi, Matt.
Pong. I don't get that.
Well, actually, good timing, you guys, because I will be right back. I gotta take her out.
Oh, there you go. Bye, Emily.
Wow.
You're muted already.
Are we muted too?
No, you're not muted. I can hear you. I can hear
Oh,
you all.
JP's muted.
I guess when he comes on, he wants us to mute his. Oh, was he in? Oh man, there's something wrong with my. Hey, Rick Farron, if you can hear me, I don't have any control of letting people on my show, and I don't have any control of like highlighting comments or anything on this. It's like a basic setting. I don't know what changed. So even if Jerry tries to come on, I won't be able to see it from my end.
Elijah and Adele
Well,
are.
I guess you guys got on, so he must be listening.
Yeah, people ask if they're twins, but they're not.
Yeah.
But everyone asks if they're twins.
What's that?
They're
Oh,
twins. People always ask you if you're twins. Yeah.
oh,
Close enough though.
oh! I see the comment now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know what you all were talking about. You are a lot alike. Look a lot alike for sure. You could be twins.
When they're growing up, they're pretty much the same height.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Except
Really?
Noah's taller than me.
Yeah, he's taller than me.
Funny. Went to this place and there's this kid. He's a little taller than me, but he has the same hair color as me and looks almost exactly if you like stretched me up a little bit taller. He looked like my identical twin or something.
Yeah, Sam.
But
He looks just
Yeah.
like you when they're talking. It's like it looks like your brother.
That's cool.
I think JP has a cool mustache.
yeah.
He does. I don't know if he's grown his. I don't know. He was growing his beard out. I don't know if he stopped or if he shaved, but yeah, he has like one of those twisty ones, like Mario.
That was cool. Does he put wax on the end of it?
I don't know. I'm not sure if he does. He might, because I think that's the only way to do that, really, isn't it? Yeah, to twist it.
Either that or like extra donut.
Yeah.
I don't use beard oil, but I use like coconut oil on my beard
That smells good.
because I read it was like just as healthy for it, so it's cheaper. I don't twist it. I guess I could make it go this way and look like
That's
Thor
funny.
from Lord of the Rings.
One time, Mom, I don't remember what, but we were looking for like wasn't there like we found a picture of a train conductor or something that had like a neck beard.
Oh, those are awful. It was
That's what I have.
it was like really, really big and everything. I think we were talking to somebody about it online, and so we googled neck beards from the 1800s or something. And there's one guy that was he had built a lot of the trains going across the U.S. and he just loved having a really big neck beard.
That's funny.
It's like, some people had neck beards, like Jefferson Davis.
Didn't like Russell's beard was almost kind of like well he shaved it sort of.
What about was there like a who's he was it? Maybe was it Rutherford B. Hayes or whatever his name was? One of the presidents looked like he had like a really funny beard that looked like it could have been a neck beard, but it was kind of like in two sections.
I don't know who that would be. I didn't know anything about the older guys, or anything about them until recently.
What's funny, in our congregation there was like, like unbelieving husband. But before they had beards, he had a beard and he'd go to meeting with it. But then after they said the beard, we saw him again, and he put a ponytail on his beard.
But he didn't want to have to. He wanted to be different. So since now beards are okay, in order to be different, he put a big old ponytail holder on his beard.
Yeah,
like,
gotcha.
Kind of fun.
I guess the audience is having a hard time hearing y'all. It might be your microphone, but
Closer a little bit.
Yeah.
But I can't see.
I can hear you okay. I mean, it's a little distant, but it's coming in my earpiece okay. But I guess some people are having a hard time.
Talk louder.
Hey, Emily. That was a quick walk.
Hi, Emily. How's good walk with Sky?
Oh, that was intense, man. I dislocated my hip earlier, and she pulls on the leash because she pulls me up the stairs. And she decided to right up the stairs and pull me along with her. So I kind of gimped up the stairs, and then now we're here. Ole.
Glad you're back.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're so sweet. You and the kids. Oh my God, look at you guys. You guys are just so cute. I can't get over it. How old are they? Or I guess 16. I can ask you guys. How old are you guys?
16.
Almost 15.
Wow. My daughter's age. I have a 14-year-old that I usually don't talk about. We'll talk about that more later. But, so you guys were talking. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no. We were quiet for the second.
We were talking about beards anyway.
Oh, yeah, beards.
Yeah.
Beards? Doesn't he have an amazing beard?
Yeah. Thank you.
We were talking about how
Blackbeard the pirate.
Oh. That's who didn't I compare you to him? Probably.
Hey, I don't have any white hairs in my beard because I pick them out when I see them.
Funny.
You're not supposed to do that.
I mentioned this too, but there's these since we go to this place when there's these three guys, they're all named Alex and they all have beards. Technically they're all kind of like brownish, but one of them has more of a red color. Another one is just plain brown, and another one is kind of like a dark, almost blackish brown. So I jokingly said, like, look, you all have the same name. Why don't I call you Blackbeard, Redbeard, and Brownbeard?
It's just easier. Every time Alex, they'll turn around.
Yeah.
They're like, hi, Alex.
And then it's like we have 3 different people. And so we have like 5 different people with 2 different names. And it's like half of them, like 3 are like one name and 2 are the other. And it's like, yeah, so it's almost like.
It's easy to remember who's there.
Yeah. So, it's funny.
I think the audience could all agree with me that it's encouraging to see a beautiful young family that has escaped the Watchtower and found real Christianity and a better life, because we were all just kind of tossing around, just not making any progress in our lives. And it's I wasted 30 years of my life, and I think Rick Farron did about 50 years of his. So like you kids have a blessing, because you don't have to live in the Watchtower fear and control anymore, and you get to really call yourselves Christians instead of Watchtowerites.
And they've had some fun doing some fun
Well
stuff.
done.
People were asking about you on there, but how old were you when you were baptized?
9.
Yeah, she was 9, and how old were you?
9? My gosh.
I was
Oh,
an
all right.
infant.
I guess we're gonna mute our microphones for a second. Is that right, Jerry? You want us muted, buddy? His connection's kind of crappy. Are you still there, Jerry? It might. Is this a standstill? Because it's not doing anything. It's not moving. We might have lost him. I think we lost Jerry. I'm not. I'm not sure he's with us. Yeah. If you want to pan off of him, Rick. I don't know. Yeah, absolutely, Eric. Me too. 30 years down the pan. Yeah, I know it, man. I mean, I wish. Yeah, I don't. I think he froze. He's definitely not with us. It looks like a painting.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Not a very good one, but
Like
I did a painting.
you can draw better than that, Emily.
What is that? Is
This
it an
is
owl?
what I did earlier.
That's
It's an
pretty.
owl.
Yeah, it looks like an owl.
Oh, you.
I'm
Nice.
a
Oh, that's cool.
self-proclaimed artiste.
What kind of
Oh, that's good, actually.
Thank you. I do kind of everything. I sew, I glue, I paint, I draw, I burn stuff.
looks like Jerry's
It's a
got.
nice little technique. It's a
Yeah.
technique, I promise. It's not because I'm crazy.
Can you show us do you have anything else right there you've done?
Oh, shoot.
Not.
Jerry might have saw me off for a second while I was blowing my nose.
I'm trying to think. Not near me, and it hurts to get up. I'm gonna be honest. So when my boyfriend gets home anytime now, I'll have him grab me some stuff so I can do show and tell. Because I love it.
Looks like he's coming in and out.
Huh?
Is he coming back? Let's see. No.
He's coming in and out.
Someone keeps
Yeah,
coming in and out.
I think it's
it's Jerry.
Okay.
It's Jerry. He's having trouble. His internet must stink in the Kingdom Hall.
You found a toy.
I know, right?
I hate them
Can the
all.
Kingdom Halls tell which phone is accessing their Wi-Fi? Why? Why would that matter, Artsy? No, I mean, I'm not like undermining your question. I'm just trying to think why it would matter. Uh, yeah, another one. Johnny wasted 30 years of his life too. It's just like I always feel good like when I look at stories on Reddit and there's like kids that are like, I'm 16 or 17, I'm waking up and making plans and moving out of my house so I don't have to be in the cult. I feel bad at the same time because a lot of our kids or the kids are like in prison until they can get out of the house. My brother was thrown out in what 17, or just he was almost 18, close enough, I guess. But um, and like when people on Quora say, "Oh no, the kids never get thrown out of the house just because they got this fellowship," it's an absolute lie. I mean, it's like I get so sick of hearing the lies that they put on social media because of when we know the truth, it undermines our experiences that we go through. But anyways,
So I don't know if I've told everyone already yet or not, but I'm an ex-Lutheran. Um, well, sorry, that's Sky. But I got out when I was 16 and pregnant. It was a very culty church, very small, tight knit, very commanding political church. And I now, at 31, am looking back and I'm like, well, I got out at 16. Now I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm like on my own path with my dog and my boyfriend now. And I met Eric about a year ago, actually. And since I've met him, it's just been nothing but positive ever since. And he's made me look at things a lot differently because you guys have come from a more severe, more extreme, more demanding than I could ever imagine. Bless you guys for getting out of it. Thank goodness you got out of it. I'm very proud of you guys, all three of you. And I don't know your story, I don't need to, but I can see it on your faces that you're happy. Am I right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Howie.
Sorry to leave, everybody. I figured out that I wasn't logged into my account, and that's why I didn't have control of my show. But now I do.
Oh, good.
Your wingman kept it going, you're good.
That's cool. You kept it busy. Yeah,
Sky, I don't want to play.
Okay. There we go. Cool. That was weird. My whole account needed to start over. Anyways, that technology can be really frustrating.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Really.
I start therapy with one line. One line. I effing hate technology because it's online and every week. I hate technology.
I agree with you.
I don't understand it.
Audrey and I were born around the same time, where in the 80s, 90s, where you didn't. We did just fine without cell phones. We would meet our friends in the parking lot somewhere, and we'd wait longer for the ones that didn't show up because they got pulled over or something.
The bicycles
But
in the
it's
front lawn.
Yeah, everybody.
yeah, we did just fine. And I
Hey,
was
I ate
told.
dirt too.
What's that?
I ate dirt too.
You grew up with technology. You're the different generation.
I didn't have it though. We weren't rich.
No, I don't mean like that. I just mean cell phones and stuff like that. Or
Oh,
you grew up we had maybe pagers were coming around.
Yeah, I remember you had pagers, and you'd have to know how to write
Yeah.
up things with putting the numbers backwards. And
Yeah.
codes, and this means this. Yeah.
8008.
What's that? Oh, boob. And 304 is ho. That's a great conversation for the kids.
Sorry, kids. I'm sorry,
Hi,
kids.
kids.
Yeah, you had to know how to read it upside down.
That's the world we grew up in.
What can we say? We're old.
Right.
Hello, Dallas.
Sorry, I was reading. I need to put this thing down.
Oh, hey, Dallas. I'm late.
I don't see the chats. I can't keep up with this crap.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're good. We got it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, everybody, that I'm so quiet tonight. I thought I was going to be a little bit more better off than I was. Hey, Rick, are the phone lines open? Because I haven't heard anybody call in or anything. They could be down, but there might not be many people on tonight. But then if anyone wants to call in and talk, you're welcome.
Hey, Eric, you're open. The lines
Oh,
are
okay,
open.
thank you. Thank you, hon. I appreciate that.
Oh, no.
Good night, Joe and Fran. You have a good night, everyone. Thanks for coming by.
Oh, Joe and Fran are leaving.
Yeah, they left.
I have to brag on Rick. You
Go
know,
ahead.
for a guy his age, he's in his 70s, mid-70s. He's taught himself how to use 7 computers at a time. He's taught himself how to do all this. This isn't easy. I couldn't do it. And I don't know anyone else who could do it either. Really. This isn't simple to put this together. So I really admire him for learning this. He just made himself do it.
Good job.
No,
That's amazing.
Rick kills it. I can't do what Rick does, to be honest with you, or everybody. Every Saturday night, I look forward to my night off. And I can just listen to the show without anxiety that I'm coming on next. But Rick's. I always say this, but he's got the Cal Ripken attendance of the XJW community. Cal Ripken, the baseball player, he had perfect attendance. Like he never missed a game. And that's Rick, man. He's been doing it for 20 years, and he's only missed 2 Sundays, but that doesn't even count because he's here for the Saturdays mostly. Let's see. Oops. We got a guest on, I think. Oh, hey, Ruby.
Hey
Hi,
guys.
Ruby.
Hi. Hi, Ruby.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing, hon?
Doing good. I actually did something today. Well, first let me ask you guys, what's your
Why, you don't
topic?
usually do anything?
No.
I know how busy you are. You're lying to me.
Before I go into story time, how is everybody tonight?
We're
Good.
good. How are you doing?
How are your kids?
Oh, everybody's doing good. Just chilling. Eric, what's your topic tonight?
It was like part 2 of what I talked about a couple weeks ago. It was like music a couple weeks ago. I was talking about movies and entertainment and just like all entertainment, board games, laser tag, anything that's been controlled by the organization and demonized. And it's interesting to hear what different people have to say. Like some congregations don't like chess, laser tag,
Right.
the Hunger Games, which I don't think is the greatest basis of a movie, children fighting each other, but still to just like push your conscience upon other people's is immoral in itself. Forget the movie, like you
Right.
shouldn't be telling people what to. So that's kind of what the topic's been about, and then it's just kind of gone freestyle and all over the place. But that's been the theme, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually why I do movie night on our Discord XW Friends server.
Yeah,
Because
good.
yeah, it's like I catch up on watching movies with
Remind us
everybody.
what was the last movie you all watched?
We saw Battleship last
Oh
Wednesday,
yeah,
that past Wednesday. Um, but before that, we were watching like TV shows like The Walking Dead. That
yeah,
was a big no-no.
right. Zombies.
Yeah, which is weird because it's not even like that. It's not even like that. It was just a disease, you know?
Pretty much, yeah, right. And now that you mention it, it has nothing
Right.
to do with demonic possession.
Right, exactly. It was like a natural disaster. And now that I started watching, I'm like, wow, this is a really great show. Yeah, so we started watching.
I guess their other point would be violence, right? But like, what
Oh
about
yeah,
but they are like starting to show violence in their movies. And then, like, what about their books, like the extreme violence in the Revelation books and all the other books, the Bible story book, right? All the blood and
right.
stuff in it. I mean, how are they any different?
Oh yeah. Actually, when we were still in, and I don't know if I told you this story before, but when the first Avatar movie came out, we went to go see that in theaters, and we went with another sister at the time, and she got so offended by one of the scenes in that movie that we had to walk out the theater. And I couldn't even believe it. I was like maybe 15. I was like a teenager. Yeah, I was a teenager when that movie came out.
What movie again? I didn't hear it.
Avatar, the
Oh,
first one.
Avatar. They walked out of Avatar?
Yeah, we had to walk out of Avatar because she got stumbled. I was like, "What?"
Did she fall and trip trying to get to the bathroom?
No, no,
Oh, no, that's stumble. Okay.
no. She got stumbled, like her
I
face.
know. I'm being
She got
facetious. I'm just like, what? How
yeah.
do you get stumbled from that movie?
No, but it was. I couldn't even believe it. I was like, "Are we seriously walking out?" And she was like, "Well, we want to respect everybody's, like where they're at and what they allow, what they don't allow." And I was so mad that we had to leave because I thought that was a really good movie when it first came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That happened to my brother too. My mother, I was much old. I'm 5 years older than my brother, so he was a teenager and I was a man. But um, he went to see Lord of the Rings with my mother and another mother and her kids. And, like, they're all friends. And my mother walked out of the Lord of the Rings scene when Galadriel's face like changes because it was like what would she would become if she took the ring, and it kind of looked demonic like. And
Oh,
she pulled my brother out of there, but the other witnesses stayed. It was like my brother was embarrassed and angry, and it's. I mean, at least I can understand that a little bit more because it looked demonic and stuff. But it's also the fear, you know. It's like you almost give the demons more power than they have because it's like you're acting like something's demonic without even really like you're fearing the demons so much that this is not what this is. It wasn't a demonic trance. I read the books. I knew exactly what was going
oh,
on in that. Yeah, and that can, and fair enough. Anyone's conscience, and my brother was a minor, and I get it, but it was a little unnecessary for her to throw him out of there. But I get that she had no idea what she was letting her kid watch. But it's but like if my mom didn't have that dogma from Watchtower, she wouldn't have been so scared of it in the first place.
I think listening to the governing body give a talk is demonic.
Yeah, I agree, Audrey.
Yeah.
I should walk out.
Yeah.
I stumbled.
I remember.
Ladies are enemies of God. Let's go. Pack our crap up. We're out of here.
I remember being a teenager and having to call my mom for permission to see Austin Powers. Like, how embarrassing. I was a darn teenager and I had to call her to see Goldmember. I was like, Mom, can I watch Goldmember? She was like, what is it? I was like, Austin Powers? She goes, no. So I called my dad.
Yeah,
He said yes.
Desiree got in trouble or grounded or something for seeing Austin Powers, and later on, as years went by, the parents watched the movie and it ended up being their favorite. Like,
But on that note, my boyfriend just texted me. Oh, I made balloons happen again. My boyfriend just texted me. I gotta get going. I'll hop back on
okay, Lily,
in a little
take
while.
care.
It was
Tell Andrew
beautiful
I said
talking to
hello.
everybody.
Bye.
I will.
If you take care of him. Tell Andrew I said hi.
Heard of have you ever seen one of our dinosaurs is missing?
That was the older.
I haven't heard that.
I mean, it's kind of an older movie. It's really funny, but
Was it in the 80s?
it's not old.
It was in the 80s.
It was in color, but
What is it?
it's about. It's called One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing. It's about this
I don't know.
guy. He's this British guy. He's a businessman who works in the food industry where he likes to go find different recipes in other countries and he'll bring them back and put them together and sell them. And so he goes to China to find this one recipe for a soup, and it takes place in the 20s after World War I. And he goes to China. He finds the recipe he's looking for, but then the Chinese they think it's a military secret, the recipe. So they end up chasing him, and he goes back to Britain, and the Chinese are still chasing him. He comes in contact with his childhood nanny, and so he tells her that he has hid the recipe on the dinosaur in the museum, and so she thinks it's a military secret as well, and so the Chinese try to steal the dinosaur, then the nannies try to steal the dinosaur from the Chinese. So
It's a comedy.
it's a really funny.
They like.
That's cool.
You're little.
Nice. Yeah.
Is Ruby still there?
Ruby?
yes.
Hey, hon.
So, I usually tell these stories on Joe and Fran's show.
Yeah.
But since it happened today, and since you're here, I just wanted to tell you what I did today. Kind of the very first time that I involved myself in a march, and it was a march for life in a town about 10 minutes from me for a pregnancy center that was doing like a fundraiser and raising money for the center and things like that, for either teen moms or, moms who need help with their pregnancies and stuff like that.
This is in Tampa?
Yeah, in Tampa.
Yeah.
So it was really great that I went today, and I was thinking, now that you're talking about stuff that we couldn't do, isn't it so weird how we couldn't do that as witnesses, even though witnesses are supposedly pro-life? Like, we agree with
Yeah.
those we agree with that, but we've never donated or volunteered or did something at the Kingdom Hall for mothers, or promoted those kind of things at all. We never do. We never do anything. We never do a drive. We never do a drop off. We never do a collection like for food or for the homeless or like nothing.
That's where the
So,
political neutral will come in, right?
but that has
We
nothing to do
doesn't.
with politics.
No, no, it
It's
doesn't.
it's
Though. You're right.
it's technically biblical because we
Mm,
believe, life, and we don't believe in abortion and etc. as witnesses and Christians alike. That's something we can agree on.
sure.
But we do nothing to help moms or single moms or teen moms or anything like that. And I think that created the culture of like dismissiveness, disfellowshipping, removing. Because if all of the women who were like me, who got pregnant as a teen and was baptized, instead of disfellowshipping them and throwing them away, they should have been helping them as a religion,
Mm,
It seems
and
like
they don't.
yeah, all the religions, they say one thing and then do another. And most of them, if you look at their investment portfolios, they're investing in companies that are making drugs that are used for abortion, or they're investing in companies that make military weapons of mass destruction. And even the West
Yeah,
invested in stuff like that. So it's not just a facade of peacefulness, but behind the scenes, it's a totally different story for all of the religions, really.
yeah, but the Watchtower actually does that. Like when I saw the tax return, or I don't know what kind of a document it was, but it listed all of their investments, and
Yeah,
it's true that
yeah. They're
that's
invested.
happening.
Yeah, they're invested in a lot of really bad stuff. But so is like the Mormon Church. If you look at them, they're invested in all kinds of things that publicly they tell their people they're against, but then they're investing and making a profit. And the Catholic Church, the same thing. They're all a bunch of phonies.
Yeah, that's how I know that's the definition of a hypocrite.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't call them a religion anymore. So, anyways,
they're
my,
not.
my parish was,
They don't deserve to be called a religion.
yeah, I don't call them that at all anymore, and I don't call them Christian either, because if you're a Christian and you believe in the Bible, then you would agree with something like this, and you would help, you would raise funds, you wouldn't kick out young women who got pregnant out of wedlock just because of that. So, anyways, um, they were organizing this march, and everybody was going, and I texted one of the young couples at my parish, and they picked us up and we went together, and that's what we did this morning. It was awesome. We walked around the block like twice. We were holding up some signs, and we came back around, regrouped, and
Oh,
yeah, they had like this little auction, and it was the biggest turnout that they've had, because it's like a small, pregnancy center, and they raised the most funds today. So it was a lot of milestones that they reached. Like they reached all their goals. They got a lot of people to get involved, and I was like, wow, this is great. What, this happens once a year? Awesome. I'm gonna try to come back next year.
Did your kids go with you?
Yes, two kids came with me, and I couldn't believe how many families were there. Like
Yeah,
so
that's really
many
good.
it makes
children
sense.
were
Yeah.
there.
That kind of topic, I bet.
They even brought their dogs out. Even the dogs were walking for life. It was
I wonder. I have another.
Who let the dogs out?
Yeah, one of my friends lives in the Tampa area, Newport Richie area, so she does that kind of stuff. Wouldn't surprise me if she was there with her family.
Yeah.
And
this one was in Plant City.
Mhm.
So it's a small little town
Yeah.
on the outskirts of Tampa, which is about 15 minutes from me, like on the highway. It's right there, not too far. So it was really nice to be a part of that, and to I didn't really talk to anybody. I was just observing. I was observing, this is my first time, I don't want to give any money. I just want to see what's going on. How do you help? So it was really great. I love it, and I recommend it, because this was something that even if I was a witness, I wouldn't be able to do. Like our parents would have told us, like, no, we don't participate with any other churches, or we don't go to centers and volunteer, like nothing, because they want you to volunteer for them and only them.
Yeah.
We had a really cool experience. I mean, shortly after I was disfellowshipped, there was a really big shooting here in the area where I am. The whole community was locked down for several days while they were looking for the guy that had done the shooting, because they couldn't find him right away. I mean, they found him eventually. But what was it? Several weeks later, after everything quieted down, the whole community had a nice memorial service for the people who had died. There were a whole bunch of people
It was
that
like
died.
18 or something.
Yeah, it was really sad.
It was
Wow. That's
Wow.
a big. That's a really
like
big.
two
that's-
different
holy
different
smokes.
places. Like the shooting, the one guy went from one place to the other and shot.
But they had, I mean, to help the community kind of mend, they had a really big service in a Catholic church downtown. And they had like religious leaders from a whole bunch of different faiths there. And then people that weren't religious, and a whole bunch of the community went. We went, and we hadn't done something like that before because it was never something you would just
Right.
do. But it was like a Catholic priest and a Baptist priest and a Jewish
priest
rabbi and his wife, and then
an
non-denominational,
Indian
like a whole bunch of different ones. They all did their own version.
a sign language
Sign language.
guy.
And then everyone sang Amazing Grace or something, and it was just kind of cool because I mean, probably as ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, we had gone to church more than a lot of the people there on a regular basis obviously in the Watchtower way, and some of the little old Catholic ladies probably go to the church every day to take their
Yeah.
but most of the rest of the community that was there didn't seem like your typical churchgoers, and just to have everyone come together and have a nice memorial for the community was it's kind of cool to be part of it.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
so it's also a similar thing with the event you went to. It was nice to go and be with other people and just do something for a positive reason.
Yeah, it really is.
Miss out on that a lot because Watchtower puts the extra
Or getting
restrictions.
involved in the community. Like we've been going now to the chess club and to the cribbage league.
Yeah, that's been really fun meeting all kinds of people. And those
Wow. And you play like competition or something?
They're really good.
Yeah, I mean, like the cribbage thing is more of a actual tournament thing.
Yeah, if you
There's
win,
a prize.
if you win, you either get a
T-shirt or a gift card.
or a gift card.
Pretty much.
It's a restaurant pub, so but on Monday
Wow.
that disease more
Whereas
like a family.
the chess club is more like
That's at the library.
It's more like you come and you can play games with people. Like there was like ones where they kind of like had like, I guess you might call it, they sponsored a tournament thing where they did have prizes, but
Usually
it's just for fun. You play around, you
That's cool.
people.
chat with people. Like you might play speed chess or with actual boards and clocks, and where you might just
A
play
lot of
one
different
game.
people. It's fun. Every week there's some regular.
I can play the game, but it's been 20 years or 15 years or something like that since I have. I'm not any good at it, but I understand it. But I know how to play it. I understand it.
I don't even know how to play it.
Adele started playing really more seriously just the past year, but
I don't play.
I can't beat him anymore. So if we play and I like almost beat him, I feel like I did a really good job.
There was when the Kingdom Hall that I was in, chess was not a problem at all. In fact, our congregation gatherings, someone would always bring a board, and there was this guy there, Tony DePippo. He was like the congregation freak. He wasn't a freak. He served in Vietnam and he had PTSD, and he just had weird tics about him. But nobody could beat him at chess. Him and John Brighton, this other elder, they would battle and he'd win sometimes, but not very often. But yeah, it's weird how like some congregations have a problem with that and not others. But man, Ruby, I don't know how you have the energy or time or both to do what you do. You're constantly busy with your activism. It's commendable.
Oh, thank you. I mean,
commendable, is that the right word? I don't think that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. Better than that. I don't know. Yeah, is that it? Okay. Yeah, okay.
I tried to. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Will you tell your kids that we said hi sometime? I know we saw them around Thanksgiving time, right?
Oh yeah. Everybody's in bed now, but they and I didn't even explain it to them yet. I think they're a little too young. But there was a lot of babies there, so I said we're just walking for the babies. That's what we're doing. But yeah, I tried to get involved in at least one thing a month. One activity or one thing that I could bring everybody and experience something new, and at least go with somebody so that I could, put myself a little bit more out there, a little bit more out there, more community things, and other things aside from just every Sunday. You know what I mean? Like, there's other things to do and make plans. So far so good. We got to do that today, and whatever comes up next, I am gonna get more involved. Like volunteering and doing stuff like that, and then like like how your kids are in those little clubs and stuff like that. I want to find that kind of stuff in Tampa for homeschoolers in my community, so that they can go somewhere and hang out with other kids without me, there, like let them roam and make
I can offer.
cards. And they've been obsessed with that. So we might do like Pokemon tournaments or something like that, which is something we could never do either. You could never have
Oh, why was
Pokemon
Pokemon? I don't even understand that one.
because aren't they demons or something? Like, everything is demonic. First of all,
Everything's demonic.
everything is demonic. Even Pikachu's demonic because they have powers, right? Magic.
I
Mhm.
I guess that's what it is. I never understood Pokemon. My brother grew up with that. I didn't, but I saw it as innocent. I'm like, I don't understand why the Kingdom Halls have a problem with this.
Yeah, and it's really fun. Like once I understood what it was, I was like, "This is amazing!" And they got books, they got a TV show, they got
The card game, right?
everything. Yeah, a whole world of Pokemon stuff. So I was
Video
like,
games.
"Yeah, yeah." So my oldest is like really obsessed with it. So I've been buying lots of stuff, lots of cards, so that they can trade. They have their Pokemon binders. They're all legit. They walk around with their stuff and they be trading stuff. Oh yes, addictive. Bob Roberts says that they have a problem with anything that's addictive. Yep, that's true. It,
That
it
is
could be
true.
addictive.
If anything's addictive, well, then are we too addicted to Watchtower crap? I was when I was like friends with this chick when I was like a teenager, and I spent the day with her and her family, and like we went to the meeting, and then like we went to the beach after, and her mom is like, it's a Sunday, and she's studying the Watchtower, and the daughter goes, "Mom, are you studying the Watchtower? We just did it." She's like, "I know, I'm studying next week." She's like, "Oh my god." I call
Oh,
that an addiction,
uh,
dude. Like, dude, seriously, we're at the beach. Like, you could listen to music, do anything else.
I
But I mean,
hated.
I get what you're saying, huh?
I think another thing that's really funny is the fact that, like, and technically they say that they're worshiping Jehovah, they're worshiping God, but they're more addicted to their Watchtower than the Bible.
Yup.
Yeah,
The Bible,
yeah, good point.
they'll study the Watchtower, but they won't pick up the Bible so much. I mean, like, why not just look at the Bible if you want to do that? Like, at least if you're doing that, you're actually getting stuff from God. But if you're doing the other thing, then you're looking at some people who's trying to get control over you.
You want to look at Mark Sanderson?
Yeah.
That's a really good point, Elijah.
Yeah, I hated that.
What were you gonna say before, Ruby?
That my mom used to do the exact same thing. We would study a month in advance.
Oh gosh.
We would do it every single day. And if there was a day that we didn't like, we studied months in advance and we did everything in advance, she would say, "Okay, so let's practice the lyrics, the melodies, the songs." So we would be hours and hours singing and practicing all the songs so that you can memorize it without even looking at the book. That's
Oh,
how
you
fantastic.
were way strict in our household, then,
I
weren't
did
you?
that too.
Damn.
I had the kids do that. So we would read the scripture for the song, and we'd read the song as if it was a poem, and then we'd sing it so that they could learn it.
That actually wasn't too bad.
Personally, the singing part was my favorite part.
Yeah, we like singing, but I don't like the songs that talk about the faithful slave or like what they'd sneak words in there and phrases that were so sneaky. It wasn't right, you know. If you want to praise God with a song, that's cool, but you shouldn't say praise the governing body or whatever it is, the faithful slave. There was a CEO once that had the name Hood. His name was Brother Hood, and whenever they sang the songs, it said, "We thank you for our brother Hood." People would look at him.
That's kind of funny, actually. Was it his first name wasn't Robin, was it?
No, I don't think so. The other song, whenever, you know, the Pioneers always had a Honda Accord because it was like the Pioneer car because it was cheap enough that you didn't look too like you were trying to have too much money spent on your car, but you also
not the slave.
So they'd have the song about we're all one accord. Everybody joke about that too.
Someone on the phone line? No, I thought I heard. I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought I must be hallucinating because I thought I heard Dallas's voice specifically.
Yeah, it did sound like Dallas.
Did it? Hey,
I'm here right here.
I knew I heard you, dude.
That preparation a month ahead. That is like the military. That is cracking the whip right there. It is.
It
Amen
is.
to that, brother.
That's like the Marine Corps right there.
I know. That's how fanatical she was. I'm telling you. It was abusive. It was borderline abusive.
She's still there?
I agree with that.
When they talk about the slave, they ain't the slave. They're monarchy right there. Monarchy.
Hey, Dallas. I thought you're from Texas, but I could be very wrong. But Bob Roberts wants to know where your accent's from.
I was native to Pennsylvania, but living in Texas, I have a North Carolina heritage side to me too. It's because even my grandma, she was from North Carolina, Greenville, North Carolina.
Cool, man. Hey, my friend Brad says you sound like an old school cowboy. Well, hopefully you didn't get offended with that. It's a compliment, I think.
I didn't. I think it's a compliment.
Okay, cool.
We better get going, you guys.
Yeah.
It's almost midnight here, so we're probably gonna get.
Yeah, no doubt. My show came on a lot later too, but thanks for coming on, guys.
Yeah.
We had a good time together. Don't be a stranger.
Bye.
See you another time.
Bye. Bye, guys.
Take care.
Y'all take care. You two, Audrey, and y'all on there.
They left.
What does that even mean? GD says, Eric, are we cooking tonight or barbecuing? What fancies your pleasure? I mean, we could go barbecue. We could put the we could burn everything if you want. We could have it medium rare, whatever you want to do, buddy. We could light this bitch on fire. No, sorry. Now that the kids are gone, I start swearing. Excuse me, everyone. No, keep Audrey, dump Eric. Thanks, Gigi. What a friend, huh? What a nice guy this guy is, huh? What do you think a brother has your back, Bill? Well, what's up?
I think that This August, you got a long ways to travel, don't you, Eric?
A long ways to travel to get to where?
To New England, to Massachusetts.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a long ways.
I think
I want to go, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm going to. It's just purely financial reasons. I do have a savings, but it's getting a little bit down there, especially since the funeral and expenses. But yeah, I'm not quite sure that it's the hotels that are really expensive, and the fact that I'm a picky person that doesn't like to just room with anybody. I don't know if there's anybody else out there. I know Jerry's like that too. But I don't know. Like I rent a home. I won't even rent my home next door to other people.
I think that Eric, he loves it down in Tennessee. He loves it in the South, in Dixie. He loves it in the Southland.
Who?
Yourself, you love it.
Do I love it? Nah, I actually miss New England. That's part of the reason why I want to go back. But I do like it here though for the reason that the politics are way better than New England because most New England states are liberal states, and I don't like their policies. Their gun laws suck. Um, they have good marijuana policies, but their politics all around the board are bad. Their safety isn't as good. You've got more crime in those neighborhoods, and they've really gone like my town in Rhode Island, like East Providence, or especially Providence, where like the mall is and stuff. It's turned all ghetto. It's really bad there. It's starting to become like a mini like Skid Row. So for those reasons, I don't really. That's the only thing I don't like about New England. But the culture's better and the food is better. You got beaches everywhere, and I do miss New England a lot. Um,
You got the Gulf Coast that's south of you. You can go down to Alabama, Mississippi, or
you're
Louisiana,
right.
and even Texas
Yeah.
to go to shore.
In fact, I could get to NOLA, New Orleans, Louisiana, and they got like I would like to do a drive there one day, and pick up like maybe like I don't know, 10 pounds of like head-on jumbo shrimp, and make
And
some,
I bet
some good recipes
y'all
for it.
gonna have some y'all gonna have some gumbo down there.
Oh heck yeah, gumbo and my
And
favorite dish in New Orleans is what the heck is it called? It's a barbecue. It's called barbecue shrimp, and it's not barbecue shrimp. There's no barbecue sauce on it. It's not. It's nothing. I don't even know why they call it barbecue shrimp. It's just some kind of ingredient that they have that's Worcestershire based, and it's awesome. And it's served over grits,
how,
and it's delicious.
how about crawdads and alligator?
I won't touch the alligator. How about you,
Really?
Ruby? You gonna have alligator? You're in the South.
Good.
You're in Florida country. They got that everywhere. You gonna eat an alligator?
I think we had like
I've
gator
eaten.
The
guts,
tail.
I love it.
What you have, Ruby?
like those little, like they were really little, like those little bites. There was like a gas
Oh,
station
okay.
that was selling them, and it was really good. It was, I think it was
That's
a little
good. Yeah.
salty. Yeah, it was chewy, like
Mm,
octopus.
okay. I like octopus.
That's the only thing that I could compare it to because
How,
I've
how
never
do you
really.
know octopus?
One time we were
From New
vacationing.
York when you were oh, go ahead.
No,
I
no,
interrupted
it
you.
was in Puerto Rico. We were,
Oh,
yeah, we go to Puerto Rico, for funerals and things like that. So we never go for
okay.
vacation, but we were at
I
the
see.
beach this one time and we had octopus on the beach. Like somebody was just passing it around. So, oh, okay. Well,
Was
that's
it
the only thing I can
grilled?
compare it to.
Was
What
it
was that?
grilled or
Oh, I don't
you
know. I have no
don't know how you had
clue.
it? I've had
I
it
don't
two different ways. I had it grilled, like I don't know, like Mediterranean style, and then I had the first time I had octopus, I was like 14 years old, maybe 15, and a Portuguese family invited my family over for dinner, and she made like octopus stew, and my brother was just like poking at it with a fork, and I just like started eating this stuff like no problem. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. But
I want to try it
the stew
again.
was good and the grilled was good too. I do like octopus, but I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to try an amphibian.
Yeah, we
You know?
gotta do that. We gotta try it.
Yeah. I guess if someone made it for me, I have this rule that if someone personally makes something for me, I will not reject it unless I'm absolutely disgusted by it. I will reject bull balls, Rocky Mountain oysters. Nope. Nope. I am never putting bull balls in my mouth. That is not happening. I saw my friends doing it. I'm like, I almost ate into it. And because my friends asked the waitress, they're like, "What is this that we're eating, anyways? What is it's delicious?" She goes, "It's fried bull balls." And I was like suspicious with it, and I was about to stab into it. I'm like, I dropped the fork. I'm like, nope. My buddies, they were grossed out, and but they just kept eating.
That's nasty.
I don't know. It's like getting the Andrew Zimmerman show type stuff. What about sheep's balls? I didn't even know that was a thing, Bob Roberts. Woof. I don't know. What happened to just eating chicken? Let's make chicken great again.
Oh my gosh! Yep. Oh no.
And I got Eric. If you go to the Gulf Coast, New Orleans, they got it's so French there in New Orleans.
Yes,
It is the most French state in the USA.
you are correct.
But they also got New Orleans. They got the Little Italy of the Gulf Coast, and way back in history, they were the Little Italy of the South.
I didn't know that.
They do have it right in New Orleans, and I looked it up, and the muffaletta was invented in New Orleans, which has that bread, the olive relish, the salami, and provolone, and all that. So it's a New Orleans invention. So it is a big, easy invention. I think that y'all want to be in Texas and get yourself a Texas Rangers baseball shirt.
Why the Rangers?
Texas Rangers. That's a baseball team. Wear that.
No, but why get a Rangers shirt? I'm just curious. Is that your team?
It's the Texas Rangers baseball.
No, I was asking you if that's your team. Is that your favorite baseball team?
I owned the shirt when I was living there. I owned it and wore one while living there.
I think Nolan Ryan played for them, didn't he?
I think and it was so close to home. That's where I was living. And we are Dallas Fort Worth. We can call ourselves the Twin Cities of the South.
Excuse me. I've been muting my camera when I'm hacking up a lung. Sorry, everybody.
Are you sick?
Yeah, I was sick since like what three or 4 days ago, and I thought I was feeling a lot better yesterday, and I'm like, yeah, I can do the show today, and I still can, but I woke up today. It's like it hasn't gotten any better. It almost took like a little turn for the worse, but at least all the nasty stuff of like having the sweats and the sores, the back pain, all that is gone. It's just I'm coughing up all the stuff now. I haven't gotten sick in 3 years, so I can't complain.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't make friendly for a radio show. Barbacoa? No, that's not the goat's head, Brad. I don't think so. I thought barbacoa. Oh, it might be. It sounds familiar, huh? They could be actually. I don't know. Do you know, Ruby? Some people are asking in the audience what the goat's head was called in Spanish. Was that what you
No,
were trying to
I
figure
don't
out?
know. Yeah. You need Tony's concoction. She makes this.
Oh, yeah, some McAllens. Will that clear me out? Becky, you're a trip.
Yeah, she makes this good homemade immune
I,
booster
I
type
bet
of.
Tony Morris does that. I got a cough. Yeah, time for a drink. Any excuse, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you've been doing a really good job, by the way, with your political corner and the stuff that you do.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, for sure, hon. I always try to tune in.
Yeah, I have a lot of fun. That's one of the most fun times that I have.
That's good. I have
With
fun with you guys.
Right.
Well, I don't know what happened to Jerry tonight, but he hopefully he didn't get kidnapped by the elders. Didn't throw a bag over his head. Poor guy. For all we know, he's like being he's being tormented by them, asking them questions, interrogated.
Was he supposed to stream it on here?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you tuned in later, but on Rick's show, he texted me and he's like, "Tell Rick I need like a link to stream live because I'm at the memorial." And I think he's partaking, but like he did last year. And he kind of came in and out a little bit. I think his internet connection was really bad in the hall. Um, because he never came back on after that. But he was gonna. Rick wanted to see like what people were wearing and what the hall looked like on the inside. You know, if people had beards and stuff. But yeah, it just didn't. It just wasn't working tonight for whatever reason. But yeah, he did that last year. I think he went to the hall and partook. Um, so that would have been cool to see. But that's why I made that joke. Like they've abducted him, asking him questions. Why did you partake? Are you wanted?
Or maybe they told him to turn off the phone, or they could see him
Maybe,
record.
but like I have a feeling it was probably internet connection because he was just like in and out, in and out.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's midnight for me, so I'm gonna enter the chat now and just listen to the rest of your stuff. Just wanted to come on and support you and the
I really
show.
appreciate it because I'm struggling tonight, so thank you.
No, yeah, I try to catch you every Saturday, so
Thank you, hon.
or whenever you stream.
I think we're all good about that with each other. I try to support my friends too.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hope you feel better, 100%.
You and King Tony, your cousin, make me laugh. That's fine.
Yeah.
You girls have good energy back and forth to you. You could almost have like a podcast together, you know?
Oh, yes.
I mean, I know you do have one, but I mean like something bigger than just a JW world.
Oh, it's in the works. Exclusive.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess I'm onto something then, huh?
Yep. I already have the name and the logo and everything. We're gonna launch soon.
Oh, I had no idea. That's cool.
Yeah. So really soon we'll see what
Yeah.
happens.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll subscribe to y'all, and Oh, I wonder who the guest is here. Is this Speedy? I was wondering if it was Jerry. But yeah, you have a good night, Ruby.
Good night, everybody.
All right, thanks for coming by.
Good
Take care.
night, Ruby. Night, Ruby.
Well, I just want to make an announcement to everybody. We got a member of the governing body on right now. What does he have to say?
Oh, man, you put me on the spot.
What? Well, you joined me, buddy.
Well, what happened?
You did that to yourself.
Yeah, I thought you needed. Now that
Like Obi-Wan Kenobi. This was like a Darth Vader Obi-Wan Kenobi reference You've done that to yourself.
Now that the girls have gone and Ruby and Audrey are gone,
Oh, we're gonna lock it down to guy corner.
we're gonna show the women how to shake and bake. Women, knows. We're gonna show you how to cook. Let him cook. That's what they're saying right now. Everybody that's criticizing the president, people are saying, let him cook. Leave him alone. Yeah.
Let it marinate, and then get ready for that grilling.
Well, I guess the saying in pop culture is in the black communities they say let him cook, and so that's the popular phrase right now. So when you hear somebody says let him cook, that means just give the guy a chance. It could be anything. Yeah. So Ricky, what's new?
Not too much, man. Other than I can't get over this flu.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm coughing and hacking the microphone. No, I'm not smoking weed. Actually,
Is this Eric's show?
Is this Pixie?
Pixie?
Are you there, Eric?
Yeah, I'm here, honey. I have my camera muted because I keep blowing my nose constantly. I'm about to come back on, but I'm here.
Yes, Pixie. Eric's here. Don't worry about me. I'm just nobody.
Well, hi, sweetie. I went to the Kingdom Hall. I went to a double Holiday Inn memorial.
Double Holiday Inn. They had it there.
They had 411 people.
Wow.
And then I went to a really nice dinner party. The food was wonderful, which was very, very nice. I understood that, witnesses still had parties like that, but I hadn't been to something like that in 50 years.
What kind of food? If you don't want,
Yeah, I want to know what kind of food it is.
They had 3 kinds of chicken, salmon, and 4 kinds of rice. It was magnificent.
Wow.
Chicken salmon? What's chicken salmon?
Better than a restaurant. And the sisters had all tables set up with little forks and everything.
Wow.
It was a wow. But the thing I did that I'd never done before, I'm there listening to the witness meeting.
Oh, hey, Pixie, before you, Pixie, just one second. El Paisano, Jesse, Gigi's brother, he wants to know if you partook.
That's what I'm going to tell you.
Okay, well, see, you're interrupting Jesse, and now you made me your accomplice. Go ahead, Pixie.
So, I've been to a lot of churches, but I thought, what would it be like in my family of origin church, the Kingdom Hall, to partake? And so I did.
Okay. Ooh. Did they look at you funny?
Well, I'm going to say something that may resonate with a very few people, but it might work, that somebody might understand what I'm saying. When the wine came by, I just did it like with choreography. I lifted it up and then I sipped it. So I wasn't sneaking a sip or anything. I was totally about it.
Wow. Nice.
And I felt totally good about it because I went through his whole sermon and I thought of every word he was saying.
Yeah.
And what shocked me was he was saying we're observing the Lord's evening meal as if to say we are all just looking at it. And we know that's not Bible.
Correct.
So when he got to the part about partaking and he had 4 questions of you're supposed to answer these questions, I'm like, I'm down with all of that. And then he told something about Korah, like if you partake wrongly, an earthquake will swallow you up. And I'm like, well, I just answered your questions.
Yeah.
This is what I'm thinking. So I didn't have a problem with it. The wine wasn't as good as the Episcopals.
Was it Manischewitz or something? Yeah, no, just kidding.
It was like a kind of bitter. It was kind of a bitter jug wine. I mean, the Episcopal Church had like
wine made by Ethiopian monks or something. You know, it was really delicious. But
So Pixie, did you go from church to church trying all the wine? It was a joke. I wasn't serious.
Well, anyway, I'd wanted to do this for decades, and you know, since I was a little child, and I dressed real nice and was very respectful, and it's something I wanted to do, and so I did it. And but then, like these beautiful people sitting next to me were from Samoa. These were the most beautiful young girls I'd ever seen.
Oh, okay. Girls.
And the whole family was there, and I said, "Well, are you from Hawaii?" And they said, "No, we're from Samoa." And they just looked like, oh, they were just beautiful. And then there were a lot of Black Americans there, and there were quite a number of African families there from Africa, which is where they had the dinner party. And it was a wonderful evening. But I did notice that the brothers that knew what I had done, all of a sudden they're shaking my hand and giving me like secret handshake pats and everything. And I'm like, I didn't do this out of ego. I did this out of my heart and what I had wanted to do since I was a small child. Every year I'm asking myself these questions. And so, you have a list, like you have a bucket list in life of places you want to go and things you want to do. Wow. So I thought, well, I better have a sip because this might have something to do with an afterlife. It might be important. It's kind of on my list, and I was a witness kid, and yeah, I'm going to do this thing. So it wasn't done for anyone else but me and my spiritual feeling about, my Redeemer.
But when the
like all this ego was like people patting me and stuff. It's like, can I just quietly do this thing?
But when the wine was in front of you, you had a different feeling. Like you didn't want to sip. You really wanted to experience it, right? That's what you said earlier.
I did, and I lifted it up like you'll see a priest do, or a pagan person would do. Somebody that's really committed to it.
Yes.
And that wasn't out of my conscious. That was out of my unconscious. I wanted it. I lifted it up, and I took a sip.
I like
deliberate.
I like that a lot because you know what, Pixie? When I used to go to the meeting, the memorial, I used to have hurt feelings because when the bread and the wine passed me, I would pray to God, like I would say, "What about me? Like how come I can't eat? Like you don't love me." I felt like God didn't love me, like He wouldn't let me eat. And there was this one time I was a little boy, and Mom, there's 5 of us on the table. Mom puts all the food for all the kids except me. She forgot about me. And then my mom sits down and starts eating. And I'm crying.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, "What's the matter with Gilbert?" And then everybody's like, "You forgot to feed Gilbert." And I was a little boy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, honest to God, that's how I felt at the memorial, that God doesn't want me to eat at His table. And I felt like, "Well, don't you love me? I thought I was your son." And it just hurt.
Right.
And I didn't know what to do with those feelings.
The thing, Gilbert, they had the scripture that was my father's favorite scripture.
Which was that?
When they had the first half of the meeting was about the paradise, and then they had the second half of the meeting of who could partake. And the scripture he quoted was my father's favorite scripture about, adoption into the vine, more or less. You know the scripture I'm talking about?
Yeah. Adopted sons of God. Yeah. You're adopted into the family. Yeah.
And so that was like my dad's most quoted from his mouth to my ear scripture.
Yeah, I love that. I always talk to Jessica.
I'm like, I'm doing this thing.
Because on my voting ballot, it says, "Accept your birthright. God is your father." It's the birthright. We've been adopted, and the Jehovah's Witnesses don't understand that. Hey, you've been adopted into the family, and you're rejecting. You're saying, "Nah, I don't want to be part of this family." Are you crazy?
Right. And the other thing they didn't, when they read the scripture, because I didn't have my notes to do journalism, but the word observe, he stressed, we are observers. Now that's just wrong because you're supposed to be partakers.
Yes.
And then when he read the scripture where it says take, eat, or take, drink, they took those two verbs out of the scripture
Verbs.
in the talk.
It's
So
interesting.
that's my journalistic breakdown of it. Just like when I used to review an opera or a rock band, I'm sitting there using that part of my brain. They took that out of the verse.
And it's the verb, which is action. You're right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Action.
So I don't know what the rest of those people were, and I used to be the rest of those people. So I'm like, what are the rest of these people sitting here doing? They want to come back into their physical body again. That's like reincarnation. They want another lifetime on planet Earth when they've been offered an entirely different plane of existence.
Yes. Yeah. But
Well, it was a good day.
Wow, Pixie, your dad, I love that Bible passage too. So much so that I incorporated it in my voting ballot. And I tell people all the time, once you accept the fact that you're like you've been adopted, once you just say I'm God's son, it changes everything. Like I no longer need your permission to do this or to. I have a father, and I'm his son, and you everything makes sense now. Everything like I don't understand why a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses are confused. Once you just accept that you have a father and you're his son, guess what? It all falls. It's like dominoes. Everything just falls into place.
And also, they were saying we need to thank Jehovah for eternal life, and they weren't looking at Jesus. They mentioned twice in the talk that it was like if Jesus was paying the restaurant bill for you. Or they mentioned a brother in World War II who was a martyr he took punishment under the Nazi regime for not snitching on the other brothers. And they were using him as an example and all. But it's like the audience wasn't really getting what the character of Jesus was doing.
Yeah.
You know, and so I was taking it apart, and like I say, by the time they got to the 4 questions, I'm like, this is a year. I'm doing this.
That's awesome.
Jesse says that Pixie outranks you now, Gigi.
She outranks me?
Yeah, you lost. I guess she's above your rank as governing body member.
Okay, she
Does
outranks
Jesse
me.
want to explain on that? I have my thoughts on it, but
Oh, I have no desire to be a governing body member.
I know you
don't
don't.
really want to get the T for the governing body.
I know you don't. These guys always want it. But it's kind of their ongoing joke. That's kind of their ongoing joke, though. That's that they're not.
I'll tell you what I did read about. There was this lady named Anne Hutchinson in Rhode Island in 17-something, way back, like right after the Pilgrims got here.
Uh-huh.
She had
Well,
between
Rhode Island's my home, so go ahead.
And she says, I'm elect, I'm going to have a sip, I'm going to have grace, and that's it.
Uh-huh.
And that's kind of how I feel about it. I don't feel like I have to place any more books or go to any more meetings or anything.
Yeah.
I feel that. You did your time.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not interrupting y'all if you're in the middle of it.
Go ahead, buddy.
No, I'm kind of done with my story. That's kind of it.
I had to share with you. I had attended the Lord's evening meal on last Sunday, and it was last Sunday that I attended at a Baptist church.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the honor of attending Sunday school, which enjoyed it, and then they had their sermon, their Sunday service, and that happened to be the communion, the evening meal, and the hymns, they were just awesome hymns. And what they had there was tiny, the cups were tiny, but of course for the bread they were squares like chiclet, gum, biscuit size, thick. And what they said is, they said, when Jesus' work finished on the cross, they said, "It is finished," and then they partook. And I was enjoying doing the hymns to close to dancing with them. And then I was even, because I had done my partaking at the partook, but with the bread, the body, I partook before, ate it before everyone else did. That was the biggest mistake, but it wasn't a big one. But I wasn't alone, because someone else almost did so themselves.
Well, they're only symbols, but I'm such a poetic person that to me, it's in that regard, I think I would have been a good Roman Catholic, because that transubstantiation idea kind of rings true in my poetic mind. But really, it's symbols, so we're just doing the best we can with symbols.
And then when they did the cup, that it was smaller than shot glasses, and it was grape juice, but it's symbolic.
Yeah, it's symbolic. We had wine. I took a big gulp. I took a sip. I didn't just take a little one.
That's more than that cup that I had, but it was. I enjoyed it and being able to be part of it, and just had a good time, and was dressed in a way that usually they wouldn't, and others too. I wasn't alone in a way that wouldn't have been allowed where you went. I was in Ralph Lauren. I was ended up attending in a gingham, long sleeve gingham shirt, where sometimes but I didn't roll up the sleeves, but I had on red chino shorts and leather sandals while there.
Well, that's fine too. Jesus had sandals. As long as you're clean in heart, body, and mind, that's fine.
And there's a lot of friendly brothers and sisters I met, and you never know, I may find a partner, the love of my life, true love in that.
You might. You
never know.
And I think that if I get interested enough, I may start a study with that Baptist church, and even to the point of baptism into the Baptists.
They know their Bible. You've got to give them credit there. They know their Bible, and the Baptists and the Witnesses both have the end time prophecies, which you're really good at. So you'd probably fit in there pretty good. We're all going to fit in someplace.
But of course, they're more like the original Christians. At least the moderate or the mainstream non-fundies. They're more like they're one of the closest things, especially with John the Baptist. That's why they got the name.
Yes. Well, I'm looking at the Ethiopian Bible now, and looking at archaeology. I always do, and if I'm not really churchy from this point on in my life, that's okay too. I've got things I've got to do in retirement, and I'm still going through, the personal effects of my beloveds that have gone on. They've died, and I'm still sorting through stuff, and I don't feel that I have to attend anything every Sunday. It was so drilled into us. We better be back next week. Better be there Thursday and Sunday. Better be in service. Better be. I'm not going to be that again.
Well, you know what, Pixie, I tell people all the time, when Jesus finished his most famous sermon, which was only 15 minutes, Matthew 5, 6, and 7. That's the longest record we have. I think that's the longest record we have, that Jesus spoke no more than 15 minutes at any given time. But anyways.
And it's a good sermon, too. He covered everything in 15 minutes.
And you know how he finished his sermon? I'll see you next Sunday. No, just kidding. He did not say, I'll see you next Sunday. And I tell that to everybody. Jesus never said, I'll see you next Sunday.
Yeah. Well, see, I didn't have the heart to tell these good people that I wanted to exit on a good note here, that me showing up and having the actions that I did and going to that lovely dinner, that's the way to leave, you know?
Yeah.
Leave on top.
Do you think that Jesus ever, Gigi? Do you think Jesus ever told the Pharisees that you can't understand normal thinking?
Oh yeah, he said that all the time. He said that when he was talking to Nicodemus. How can I teach you the heavenly things if you can't even understand the earthly things? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, just real quick.
I'm speaking in an acronym, right?
Hey, Pixie, we were talking about you. As a matter of fact, today, I was talking to you about you. I was talking to Nadine. No, I was talking to Nadine and Eric a long time ago, like about 2 years. Pixie's going to remember this. Me, Pixie, and Apostate Babe we were like at 3, 4, 5 in the morning Arizona time talking. And I guess Nadine, she woke up and she's like, you guys are still on the Rick Farron show? And so she hopped on the show. and Pixie, she told me that she never forgot that morning, that, you know, how much fun it was us four. She goes, that was a very fun, and we would do the 6 screens to like the sun would come up and the 6 screens was still on.
I know, wasn't it a hoot?
Yeah. She told me I still remember that day, that night, that morning. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we had some good times with those late early morning shows.
Yeah, it was pretty good. So yeah, that's what we were talking about that just a couple of days ago. Yeah. So that was really interesting. But hey, Pixie, that's great about the memorial, that you felt like there was an urge, like that you didn't want to sip, that you wanted to go. Like you wanted to be.
I was very, very deliberate and didn't have a question in my mind.
Yeah.
And again, I listened to every word in his sermon and saw how, because I told Rick Farron that I would check back. So I went in there initially, you know, with my reporter hat on, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I mean, to tell someone we're observing the Lord's evening meal and we are observers.
Yeah.
Well, that's like you're watching something go by. I mean, you're offered the upgrade, and I mean, people have said to me, well, you know, they're passing by the host, and I don't necessarily think there's evil intent here. But I think it's foolish if you have this opera where this man has died for you, and you're offered to be on stage, and you're just observing. I mean, I really see what they're doing.
Yeah.
Hey, Gigi, he texted me and said, can we hear him? Go ahead, buddy, talk. See if we can hear you.
Who? Gigi or?
Oh, did I say Gigi? I'm so sorry. I meant to say Jerry. Jerry, talk. I mixed up your names. My bad. Jerry, talk. So we see if we can hear you. I haven't heard you. Hello? Nah,
I'm here, but I don't know who else is.
No, I know you're all here, but Jerry texted me. I said Gigi by accident. Jerry texted me and said, can you all hear me? And I'm letting you know, I don't think anybody can. I think he's been trying to talk to us. He probably wants to. I mean, I've been curious what he has to say, what happened tonight, you know, at the memorial. But yeah, I don't know, man. If you want, why don't you bail out and come back, or make sure your mic is connected. Sometimes if you have your earbud in, StreamYard can be really picky with that. At times, I have to bounce out of here if my battery dies, because it won't let me hook my other one up without. I mean, anyways, I digress. You might want to bounce out and come back if we can't hear you.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah.
Sometimes, your sound isn't turned up loud enough. You forget sometimes.
My
So
sound?
you can that too. It's a simple thing.
What, like I'm not hearing somebody, or I'm not loud enough?
No, they're not loud enough for us to hear.
Okay. Well, he left. And, everybody else is coming in clear.
Sound down at the Kingdom Hall.
Okay.
But sometimes that happens. Rick's told me that, so I'm just.
Thank you, Susan.
Hey, Susan, I didn't know you were running mics today. How you doing?
I run mics every weekend. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
It's good to hear your voice.
You're doing a wonderful job.
Well, thank you. I don't know what I'm doing, but I
You
help in whatever way I
know
can.
what you're doing. You help Rick, and you help all of us when you give comments. You're encouraging.
Well, thank you. Rick, sometimes Rick gets really tired, and I help him however I can. There's a lot of work behind the scenes.
Yes.
And,
yeah, there is.
And Rick has often said if he couldn't do this, he doesn't know who we could turn it over to. Because he's getting old now, too. Not that he wants to quit or anything, but...
You know who the smartest person when it comes to, that I know of is Ruby. She knows. I mean, well, she's from a younger generation, but she knows how to.
But that's good too.
I think she's even offered Rick.
That's a good thing.
You know how I see Rick's legacy going, like Alexander the Great's. Like it would have to be divided up before 4 generals.
No.
Like because it would take 4 of us to do Rick's job. That is a compliment of what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. No, but just when it comes to tech savvy stuff, I've noticed the younger kids. I mean, like Ruby's from a younger generation. Yeah, she knows all the ins and outs, and I'm like, so.
Well, Rick loves it when younger people come on, even if they're in their 50s.
Oh, okay.
That's younger to us because I'm 60. I'm going to be 68, and Rick is 76. He's going to be 77, so we're up there.
Mm-hmm.
So anyone that's younger than that, we both think it's great, especially Rick. He considers that the younger generation needs to step forward.
Yes.
Because us older ones have been around a long time. Rick's been around 20 years.
Yeah.
So if any of you are thinking about taking the 6 screens or being a part of it, let him know.
Well, like Eric said, Ruby's killing it, and there's a lot of young people, and I agree with you. That's so refreshing.
I think it would have to be divided up amongst a few people. Honestly, like Gigi and myself, maybe a couple or few others. It might take a crew of people, but like we could. I mean, because we need all of our different collective like personalities together too. You can't replace Rick. Rick's one of a kind.
Yeah, correct.
He really is. Like I've thought about that too, and it's like there really isn't anybody to replace our good friend. But we can try to honor him.
Derek, he runs a business besides. He doesn't do the 6 screens.
Oh, I know.
He runs a business full time.
Yeah. And he's a husband, and he's a father. You're right. I mean, even though his kids are all grown up, but I mean, he has a family, and I get it. He does. You got to understand something too. Like the older generations, they're becoming extinct for many reasons, like natural selection of life. But it's more than that. There isn't a generation to replace you guys. You guys are like the strong generations. It was before there were poisons in your food, and you could. It was easier to get a home at one point in your generation. This newer generation has been kind of screwed over, and our health is worse than your guys has been. And I'm not saying the old people don't get sick. That's not what I'm getting at. I just mean when you look at like the deterioration of like, I mean, my grandparents. I mean, Jesus, they bought their home for nothing. You know, I mean, it was easy back then. But you guys have your health, and the newer generations don't always have it as much anymore. I don't. I have hemophilia, and I'm already disabled at 43, and my wife is dead at 42. So it's a hard shoe. It's a hard shoe to fill because when I say Rick has the Cal Ripken attendance, he really does. I'm not as I don't feel as strong as Rick. Physically or mentally as he is, and I'm almost half his age. You know,
He
um,
exercises every day. He
Rick's
exercises.
a bull, and you know what? I think actually what keeps him young is doing this. If Rick stopped doing six screens, he might drop dead. I don't mean it like that. I just mean it like this is giving him something to him, and he gets to give back, and it's an important part of his life, and I think it keeps him young in a way. I know he gets tired, and fair enough, but I think the
There's
world of
something to
him,
be
and
said for a purpose.
he does a great job. I just mean he's hard to
Have a
replace. That's
sense of
all. It's
purpose.
like almost unreplaceable.
Yeah.
Well, Eric, if you ever think about coming out here to work, Rick could use a helper.
I will definitely keep that in mind. Actually, the
And
only thing that stinks right now, and
are you
Rick talks about this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no? Are you coming out this way?
I don't know. I want to, but I'm calculating the costs, and right now I don't have enough. Like I have a small savings, but it's been dwindling a little bit with expenses. And I don't know if I'm going to. I'll know in like the next month if I'm gonna make it or not. But I don't think right now I'm going to. I need a little bit more cash. I'm actually thinking about getting work around here, just to supplement my disability a little bit. But I'm in a kind of a tight pinch right now.
Well, it is more expensive to live, especially in this area. It's number 2 to San Francisco in the United States.
No way.
Really?
But Rick says that it costs more money to live here, but you make more money too. So it kind
Yeah,
of
that is true.
way
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
There's another big factor, and I had PTSD over it, is the utilities. You have to have a good apartment to where your utilities aren't being sucked completely out of the window. I lived in Bristol, Rhode Island, which is some of the oldest homes in New England. There's some homes that are from the 1700s that are still up and like the
Cool.
same. Yeah, but
A
what's
lot of
not cool
houses here
is the
old.
windows. It sucks out all the like. There's so many bad buildings and like homes that don't have good windows, and you lose all your utilities right out the window, literally. And we've had like
A lot
I
of
don't
them, the
know
wood
anywhere
is
from $300 to $500 utility bills. You know, just for electric or heat, whatever is your source. Never mind the other one. But what did you ask, Susan?
Oh, I was just saying, in some houses, the wood is rotting off the house. I mean, the houses are
Yeah,
old.
yeah.
And with the wood is, only lasts so long. And then
Yeah, you end up having to replace the whole home eventually.
Yeah.
you
Where
do.
I'm from, they have contractors that specialize in 17th century houses.
No
So
kidding.
my town had lots of them, but they're all fixed up.
Hmm.
Well, if you have the time and money to do it, that would be good,
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But well, we're moving in the next couple of weeks. We found a little house in Tewksbury, and it's but they've done the work. We're just renting right now,
Mhm.
and we'll see. We hope, but see, this house was built in the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
And there's
Oh
a
wow.
lot
Yep.
of houses built after the war. Yeah.
Yeah.
So all these houses.
New England's got a lot of old homes.
Yes. They do.
It is it's my favorite place to live. I miss New England a lot. I want to return. I need to, after what happened with the passing of Desiree and everything. I'm gonna try to basically just get a part-time job and try to get myself in a better place of mind and spirit and financial, and then figure out what I'm gonna do, if I'm gonna stay here or move. But I have nothing holding me here. I have absolutely nothing holding me here in Tennessee, other than that I pay $875 for rent. Go ahead, sorry.
Everyone that works for Rick, they all have health problems, and I mean major. They all, a lot of them have been in jail, and they're not, and the parole officers come and check on them. Everyone, there's one guy that lives in a tent. He has a couple that lost their rental property, and they're living in one of the rooms in the place where Rick has his company. They're just living in a room. We had them living with us. It was horrible. It was just a horrible experience. So we had to take, and you can't just say get out because they'll be homeless. So we had to find a place for them to live. So, but everyone that was
Man, you guys have. He's told me this before. You guys really have a hard time finding good help, though, huh?
Yes, today people don't show up. You hire them, and they don't show up. And they're always calling up. There's an excuse why they can't come to work. Got to take my mother to the doctor. I have to go to the doctor. The dog is dying.
Yeah, you've heard it all.
Well, these are for real excuses. They're for real excuses. So, and we've had to fire, unfortunately, as many people as we've hired.
Yeah,
that's amazing. When I worked, I didn't even take the vacations I was supposed to take.
Well, this one guy, he just got out of jail. He said he was a Christian and he was wearing this big cross. So Rick hired him. Well, guess what? He wasn't a Christian. It was just a line. He was feeding Rick. And he started trying to have an affair with the girl that worked there that was the artist for the signs he designed. And they ended up having a big fight in the parking lot that the whole neighborhood saw. So Rick, he has to fire the guy. His name was Orlando. He was really a piece of work. And she was a piece of work too. And that's just one situation of many. So, Rick goes to work and it's just like, oh, what's going to happen next?
The only other thing that would be nice about working for your husband, it would be not just the fact that I respect him a lot and he's a friend of mine, but I already like, if I could work part-time for him, I already what am I trying to say? I get to work part-time with my disability benefits, so that's like something that I'm able to do, and it would be better. So like it would help. I wouldn't have to just rely on Rick's income alone to live back in New England, which wouldn't be enough. But the both together would be a different story.
That might work for you, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know a single person here really in Tennessee. I don't really know why I'm living here. I would like to make a move, and there's other people I know in New England that are XJWs too. I'm definitely like making steps of thinking what I want to do in life, and change some things.
A lot of women.
Well, you have time to sit and think.
Well, a lot of Jehovah's Witness women, they do.
I do have time, or I don't have time, Susan.
You do have time to think what you want to do.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I agree with you on that one. Thank you.
Eric, you need to talk to a bunch of all these XJW women, because there's a whole bunch of them. They talk about this thing called manifesting. And I'm like, what the heck is all this stuff? And so I don't know much about it, but basically, in a nutshell, if you start thinking that you're living in Rhode Island or wherever, you're back there, and you just keep thinking about it all day long, and you just keep thinking, eventually it will become a reality. But it's a mindset, and I guess
You'll find a way to make it happen.
yeah, that's what my girlfriend keeps telling me, and I'm like, yeah,
But
yeah.
it's in the Bible. It's in the
but Gigi,
Bible. As a
Gigi,
man thinketh, so shall he be.
Okay, I'm in trouble now. I'm not just kidding.
Gigi,
Yes.
your Jedi mind tricks don't work on me.
Yeah, exactly. But Pixie's right. Pixie's right about that. About the Bible does say that. You're right, Pixie. Yeah. But so that's Eric. That's what you need to start talking to these women about. Manifest. Hey, help me manifest. Teach me how.
He just needs to get a jar and put his pennies in the jar and put Boston Radio Show on the jar and just put money in the jar.
See, we got a manifester here. I'm telling you, man, girls are good at this stuff. They make it happen. So, Pixie, are you a believer in manifesting?
I'm so sorry.
Are you a believer in that, in the manifesting?
Repeat, please. I'm just a person that uses pragmatism. I just use practical ways to get stuff done.
Yeah, I'm more like that too. But I understand why.
When I was a reporter, I never missed a deadline. I mean, I've just always been goal and deadline driven.
Yes. My Jehovah's Witness sister's like that, and we joke around because she's always like, like, because she's kind of like what you're saying, but she's so busy that she's really not paying attention to you. She's like, because she's already thinking of the next project. So my sister gets a lot done. She gets a lot done, but like she ain't listening to you. Yeah. So
there's a fine balance. You do have to have personal time.
Yes. Yeah. No, just kidding. I'm gonna get in trouble.
I had a trick when I was young. I never ate.
Get out.
I went days and I didn't eat. I thought there was a spiritual thing of not eating. And now I could lose a few pounds, but I think I'm probably healthier in some ways. That was my superpower.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we sure can, JP.
Yeah, man, I don't know what's going on with my StreamYard. My microphone's not working. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I kept trying with you, and like no matter what, it wasn't happening.
You didn't pay the bill.
Oh, you know what? I think I changed the. You know what? I think I changed the setting when I was in the memorial. I was trying to silence myself.
Oh
man!
Hey JP,
Rick started going off in the middle of the memorial, dude. I had to put I literally got my phone. I couldn't silence it. I had to put it. I had to stick it under I had to sit on my phone.
Hey JP.
It was like completely quiet, and then all of a sudden I started hearing Rick talking.
Hey JP,
that's too funny.
JP, let me tell Pixie something real quick before I forget. So my mom was very thin. She had a beautiful figure. And you know how she did it, Pixie? You know how she did it? She said, the secret to staying thin is never buy bigger clothes.
That's true. That's true. I knew a Swiss man who ran a modeling agency.
Yeah.
And he would never eat for Lent. And I said, well, you must be a very devout in your belief, sir. And he says, no. He says, I'm actually an agnostic, but I never want to buy another suit.
The tight one. That's funny.
So when Lent came around, he really, went for 40 days, with salad and stuff, and worked every year for him.
What is that? Salads? No, just kidding.
All right, so we're gonna go to Jerry, but right before we do, RC Kim, I don't know what recipe you're talking about, hon, just because I didn't happen to see the comment. But if you want to repost it, I'll look out for it and take a look at it. But yeah, I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm in and out with the comments. I get distracted. Plus, I'm so sick tonight. This head cold has got me all wackadoo. But Jerry, what is going on, man? What's happening in the? You were in the front lines, dude, and it wasn't coming through. But what happened tonight? What did you see? Did you partake?
Yeah, I partook like Pixie. I did for the first time last year. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, it was interesting. I got there right when it was starting. I sat. It wasn't full the hall. I was kind of surprised there wasn't. I mean, the hall was full, but it wasn't every seat taken in the house. And where I sat, it was third row from the back, and there was just one brother at the end that sat there, and then I was sat 2 seats over, and then they did the normal talk where they just one thing they get right is about the blood in the wine, and then they get the fact wrong about the 144,000. And I know Gigi and Jesse were talking about it the other day that you know, I know they weren't saying you shouldn't partake, but I think Jesse was saying possibly it could be, you know, something that's sacrificed to idols, that it's an unclean thing. But I kind of think the opposite on that. I think it's unclean if nobody partakes of the emblems, because then when they pass it around and nobody partakes it, then it's something that's sacrificed to idols. But before that, I think they get that part right, that it's actually the unfermented bread, the unleavened bread represents Christ's blood. I mean his flesh and his body, and then the wine represents his blood. So I think they get that right, but they want to tie in the 144,000 and it's only for them and all that, which has nothing to do. It's completely taken out of context.
Yes.
So I think it is right, even if it's one person. Like I was probably the only person that partook in the memorial.
That's what I was going to ask
you.
you.
They call it an observance, but I broke that observance. So to me, when you partake at the memorial, even if you're the only one, you break that cycle that they have, which makes it something sacrificed to idols or something, you know, to the Watchtower idol. You break that because now that blood and wine served its purpose, even if one person partook it. So that kind of spoils their whole memorial. Yes. So I think the demons and the devil are angry. They're like, like somebody partook. And I don't know, when I got the bread this year was a lot more harder than last year. And I mean, like in a literal sense, it was like worse than particle board. It was almost like breaking glass.
No way.
And last year, when I got it, the bread was a lot better last year. Last year when I got it, there was just a little flake. I got it and I took it. And usually I like to break off a piece that's about the size of a dime or a nickel. And I could usually hold the plate in one hand and then snip off a little piece of the bread and then take it. And when I got it, it was so hard, and I was like flexing, and I was holding the plate in one hand and trying to break it. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's not going to break. So then I put it on my knee, and I had to put one thumb on the bread and then break it off. It was about the size of a domino.
So you needed power tools?
So then I passed it back, and then I put the bread in my mouth. And as soon as I put it in my mouth, I was like, "Oh my God, this is going to be a problem."
Did you lose any teeth?
I mean, it was like a piece of cardboard in your mouth, or worse. Wow. Thank God I had some water. I put that domino. It was like literally like a domino, but a little bit thinner. I put it in my mouth. And they're passing the rest of the bread around. and then it finally starts to soften up in my mouth because I didn't want to break any of my teeth, and I didn't want to have this huge creaking noise coming from my area. I was just trying to be, as they call, faithful and discreet. I wanted to do what Jesus said, but I don't want to be all loud, all crunching. And so finally it softened up and I got it down. And by the time they got it down, the brother prayed over the wine. And then when he goes up, I've never seen this before at a memorial. One of the brothers go up and they have kind of a floral arrangement on the table with the bread and wine. And one of the brothers hits the floral arrangement. It falls over and it knocks over a glass of wine and it spills like all over the white, tablecloth.
No way, dude.
That was something
This
to
is a
see.
disaster.
Oh,
This is a disrespect to our Lord and Savior. What the hell, man?
Proceeded like nothing happened. So then the wine comes around, and then I drink the wine, and then right before that, when
How was the wine? How was the wine? How did the wine taste?
Oh, it was pretty good. It was of a pretty good quality.
Okay.
Like Pixie, I just took a little sip. I was just trying to be modest, and very, I wasn't trying to draw attention to myself. Even when I got the wine, I got it in my hand. I kind of turned to my left and like sipped it a little,
Yeah.
Was it good
Not
quality,
to
like
make
Danny
a
Shevit?
spectacle.
Was it a good
But I
quality
did
wine?
pick it up like Pixie, and I did, I did tilt it. I didn't like put my head down. I did drink it, and people knew that I did partake.
Oh,
Were you the only partaker?
I brought it to my lips.
You did like a tear? I just got it. I kind of passed it over me, turned my shoulder left. I sipped it, and then I handed it back. But it was weird. Like when I took the bread, the brother that was sitting next to me, he was like staring at me, and he got up and like walked to the back, and then he wasn't even there for the wine. So I don't know if he got uncomfortable or something. But that was kind of weird. And then he came back after the wine was passed. And then I pretty much, I only seen a few people from actually my home congregation and where my mom goes who lives with me. And the only reason why they were there was because they're, the patriarch mother of the family, her son-in-law was giving the talk.
Oh.
But that was the only people that I saw. And I don't know, I'm glad I partook. I know I got counted, but the bread was terrible. I mean, what I think with the bread is they purposely make it unedible.
Mm-hmm.
Just
I do too. I agree.
Because I had a heck of a time breaking it.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to have to, yeah. So
I was gonna ask. Hey, Jerry.
Did you have
Jerry, can I ask
at you after you partook?
Nobody said anything to me. I went to the bathroom. I was going to try to get on StreamYard because Eric started a show, and I was just going to walk around the hall for a minute. But since I went to the one at 7 o'clock, they had one right after, so we had to kind of get out of there kind of quick. But I couldn't get the StreamYard link to work, but I was just dying. These brothers, they were in the bathroom and they were washing the tablecloth like in the sink that had the wine spilled all over it. So they were trying to get things in order and stuff. It was just really funny to watch.
Wow.
But I've never seen that in my life where one of the attendants of the memorial actually like spilled the wine. And I felt so bad for that brother because I was looking at him. He was just had this grin on his face. Like, man, like these brothers, because I've done that before too. Like where I was one time when the circuit overseer came, and it was like on a midday week meeting, and usually they have like they don't have like the OKM part, they have like the ministry school, the first part, and they don't have like the our kingdom ministry, the service meeting, the second part, the midweek meeting. It went during the CO visit, and after the talk, like all the microphones, I had to like go up on stage, and they were like, after the that circuit overseer visit, all the brothers, like, they took me in the back room and they grilled me because I was doing the stage that night, and I had to get up on stage when he was right before he was about to go on because there was a microphone off and I had to switch something. I don't even remember what was going on. And then after meeting, the brothers took me in the back room. They were like, "Oh, why did that happen?" I was like, "Well, there's not a service meeting tonight. We would just go straight from the ministry school into the circuit overseer's talk. So I didn't have time. All right. I just didn't think it ahead. I was like, I'm sorry." And then they grilled me about that. Like after he left, they're like, "Oh, the CEO was complaining. He said everything was disorganized and it was holding up the meeting and all that." And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, So I know that probably tonight they're going to tell that brother, "Oh, what made you like hit that flower arrangement?" Or, you know what I mean? It's so stupid. Right. Yeah, but it was that was a big deal though. I mean, he spilled like, I've never seen that in my life, like the whole glass of wine.
Wow.
And they just acted like nothing happened. Like they picked up a flower arrangement and just like went on. And there was less
That's
one
what
glass of wine.
you got to do on stage. You got to keep rolling with it. After you partook, did you have people come up to you? Because I had, like, before the meeting, and especially the nice Spanish brothers, because I do a nice little ladies' handshake, I put my little paw out there, and they kind of nod, and they're gracious, and they understand that I'm gracious. Well, after I partook, and I'm waiting for my ride, and his wife because they were socializing, and I'm waiting for my ride, and these two brothers come up to me at two different times, and they're like, touching my shoulder and stuff. Like, what do they want to pull Kundalini out of my soul or something? I mean, I don't understand what that was because I'm taught like a lady extends her hand and you do a little handshake. So I don't know what all that was, but they were like patting me, and then I'm waiting out in the hallway. Another brother comes up and like pats me on the back, and I'm like, I don't know what that is.
Like a police officer? Pat? Like a TSA?
Yeah, it's like patting me. It's like,
yeah, Pixie, nobody said anything to me. The only thing is as soon as the last prayer ended, I went to the restroom, and then when I was using the restroom real quick, then the elders were like in there trying to clean the tablecloth that got the wine spilled on it. And then when I walked out, there's this one brother that I knew that's actually from the congregation that I last left when, as the last congregation that I was in since I've faded. And then he just said, "Hey, Jerry," he's like, "I'm glad I seen you here tonight." He's like, "How come you weren't at our one in Palmdale?" And I just said, "Oh, I was just over here on this side of town, so I had to come here." And he's like, "Can you please come say hi to my mom real quick? She would love to see you." So I went over there and I gave his mom a hug and stuff. And I've known him for so long, him and his parents. Like, I knew him when he was like 5 years old, and he's like 20 something. He's probably almost 30 years old now. And it was nice to see them in the love, but that was the only people that said anything. I didn't get any pats on the back. If anything, Pixie, when I first ate when I ate the bread, as soon as I passed it back, the brother that was there, he got up and went to the back for some reason, and he didn't come back till the end of the meeting when the song was playing. So I didn't know if he was uncomfortable or he just went up and went to the restroom or something like that. So, but no, I didn't get any kind of credit or anything.
I was in with the in crowd, and I hadn't seen these people 4 or 5 years. I'd called all the witness numbers I had years ago. Nobody returned a call. I was like persona non grata to these people, and I show up years later, and they were all very gracious. And then at the end, it's like all these people were hugging me and happy to see me. And the sister I didn't like that tried to take our house, she was like hugging me and stuff. And I'm like, hello, how are the grandchildren? I really didn't want to see her. And
was that the one that?
Yeah, the one that tried to extort our house. And she's like hugging me. Oh, you're back, you're back.
Trying to
I'm like,
deceive her mother?
Yeah. And I'm like, how are the grandchildren? I mean, I really was like, how do I get out of this conversation? And so people that didn't give a tinker's damn about me for several years, all of a sudden want to know about me. And I just like, I came here to listen to this talk and see if I wanted to sip in the childhood environment with the childhood language that I'm used to, and I'm done. Now it can be a Catholic church or an Episcopal church, or I can just be at home with a cracker. I don't need that structure.
Yes.
You know? And the dinner party was so nice afterwards. That was magnificent.
But Pixie, I think it's just like Jesse and I.
So Pixie, let me ask you: Did they invite you to a party after you went there?
Yeah, well, it was part of my ride, and
so you went there with people that you knew already?
Yes, and they told me we're going to this dinner party after, and it's all the witnesses from Africa, and the food will be wonderful. And when I got there, the sisters, they had tables and chairs. They had like a 5-bedroom house, and they put tables and chairs in the living room. It was like a restaurant. It was
so you must be you must have faded at some point, like myself. Like you're not known as like a disfellowshipped or disassociated member.
I don't know. Some of the people didn't call me back. I mean, some of the people did shun me because after my mother's departure, I called people. There were 3 or 4 that I was friends with that had been supportive, and they never returned my call. So
but it sounds like tonight that they're treating you very, very well, so that's good.
They treated me extremely well. Yeah. And I guess
did they treat you like a queen or a priest? Like 140?
Yeah, they did. I felt very queenly. Yes. But they said, well, you'll be back next Sunday. And I was like,
but Pixie,
not really.
But Pixie, what happens is this, like Jesse and I, we would never touch you because we just don't touch women. Like as Jehovah's Witness elders, I was not going to touch you. And I've noticed some brothers are and I hate that, the touchy-feely type, you know, especially like in a setting like a memorial. And you said something about your handshake that it's, you know, like ladylike. And
I do a little ladylike handshake, yes. And the Spanish brothers know exactly what I'm doing.
Yes.
And they're very gracious, and I'm very gracious.
Yeah. Why is it that they don't?
Hey, when you were saying handshake, you think you feel like they're giving you like some kind of a like special like secret Masonic handshake, or were you just like a regular one when you were saying that?
No.
Well, no, I didn't mind any of the handshakes, but it's like after the
meeting. They give me Eastern Star signal?
After the meeting and after I partook, it's like a couple of these elders are like patting me on the shoulder, sort of. And they're like coming up behind me and patting me on the shoulder and on the back. And I'm like, no. What? Why are they doing that? Are they trying to get part of my chakras or something? I mean, I don't know what the New Age thing would be, but like they want to touch the aura of the anointed person or something? I don't know.
Yes.
Maybe they're fed up because I've never, most of the partakers I've seen have been, like when I was young, growing up, you know, in the 80s and 90s, were mostly men, but there's a few women that partook, but.
You don't remember the ladies in the hats? You don't
maybe
remember
these elders are getting fed up, you know, maybe they want to see more women taking higher roles. I don't know.
When I was a little girl, it was all sisters in hats. They were all flappers in the 20s, and they were all anointed, and they'd all been Bible students, and they were all older sisters in hats.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe I'm that older sister in a hat now.
Yes, Jerry.
I mean, it was
I agree
with to do.
Even in the 80s and 90s, like I remember, you know, it was all sisters in old hats, and it was like brothers in dusty suits, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
With their souls worn out because they were running probably sound cars and billboards that when I was born, they were probably 80 something years old or 90.
Yeah, I knew him. Knew him well.
Yeah, I think that the way people present themselves too, but nobody said anything cool or mean to me. Everybody was very friendly and nice. Even when I left, a few brothers shook my hand. But like I said, the only real interaction I had was somebody that I already knew, which, makes sense. But looking back now, I think I should have been a little friendlier. I was kind of like, I got to go, but nice seeing you guys. And I gave them a hug, and it was nice to see you. But I should have probably sat there and spoke to them for a little bit. Just because I'm not a believer anymore doesn't take away the fact that that I love those people still. It was just, I think it's so awkward being in the Kingdom Hall and around all that, and even partaking, I had so much stress and anxiety. I just really wanted to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
I just that's the only way I could describe it. I don't know if I'm going to go to Memorial next year, but the only sole reason why I do it is two reasons. One is to get the Memorial partaker numbers up, which in my theory, if it goes up high enough one day, they're going to have to get rid of it, because if it keeps going up at the rate it is, in 10 years, we're going to be at 144,000 partakers. So they're running out of time really quick,
Now, the one brother that gave the closing prayer, though.
In 2010, it was like 14,000. And, we're in 2025, like 2015, I think it was like a little over 10,000 and something. And we're probably going to push over 24,000 this year. But I mean, what are they going to say if they're reporting there's over 144,000 people that are partaking? Because that's only what's going to happen. And if you
I see your point.
Calculate numbers, I've already spoke to this with Rick, and I got to come up with a report someday for Rick. But I've already at some point I calculated that if you just read the Proclaimer's book, it's easy to prove that there's been over 100,000, almost 500,000 people that were in the organization that have partook since Russell's day.
There's a YouTube that does the math, and the math doesn't wash. So I'm hearing you. I understand what you're saying exactly. Now, there was a young black brother that did the closing prayer. And that closing prayer sounded like when I was a little child. It was like old school witness. And he even said that Jesus was our Redeemer. And so maybe there's some old school people in this group.
Well, yeah.
I don't know who came up and patted me there on the back, but maybe it was somebody that was old school.
But Pixie, my brother-in-law, he used to be a circuit overseer, and he's confided in Jesse that he believes that Jesus Christ, is God, and not God, but like God the Son. But he understands all that stuff. And
mediator, redeemer, yeah.
And he knows there's a conflict. So yeah, I agree with what you just said. There's a lot of people who still believe in Jesus Christ in the Jehovah's Witness religion, and they're struggling.
Exactly.
Well, I guess you know that that King Charles went to meet with the Pope of Rome.
Yes.
Or is going to very soon, and they want to revamp the world's religions to be more inclusive and maybe streamlined a bit. So I could see all of them kind of having Jesus 101, maybe Trinity, Jesus 101, kind of basic, and just keep the different buildings or something. I don't know. That's just, I'm trying to figure that out. But I think we will see some news of what King Charles is going to say to the Pope and what the Pope is going to say to the King.
Correct. Yeah, that's so crazy.
But that sermon, it's like, well, if you take and if you're not worthy of partaking, you'll be like Korah, and there'll be an earthquake under your feet. So they put like a stop sign in their sermon.
Yeah.
Hey, Pixie, I think that they probably give like there's probably got to be like 2 outlines or something for the memorial, because you were saying in the talk they were talking about Korah and them.
Did you have that?
No, in mine, because I've heard that one in the past, but in the talk that they delivered where I was at the memorial, what they were talking about was something of being invited to a marriage feast. Have you ever heard that one?
We got that tonight too. That we had that at the beginning. Yes, that was part of the sermon.
Yeah, and they were talking about how it's like being invited there, but the sole focus on the thing is the bride and the groom, which is they want to put it is 144,000 in Jesus,
Well,
and how
I've
you
been
wouldn't want
celibate for so long that if I'm married to Jesus, that's fine too.
You wouldn't want to spoil this marriage feast, but I did tonight, and I guess you did.
I felt right there with it. I was fine with it, with me on every level.
How did you feel about it? Because when I first partook the first time, it was awkward, and I did it at my own congregation, and some of the elders see me. I thought they were going to come.
Oh, you are at your own congregation tonight?
That was last year. I didn't hear anything from them. And Pixie, when I did, I felt literally, because I'm still a Christian, and as a Christian, I felt liberated, because I've gone to other churches and I've done communion and other stuff. I've been baptized in another church. But I think, I don't know if you said it earlier, this is like the last chapter in the witness, us letting that go. But that was my last, the last voyage, if you go there and partake, that's it. Like you can't do much more without actually crashing a memorial or that, which I think is a little bit rude. But at best, you can just go there and partake, and that pretty much spoils their memorial celebration, because they're telling you don't do this, but Jesus tells you to do this. So who am I going to follow? These men on stage that have no scriptural proof to tell you not to partake it? Or am I going to do what Jesus says? Well, I'm going to do what Jesus says.
Do not put your trust in earthly men, for whom there is no salvation.
Yes. And when you do that, you can see on the man that hands you the bread and the wine that he's going to have to report you. And you're going to be a statistic now, a distinct statistic as a memorial partaker. And I think that that's beautiful. And another thing that I like about it is because,
go marching in.
And Pixie, it shows the other witnesses there that it's okay. I'm just Jerry. I'm JP. I'm nobody. I'm just a no good sinner like you. And I can do this because Jesus shed his life and his blood for us. Oh, and he's telling us, he's asking, he said, keep doing this in remembrance of me. And if I can do this, why can't you? So that's why I go and do it. I usually sit. I'm very faithful and discreet. Like I said, when I partake, I'm very quiet about it. I make a spectacle of myself and that. But people do notice around you. And I think it does show them, like, it's okay. You can do this. If Jerry can do it, I'm good for nothing sinner. If I can do this in front of you guys, which is embarrassing, if you go to a normal church, they don't say anything.
Because they're all doing it.
Yeah, but to go there, it takes a little bit, I would say, of bravery.
It took quite a bit of moxie. It did.
Humility, because they purposely make it hard to do, and uncomfortable, Pixie. It's all by design, you know?
In the meeting, they said, in the scripture, when it says, take, eat, they took take and eat out of the scripture. They didn't read the full scripture.
They just want to pass it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He broke it, passed it around, but they don't say he eat it.
But he said, take, eat. And he said it in the Greek, and it's there.
Yes.
But I did it for little me. I did it for that little witness girl.
Now, how did you feel after you took it for the first time?
I felt very
great.
good
I
because
felt closer to the Lord, and I explained, exactly how I was doing it to show other people that it's okay. But how did you feel?
Well, you see, my father would sit next to me, and I can still see him, and I can still see me. I'm about 7 or 8. And I remember him saying, take it. And I remember the chalice of wine was so big, I thought I would spill it on my party dress. So even before I knew really the difference between the 144,000 and the great crowd, like some of these old Bible students, he was wanting me to have this.
Mm-hmm.
So right before they passed the emblems, as I said earlier on the show, what scripture did they read from the stage but my father's favorite scripture of that we are adopted into this? So I felt no hesitation at all, even though my dad's been gone 20 years. I think my Heavenly Father was reading me that scripture in a way.
Mm-hmm.
So I did, and I took it, and I lifted it up, and then I took a sip, and I took a big sip.
Yep, and they have pretty good wine, huh?
It was good. It was a little dry. I think the Episcopals have better wine.
Yeah. They had Manischewitz at mine. No, I'm just kidding.
Manischewitz is always good. You know that Manischewitz blackberry is delicious. Next time you're at the store, get that.
But that was a joke for all you wine people know that's a joke. But yeah, for all of you that are not winos, you didn't get it.
Oh, geez, I love it.
Seriously, that $5 blackberry Manischewitz, so good after dinner.
Isn't it delicious? It is.
With wine jokes, man.
It's a poor man's wine. It's a poor man's wine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But it's.
Well, I'm glad you went. Pixie, and I'm glad I went too.
I'm glad.
And I don't know.
I had a wonderful evening, and I feel sad because these people are voting for another incarnation on planet Earth, in my opinion.
Yeah. That doesn't exist. It was invented in 1935.
Well, yes, it was, but to me it always sounded a little bit like Hinduism, that we're supposed to come back in a physical body again.
And I didn't know, Pixie, that because I was doing a little.
Uh-oh.
What happened? Do we lose you, Jerry?
No, I'm gone.
No, we lost.
No, we can hear you, Pixie. We lost Jerry.
Jerry's gone. Okay. Watchtower found him and punished him.
Hey guys. I think I'm gonna let you all go, but does anyone want to stay on the show, keep it going, or what do you guys want to do? It's just because
I'm up.
When I talked to Rick this morning, I didn't sleep that night before. I hadn't slept yet. This cold has just been kicking my ass, or flu, and
you need a hot
and I called Rick. I called Rick this morning, and I said, "Hey man, I'm not feeling good, but I'm getting better. I think I can do the show today." And I hadn't slept yet, and I'm like, "So yeah, it'll be all right, but I'll be coughing, hacking, and sneezing, whatever." But I finally slept at 11 a.m. and then I woke up around 5 p.m. and man, I did not feel better. And I just haven't felt good since. It's still all in my head. I think women handle sickness better than men. We're all the big babies. You girls are so used to your periods and everything.
And a soft pillow.
Yeah, I'm just I'm still not feeling 100%, but I'm glad I came on tonight. it was a good show, and it was good to have Jerry on and give us insight. And you, Pixie, as well. What was happening in the memorial tonight? But good night, everybody, and I love you all. Thank you for putting up
Good
with me.
night. I'll stay on with Gilbert and anybody else that wants to.
Yeah, cool. And Penny
Yeah.
Hoskins, you asked a question a long time ago, earlier today or this evening, and then you asked how many people have like their own channels. Gigi's got his own channel. I have my channel through Rick, and then Ruby Quinn has her own channel, and the other girl that was on, Audrey, she has her own channel too. I don't think she's as active on it, but she definitely puts videos out. But yeah, so that answers some questions, and thank you everyone for hanging out with me tonight. I love you. I love you guys. I really do. Everyone that we see every week, it really has become a family, and I appreciate you all. Take care, everyone. And Gigi,
Get
if
well
you
soon.
one more thing to Gigi, if you got some time tomorrow, man, give me a call. We'll talk.
Okay, I charge on Sunday.
Oh, you talk on Sunday. All right, then call me on Monday.
Okay.
Good night, everyone.
All right.
Good night.
Yeah.
What were you
Good
saying?
night, Eric. Good night, Eric.
Yeah. So Pixie, it's just you and me, and Susan's in the
I
background.
know. I've been waiting for this moment.
Yes.
So what were you going to say, dear?
No, nothing. But we do also have Susan in the background. I could hear her.
I know it's Susan. It's so brilliant.
Yeah.
I'm here. No, I'm not brilliant, but I'm willing to listen.
Can you guys hear me?
There he
Yeah.
is.
Oh, cool. I'm here too.
Okay. So what were you saying, Jerry, before you got lost?
I think I was asking Pixie something about the memorial. No, I was going to say, Pixie, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was going to say, so you were raised as a witness like myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in all of your years, even such as the years that you haven't been a believing witness in that, this was the first time that you went to a memorial and partook.
Yes.
Yeah, so what I was saying before Eric had to leave and other stuff was, I think, at least for myself, I don't know if you feel the same way, that this was kind of like a closing chapter in some sorts, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Something
for me
that
it
I
was, yes.
defy as being an ex-witness. Like I said, I don't know if I'll go to Memorial next year. I don't know if it's necessary. I mostly wanted to go for 6 screens and give a little bit of a report, but other than that, I partook, and I did it last year, so I killed that demon or that thing that was always. I was always so scared to partake, and I was always so fascinated with the old people, like you said, with the hats on, old men with the bow ties and dusty suits.
Yes.
That were giving big giant watchtowers, like, the size, like 12 by 15 size watchtowers.
Yeah.
And golden ages, and those people are all dead and gone. But I used to be fascinated and watch them partake at the memorial. But yeah, for us to partake in that, I mean, for me, like I said it earlier, it's telling people it's okay to partake. It's telling my brothers and sisters, the Jehovah's Witnesses, because I love Jehovah's Witnesses. I just have a problem with the organization and the leadership.
I hear
But
you.
all of them, I consider them brothers and sisters. I mean, I have a huge amount of my family in there, even my mom. So I love them. I just feel that they're lost and misled. So by me going there, it's showing them it's okay. Like I said earlier, I'm just Jerry. Or JP. I'm just a sinner like you. You can do this. And also, it kicks up the numbers in the next annual report for partakers.
Yeah.
Therefore, it proves Watchtower to be a false prophet, and They have a bunk interpretation of the Bible, which they always have had 100% of the time of their existence since the late 1870s. They just can't get it right. But by us going there and partake, if all of us apostates would just go there and just show up to the moment, take 1 hour out of your year just to go there and partake, it shows them, hey, you guys aren't going to take away what Jesus promised us. This blood and wine isn't going to be like Gigi and his brother were bringing out. This is like a sacrifice to an idol. I believe it is. If that whole blood and wine goes to that entire kingdom hall, and at the end of the night, those brothers dump the wine down the sink and throw away the bread in the trash, which I was responsible before because even though I wasn't never a ministerial servant, at one time they used me as a parking lot attendant before, and then I also did some stuff as a usher. Like, I wouldn't call it an usher, but I was an attendant seating people and stuff at the memorial. So I've been involved in that. But I remember one year me and this other brother, we were closing it up, and we, at the end of the night, it was after we had the last memorial. We had to make sure everybody was gone. We folded up all the extra chairs. That's when a lot of people used to go to the memorial. We folded up all the extra chairs. We put them away, and then I remember we dumped the wine down the sink in the bathroom, and then we threw away the bread. And that's how they do it, at the end of the night. So I think if just one person goes to any kingdom hall and partakes, it breaks that spell of showing that that's something sacrificed to idols, which is Jehovah, the God of Watchtower. And it has nothing to do with Jesus. That's why they want you to reject it. So when you go there and partake, I think it makes that blood and wine pure, and it actually, you break that spell, and it irritates the society and the demons that are running the Watchtower Society and that congregation, because now they have to report, this one man came and he partook, and the numbers are going to go up, and it's making us look more ridiculous in our interpretation of the 144,000. It plays a big role. So you, Pixie, and me, we had a big role tonight in proving Watchtower as false prophets.
Yes.
Well, I have questions now about their teaching of the Last Judgment. I think they have the Last Judgment in the wrong place. And I don't really care if I reign over anyone, but if there's an afterlife, I would like to have the upgrade. I don't want the Motel 6 if I can have the Hilton.
Hey, that's funny that you say that, Pixie, because sometimes I'll joke around even when I pray, and I do it out of respect. But I'll give you an example. One time I remember praying, and I said, "Thank you," because I finally figured it out that I applied for the job, but you gave it to Jesus to be the judge. And I was joking when I was praying, but I told God that I don't want this thing about wanting to be a judge now and all that stuff that they teach you at the churches. That is so far and distant from me. I'm like, that's the last thing I want. And that's, I think, one of the great things I've learned from being an ex-Jehovah's Witness is I don't want the power. Remember, like George Washington, he wanted to give up the power. And they're like, you must be crazy.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You just do your job, and then you want to go home.
Yeah. But if there is another realm,
yes,
I would maybe want to go there as an afterlife. I really, if I can get Buddhist or Hindu for 5 minutes, there's a whole thing, well, is this your last lifetime?
No.
I kind of feel like maybe this is.
Well, you know what else? Because
I've had a lot of physical struggles, and I don't really want to come back in a physical body if I could come back in a higher realm of consciousness.
Well, let me tell you how it works. This is how I believe it's real simple. Because keep it simple, sweetheart. Yes, but it's real simple. Everything on planet Earth is a microcosm of something greater in heaven. So I'll give you an example. Uh,
Yeah.
Jesus and the Father, the Son. Well, you get married, and now you have children, so you kind of get an insight as to God and Jesus, right? Because you're a husband and a wife. And so it's not the exact same thing, but you can kind of relate, having children and extended family. And so everything in creation is just a copy of something that's even greater. So this is what I tell people. A lot of our Christian brothers and sisters think that when they die, they're going to go to straight to Harvard. And I'm like, no, we're on planet Earth. This is preschool. When we die,
Yeah.
we're going to go to kindergarten. We're not going to go to Harvard. We're just going to kindergarten. And when I look at it that way, life that way, I'm not worried about after I die. I'm not worried. I know I'm going to go to the next grade. And because the universe is huge. The universe is huge.
It is.
And so why would the arrogance to think that after I die, because I eat the bread and the wine, that I'm going to somehow go outside of the known physical universe and I'm going to be hanging around people that are billions upon billions of years old. Like, no, I know my place in the cosmos. And so I have that peace of mind and you don't worry anymore. You don't, and I don't need to judge anybody anymore. It's a humbling experience that I've learned leaving the Jehovah's Witnesses.
The Bible says we don't know what we'll be like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's going to be good.
What I was going to say about memorial, it's kind of weird because when you partake, growing up as Jehovah's Witnesses, we went through the struggle every day. Oh, don't salute the flag. And we were always kind of stood out at class assemblies, whatever, whether we went to a ball game, whatever, for the national anthem. And you to stand out and be different and be like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. That's what the example that they always give. But when you go there, Pixie, like me, and you partake, you almost feel like the same thing, like different, like you're not saluting the flag.
Yeah.
But you're standing up for
you're
the flag.
Different again.
You know what I mean?
Different again. Yeah.
Yeah, and like you're Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, like I'm going to take the bread and the wine and nobody is. Like I'm going to stand up for Jesus and his sacrifice. And I'm going to be the Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in this kingdom hall. You know what I mean? And be different.
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt tonight. Because I went through the whole thing just like you as a witness growing up, not saluting the flag and not standing for the anthem, and you know what they say, being different. And when you go to the memorial, you put yourself in the same situation. It was almost like a flashback of my youth, like not.
But they taught us to be different, so here's what that is.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of have an attitude at times, and it's like, here's what it is. You taught it to me. Here it is.
Yes.
Yeah, but we have to have that positive, serious attitude, because this is, to me, partaking is a serious thing, especially in front of witnesses.
I was very serious about it, very much. But, I mean, other people's attitudes, it wasn't about them. It was about, do I want to relate to the Savior and me? It wasn't about them.
And I'm glad you enjoyed that. I'm sorry, Pixie, go ahead.
Oh, it's like, maybe this is the only lifetime I have. And if this is it, well, then I want to know what this is like. If I do have an afterlife, and this is this earthly life, and there's another life, well, then I want to know what this is about. There were several questions and several reasons for me tonight. There was the childhood little me. There was if this is my only life and I'm 67, well, maybe I want to sip because there might be an afterlife. There was, do I want a physical life on this planet again? This planet again? Well, maybe not. So I had all kinds of personal reasons in my being for doing that. It had nothing to do with the other 410 people there. It had nothing to do with the man on the platform giving the talk, sermon. It was strictly my spiritual life. And I looked around me and I saw a lot of people. I used to be all about the fashion show. I was the little skinny sister in the very high shoes. And there's a lot of those teen and 20-some sisters that are still there. I'm now the lady with the hat. Okay? I'm that sister now. So there was, okay, you move through life. I used to be the skinny sister in the shoes. Now I'm the sister that's wondering, is she anointed? There's a progression there too. But I looked around me and these people were having a fashion show. They were concerned with where they were going to eat after the meeting, which was wonderful. They were hugging each other. They were getting social. It was a social club. They were not there concerned about their personal relationship to Jesus the Christ. And that's what this is supposed to be.
Yes.
Okay? And I could get real philosophical. I can go back to James Fraser. I can talk about the myth of the dying God. I can talk about Dionysus versus Jesus. I can go pagan, Christian. I can do all that. But this was a personal meeting for me.
Yes.
Yeah. Good for you, Pixie. And then I was going to ask you too. You went to that gathering after.
Oh,
what was it like? I know you said it was a nice African food, but what were they talking about? Like the witnesses, were they talking about the New World, or was a lot of
it was a brand new 5-bedroom home. They had beautiful painting on the beautiful paint job on the wall, brand new kitchen. They had the tables set with some really nice. They were paper plates, but they looked like they were real plates, and they had the good plastic silverware, and they had tablecloths, and they had it like it was a restaurant in their house. They had tables in the living room. They had tables in the patio room, and you could sit down and eat. And they had steam tables in the kitchen. It was fantastic. And it was
It's because that's the only holiday that witnesses have, so they really go all out.
Yes, and it was African food. It was delicious, different rice and different chickens and salmon and different sauces, and you could have it as spicy as you want. It was all the food I like to have, and it was so nice. And I know the African sister, and then they put on some music, and there was a little brother there, a little witness brother. It's about 8 or 9, and he was getting kind of rowdy, so I said, well, let's go out on the dance floor, and I danced with him a little bit, and I said, now you got to dance with the partner a little bit, and then he calmed down a little bit, and he was laughing, and we were having a good time, and then I noticed everybody started dancing, because I was trained as a dancer, so I'm dancing with my plate.
You broke the ice,
and I broke the ice on the dance floor, and the African sisters were shaking their booty to this wonderful African beat music, and then we had some Motown, and then we had some more African music, and we had a splendid party. It was really nice.
That's cool. I'm glad you had a great time.
I did. And I can never top how nice it was, so I don't need to go back. But I like, if it's your last show on stage, if you're Tony Bennett, you want to go out in style, baby.
There you go. So did you know some of those people that you got invited to that party? You said you went there.
I did. I went with a nice couple that I've known for 20 years, and there was a brother there that really missed me and hugged me, and his wife hugged me, and they were people that I like, but nobody was really. Now he was talking about how the new system was going to be, and I said, well, yeah, and your family, you'll be with your family again someday, because he had a lot of loss, and I've had a lot of loss.
Yeah.
But mostly people were dancing and eating. They weren't having too many deep conversations. And then I talked to this one brother about a house, and I said, well, there's some little houses that are affordable near me, and rather than rent, if you could afford that, there won't be. They're building so many huge houses here. There's not going to be too many little houses left. So we talked a little about that. And then this one sister, she was all grown up and looking glamorous. And I said, that she looked beautiful and that she had a nice conversation with that brother. Maybe they went well together. I kind of teased her about that a little bit. But it was nobody was really talking anything spiritual or deep about anything. It's hugging and a social club, and everybody wanted to take pictures with everybody else. And I don't really understand what that's about either. But I guess they were happy to see their friends.
It's just modern times, the social media age. Those people want to post it on Instagram and all that,
Yeah.
you know. But
yeah.
I'm glad you had a good time. Beautiful.
Well, I had a wonderful time. But back in the old days, like you say, with the brothers that had the bow ties and the sisters that had the hats, we would at dinners we would talk about deep things.
Yeah, but they're no longer
speculating on scripture or anything. No. No.
The only ones that are partaking are these mentally ill, unstable people that are influenced by reading the Bible without Watchtower influence, and they.
Well, they know how stable I am because these people know me, so I don't think I'll get any criticism from it. And like I said, I don't think I'm going back next Sunday either, so it doesn't matter to me. I didn't do it for them.
Yeah, that's good. I'm happy for you. I'm really glad that you.
I've given so much to other people. I've written stories for the public. I did hospice for my family. I've done for others. For the rest of my days, I'm going to do for me.
Yeah, you know what, Pixie?
I understand.
Something that he said that was really interesting is, and you agreed with it. When you eat from the bread and the wine, like as an ex-Jehovah's Witness, it does feel, it did for me anyways, like a chapter, like you close a book. Like I just finished reading this book and you're ready to close it. And that was a great feeling.
Yeah.
Like, okay, it's done, I can move on now. And so even if you're not like a devout Christian, whatever, I would recommend, like if you're an ex-Jehovah's Witness, eat from the bread and the wine, and you'll be pleasantly surprised how it like something just comes over you, and you're just like, I'm done, I'm ready to move on to the next book, to the next chapter. It's a beautiful feeling.
That's how it felt. But now I have an Episcopal church very close to me. It's very old and very beautiful. And if I want to go there and I want to have bread and wine, I can walk to that one.
Yes.
And and so, and I feel like we can do a lot of Bible reading at home if we want to have Christianity.
Correct.
And I'm still reading lots of things. I'm looking at this Ethiopian Bible now that's in paperback, and I love archaeology, and I've looked at all the major religions. I spent many years, when other students were in the bar, I was in the library in the religion section. That was my happy place in college. So I've looked at a lot of these issues, but then, as I say, there's our personal relationship with God is totally away from any intellectual pursuit we might have.
Correct.
Yes.
But this Ethiopian Bible in paperback, to me, is very interesting. And when I was talking to another ex-witness brother, he's very much into religion and Christianity. And it looks like this very early Ethiopian Bible had a Trinity taught. And we know about the Council of Nicaea, where they fought each other with knives on the table to determine the nature of the Christ. That was real Christian of them. But they did. They had a knife fight on the table. But we think, well, that's the first mention of the Trinity. Well, no, it isn't, because if we look at these Ethiopian manuscripts, they were actually trying to debunk the Trinity at the Council of Nicaea. So some of what the witnesses are telling us is opposite, like the sermon, the talk a week ago that preceded the memorial. This guy got the Joshua story all wrong, and he was trying to say, it wasn't Joshua. It was that prophet that they had Greek fire, and there was the Canaanites, and there was the other prophet, and Modern Marvels on TV, Mythbusters on TV proved that they had Greek fire. And he gives this talk, and he's totally opposite. And he says, well, they had the Most High God, and the pagans must have had a little magic drawer somewhere. And I thought, he has been to the magic shop. He has been to Tannen's Magic Shop in New York, and I know what he means when he says a little drawer. And so they will twist what archaeologists agree upon. They'll twist it to suit their narrative.
Oh, they'll twist archaeology, church history, all that.
Yeah. And I'm just not that person.
And I think church history is a part of archaeology because it shows what the predecessors of the apostles were doing at that time, and there were direct contemporaries with them, like they worked directly with them, you know.
Yeah, and there's huge holes in history. There's a huge hole before we get to Christianity and Rome, and then in the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages were probably 1,000 years shorter. I mean, you go through and you're like, well, what did they do before that? And then, like, before 1820, from 1770 to 1820, it's kind of murky. I mean, there's all kinds of parts of history where it's like either they burned a library or somebody stopped writing about history, or they got somebody winning the wrong battle. I mean, history gets real interesting.
Yeah, I think church history is the most interesting, like even the Council of Nicaea and that, where you had Arius brought forth. That's where Arianism comes from, and which Jehovah's Witness are the modern day Arians.
Yeah,
it's not Arian like with a Y, but I. So it's not.
Yeah, he was a writer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was a Greek man. He was a writer, philosopher, and he was the first. Not the first one, but one of the first ones in early church history that did present the the beliefs that witnesses had that Jesus was a created being. And during that council, Arius he was condemned and pretty much kicked out of the church, but he was one of the few people, that actually confronted the church at that time that didn't get condemned to death, or he wasn't crucified or burned at a stake or something. So Arius ended up losing his life. But yeah, church history is fascinating because once the last of the apostles died, you had these the true church of Christ, the Christians, and then you had your converted Jews, which were Judaizers, and they had to learn how to leave, the old Sabbath and the laws, which for a few hundred years, even to this day, like you have the Adventists that they're like the Judaizers of back then, of the early church history in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century. And then you had the Greek influence of Greeks that were converted to Christianity, but you had all these people that were putting in their influence. So you had these Greek philosophers and coming in, and Gnostics and stuff. So
and we don't know what was in the Library of Alexandria.
No, it's very sad, But
that movie is on Prime right now.
It's kind of like the Mayan calendars, or the Mayan writings and calendars. There's only a few books that are left, but I mean, the Spanish destroyed a lot of their stuff. But I think somewhere, I would like to believe that somewhere in those rainforests and those ruins that are buried under things, that there's those writings. And I think eventually, some of the writings in Alexandria, I think, Pixie, that they're all just buried in sand or underneath forests or foliage, somewhere in the Middle East.
Well, that's why I want to read this paperback Ethiopian Bible that has just been put in a form where the people can afford to know it.
Can you buy that on eBay?
You can buy it on Amazon
or something
at a reasonable price.
And what do you find that's
I haven't done it yet, but it's got the book of.
I've heard the Ethiopian Bible, but I read like the ESV, the King James, NIV, obviously the New World Translation.
Got the book of Enoch.
Oh, so the Apocrypha?
It's got Jubilees.
Pixie, the book of Enoch will open your eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is amazing. And just read it with an open heart. It is amazing. It helped me understand the entire Bible.
Well, that's the trend right now. People are getting this paperback Ethiopian Bible. It's the hottest thing now in religious studies, and it's just interesting. And so they're finding stuff all the time, you know.
So Pixie, that has the Old Testament, New Testament, and then it also has the Apocrypha included in it.
It's got a different Apocrypha because.
Like, does it have the Maccabees? I know you said it has.
I haven't purchased it yet. It's still in my cart at Amazon. It will be arriving soon.
Okay. You have to let me know. I'm really interested in that Bible because I do like.
Go to Amazon and look. And the other thing too, the movie on Prime is called Agora, and it is about Hypatia and the Library of Alexandria. And it's a beautiful movie, and I'm going to be watching that this week, too. Get my new TV set up. That's the first thing I'm going to watch, called Agora.
Yeah, because I'm a Protestant Christian, evangelical faith, but since I left Watchtower, but I do not only value and study the 66 books of the Bible, the 39 of the Old Testament and the 27 in the New Testament, but I also I do value the Apocrypha and that, which I do find in you know, some of the Protestant groups and stuff, they don't pay too much attention to them, but I do, and there's a lot of people in the Protestant too that do pay attention to it and do study them and read them like I do too. So I'm kind of in that category where
I think you want
to
see this movie about
old King James version, you know, type of guy. Like I read all versions of the Bible,
right?
And I do look at all things, but that's kind of me personally as a Christian. That's kind of where I am. I'm a Protestant evangelical Christian.
I think you want to see this movie Agora about what happened in Alexandria, because it's a beautiful movie that I've tried to find for years, and now that it's on Prime, it's it's just going to come right to my TV at no extra cost.
What's the name of it, Pixie? I'm gonna jot it down real quick.
Agora, 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 Agora. And it's about the burning of the Library of Alexandria, and it's about Hypatia. And she was beautiful, and she was brilliant, and why the library was burned, and they've recreated the ancient world for you. And I think it's a must-see for anyone interested in Middle Eastern history and what happened.
You said Agora.
Agora, and it's on Amazon Prime.
I can find that on YouTube, and I'll just put Alexandria Library.
Yeah, but if you have Amazon Prime, they've got this movie on there.
Okay. Yeah, it might be something I have to see on Amazon.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Pixie.
Anyway, it's always the history they kept from us is always so interesting.
Well, yeah, even as Watchtower writes, or how we formerly were, everything in history was distorted and lied and offset. Like, I didn't know that if you look in, and I think I got this from XJW Jane Doe or something, but if you look in the Insight book in the scriptures, they're not only wrong about 607, but if you look from they have a timeline of the kings of Israel, but from Josiah on, if you look at the timeline that they have in the Insight book and you look in history books, or even if you Google it, the whole timeline of the regnal years or whatever from King Josiah all the way on, it's all off by 20 years.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And that's even in the book, and I didn't even know that. So,
well, they weren't very accurate when they had the Insight book, and when they talk about comparative religions like paganism and all, they got most of their information from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So they're very accurate. They know who these Canaanite gods were and things. They know what the ancient world was doing, but they don't even have that book for the people anymore. They have dumbed it down so much.
No, I agree. Even when Raymond Franz wrote the Aid to Bible Understanding and stuff, they went to a lot of libraries and went to a lot of professors and stuff just trying to prove the 607 date, and they were unable to do it, so they had to come up with an excuse and stuff to dismiss that date, or instead of proving it, they had to kind of prove how the people that were showing that it was factual were they had to kind of undermine them. I don't even know how to put it. It was so shady. And even Raymond Franz knew it. And he said they went to every library in New York City, which we know they have some of the best ones.
They do.
They talked to all the top historians, archaeologists, the rabbis of the Jewish faith, who really, the Jewish faith, they know their history to the T, like everything.
Oh, yeah. Two of your greatest sources, that Jewish encyclopedia's got about 20 volumes, and the Catholic encyclopedia's got about 20 volumes. And both of those sources, they tell everything straight.
Yeah, so Raymond Franz is kind of disillusioned. He's like, there's nothing that we can do to write this article in this chronology article, which is the longest one in the Bible, Aid Understanding, and we cannot back this up. So they had to, and he still, he wrote about it in his book, how he had to kind of cut corners or whatever with this article and dismiss certain things to make it seem plausible, but he knew later at the end that it was, I don't know if we've all read his book, but a lot of us have.
Mm-hmm.
And there's other ones, like the one from Olafson, the Gentile Times Reconsidered, where he goes really deep into the astral archaeological stuff, which is indisputable. Yeah, I mean, what are you going to lie about the stars and all these things that happen? So, yeah, I don't know where we're going with this conversation, but I know that that's one thing that did help wake me up,
Yeah. Well, again, I think a lot of people, they're in it because they've been in the club so long and they've grown old in the club, and it's all they know, and it's their social, and it's their friends.
It's their life, Pixie.
Yes, it's their life. And that's what I really saw tonight was some of the older members that I've known since I moved down here, and they were getting hugs and they were getting smiles and they get their picture, and it's the only social. I mean, it's very, very hard to move and change your social group. And so once you get a nice social group, you kind of want to stay there. But I was always about truth.
It's tough coming from the witnesses because literally, even when I was growing up, we're always amped up on the memorial because me, it wasn't always a memorial because it was Christ's death. It was like, I'm talking when I was a little kid, we're always looking forward to, we're going to go to brother and sister's house and we're going to have a nice, gathering and stuff. And and witnesses can get down on a good gathering, but they just choose not to. They just choose to do the Passover or, people do either Passover or resurrection. Because even where I go to church, they don't even call it Easter because even the pastor, he knows it's a little some pagan stuff from there. So he's like, we're going to have a Sunday resurrection service. It's not Easter service, but they have it like that. And they don't have eggs at my church and stuff. But if people want to do that, they're not going to disfellowship them, or they're not going to look down. But where I go, the pastor recognizes that this is about the resurrection, and has nothing to do with Easter. So where I go to church, they have a Sunday night Easter service. They have a resurrection service, and they do that. And if people, yeah, and if some people want to have their kids and they want to do egg stuff after, that's fine. Like I said, nobody's going to disfellowship and nobody's going to look down on that. But we all consciously know, which is beautiful, we know that it's pagan.
Lots of things are pagan.
Like the whole world doesn't know what's
going on. The whole world is a pagan world. Pagan existed before Christianity. And there's a lot of moral people that are pagan. The law of Hammurabi is before the Ten Commandments. So you can be a moral person with good family values, and you don't have to go to church. You know?
If witnesses don't recognize is that everything in their insight book came from history books, archaeological Bible commentaries. Yes, it came some of their own ideas, obviously, but everything that they've ever used and done has been stolen and used all the way back from the time of C.T. Russell, when, we all know he was born as a Presbyterian. He used some of their beliefs, and then he became, involved with the Adventists. And then there's some Masonic stuff there, which is kind of hidden. We don't know exactly how he got there. It's not confirmed that he was actually a Mason, but there's so much stuff that was there. You can't.
And he had a haberdashery, and we're always the best dressed people in the room. I still think he's keeping the haberdasheries in business.
That was one thing. And, Pixie, we got a religion that was started from a guy that sold a clothing store.
Yeah, so, and we're still dressing, It's like we dress. Everybody else is in jeans and T-shirts.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I always got a kick out of that. But the other thing you mentioned about Resurrection Sunday, the Witnesses had a Watchtower, and the art department has never lied to you. They had a beautiful cover of the Resurrection with the women at the site. And for about 5 minutes, the Witnesses had this resurrection cover. They were talking about the early Colosseum, the theater in ancient Rome, how urban it was. They were really teaching about first century Christianity and that women had a role. And I thought, this is really cool. I think I could go back to this. And then they quit it. But I remember this beautiful Watchtower cover of the Resurrection with the women being at the site, the first ones there. And I thought, wow, this is really, the women are included. Well, the Witnesses, it's like Jesus died and he's dead. And where are those miracles? I'm getting really excited because Jim Caviezel is going to be in the part 2 of Mel Gibson's movie, and they're going to do a resurrection movie with special effects, and it's going to be fantastic. The coolest part of the Bible, my dad loved all those miracles. You know the part where Thomas is there, and then he's got the breakfast at the beach, and all the things that happened? The Witnesses never tell you about that. I guess that's it.
No, it's not. It's pretty interesting.
Are you still there?
I don't know where JP's at.
I don't know.
He probably wants to get a drink, or to get some more.
But we don't get a resurrection as Jehovah's Witnesses. They talk about the last judgment resurrection, but what about Jesus' resurrection?
That's true. They're always talking about their resurrection too, huh? We're going to be resurrected.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, gee, all those miracles and breakfast at the beach and stuff. I mean, that was cool.
Yeah, that was
So I feel like they've really shortchanged that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that breakfast at the beach is a very beautiful story.
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah. And one of it is, see, they went back to the fishing business, and
Yeah.
and in that passage, I checked with Bible Hub. The Watchtower has it right on it compared to other Bibles. See, because and Jesse and I, we always talk about this. We always fight about it, but in John, the last chapter of John, when Peter jumps off the boat and the fishes are there, Jesus asks him, "Do you love me more than these?" And he says, "Yes, I love you." And that's when he asks him 3 times. But if you go to the Bible Hub, Jesus asks him, "Do you have agape for me?" And then Peter says, "Yes, I have philia for you." Philia. If you look it up on Bible Hub and you read it that way, and so Jesus asks him, "Yeah, do you have agape for me?" And then Peter says, "Yeah, I have philia for you." And then the 3rd time Jesus says, "Do you have philia for me?" And then Peter is struck in the heart because Jesus asked the 3rd time. But it doesn't say that Jesus twisted the word. He used a different word. And so, see, Peter knew that he did have tender affection, like the brotherly love for Jesus, but he didn't love him like God-like love, the agape. And
Right.
So that's what, so when you read it in the BibleHub.com, and most people think Peter got hurt because Jesus asked him 3 times. But if you read it in an interlinear translation, it's obvious that he got hurt because Jesus changed the word. And in English, we always use the same word, love, 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 love. But in Greek, there's like 4 different words that are translated.
There's like 8 kinds. There's 7 or 8 kinds.
Correct. But I think in Bible it's like 4. Like you have erotic love. You have
because eros is not in the Bible.
Correct. So that's a beautiful story. So Peter knew he had to work. He had work to do.
Right.
Yeah. And I remember the old. I don't know if the new one, but the old Jehovah's Witness Bible would reflect that. And I remember hearing that a few times in a couple classes that we took, like an elder class or something, and that was one. The other one I was telling a friend of mine is that one thing I learned at the Jehovah's Witness, one of the elder school. I remember a guy told us. He goes, "Listen," he goes, when a person sins, there's 2 different types. Jesus says when the soul is willing but the flesh is weak. He goes, most people when they sin are just weak. And it's very rare that you're going to encounter an evil person. Most people just sin because they're weak. They make a physical mistake and they're weak in the flesh. But there's other people that are evil and rotten to the core. And I never so when Peter, remember, fell asleep, Jesus says, the soul is willing, but the flesh is weak. So Jesus forgives people for the weakness of being a human being. But there's other people that are not weak. Judas Iscariot was wide awake. All of the other apostles were asleep.
Yeah.
But Judas Iscariot was wide awake because he was evil, man. He was up to something no good. And that was the point that we learned. I remember in that class that you have to know the difference between a weak person and a evil person. And so when you judge them as an elder, right, you take that into consideration. And so why we're disfellowshipping so many people was beyond me. Most, because when you think
mostly it's a moment of weakness. Yeah.
Yeah, everything's
I
Can you guys
always been
still
a
hear me?
strong person. Yeah, you're back.
Okay, sorry. My mom just got home from the memorial. She went to a little gathering for the witnesses. So
Oh, good.
yeah, it was nice. She's very
You had
happy.
some
So
food. Good.
oh, she had a lot of food. It was really nice. So I was glad to hear that.
That's good. Everybody needs to be fed. That's good.
Yeah, I was telling her about the brother that spilled the wine at the memorial. She was like, "Wow, really? That happened?" I was like, "Yeah." She's like, because she's 80 something. She's like, "I've been a witness for 50 some years. I've never seen that happen." I said, "Yeah, it happened tonight." Have you ever seen that happen, Pixie?
No, it sounds like something out of a movie.
Pixie, he went up on the table and there was the bread and wine and they had a floral arrangement on the table and he picked up the wine and knocked over the floral arrangement and it. Oh, I felt so bad for that brother because he's going to get grilled, you know?
Oh, yeah, yeah. But see, it seems like every moment they don't want you partaking. You know, I noticed that several years in a row now, where I really couldn't help but once you see it, you can't unsee it.
After I took the bread, so I was like, man, did this put like a bad spirit in the room? Like, these guys can't get it together. Like, oh, somebody ate the bread. Like, my God.
Yeah, yeah.
It was weird, but they pulled it off. I just thought it was funny, like, you know, seeing the brothers. when I was leaving, they were washing the table cover in the bathroom in the sink, trying to get the wine out of there.
So they needed salt to get the wine out of a tablecloth. Most people don't know that.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know, Pixie. I was just sitting there like, I was actually trying to get on 6 screens to like walk to the plate and the clapping so hard. I was like, I gotta get the hell out of here.
Well, Gilbert and I were talking about Jesus' resurrection and how the witnesses write that out. And I can't wait to see the Jim Caviezel movie where they do the resurrection.
Yeah. You know what's sad, Pixie, is that poor brother's probably going to be in the parking lot next year. They're like, where's the parking lot service, brother?
Poor guy.
You know, I've said that before, and it was the same thing like at the convention. I forgot to mention that earlier. And that goes to show you, I've mentioned it before, like in a show, it goes to show you how much control that the Watchtower has over you. Literally, because if I go to a convention undercover for Rick, where I go to the memorial now, from the time you get there, there's like a parking lot attendant directing you there.
Yeah.
Oh, we lost him again.
Yeah.
Now, do you know why there's a parking lot? Well, he says that we lost Jerry, but he was saying how Watchtower has a new protocol. It's not the same Watchtower where from the moment you get there, they're watching you. There's a whole bunch of people like spying on you. Like, oh, she, he's a new person, and they have all of their eyes on you. You know why that is, right? Do you know why Watchtower is always on you from the moment you get there?
Why?
Well, because back in the day, there was a guy named Zeb, and I participated in it too. And we crashed Kingdom Halls, but Zeb was a master at it. And remember, he would just go up on stage and start giving a prayer, and he would crash the Kingdom Hall. And so everybody started doing it, even in other countries. People would just go to the Kingdom Hall and just crash it. And so literally Watchtower had to change everything. Even their legal aspect. They would say, your invitation has been revoked, because they were trying to tell you and be there. You're like, hold on. This is an open meeting, open to the public. So the police officers will be like, you guys, your invitation says it's open to the public. So Watchtower's new invitations do not say open to the public. because because the apostates they put the Watchtower on defense. So that's what the apostates did is they changed the how the game is played. So that's why when you go to the Kingdom
Yeah,
Hall, when you go to the Kingdom Hall, that's why there's security everywhere.
I kind of felt like I wanted to change how the game was played tonight.
Mm-hmm.
If there was any ego in it at all, there might have been a little bit of that.
Yeah. As long as you don't
But
make
like I said, the lady I didn't want to see, she came up and hugged me, and she says, "I didn't think I'd ever see you again." And as she was hugging me, I thought, is she picking my pocket?
Yes.
I mean, she like overreacted to my being there. And then this one brother, so-called, who, my sweetie was an attorney, and he said, please don't associate with that gentleman and his wife because he's not a gentleman.
Yeah.
And so I didn't. And when I had the comment last week at the Kingdom Hall, he was up at the podium and he acted like really shocked that I was even present.
Oh no.
But ever since I was a small child, I have this ability, and I don't know if it's Holy Spirit or just my personality or just the fact that I'm living on earth, but little delicate me has this presence sometimes. And he acted like he was scared of me from the podium.
No way.
Like, why is she here? And I'm kind of scared that she's back.
That's the feeling you get?
And yeah, and so he came up to me and he's like something about, well, I hope you know what forgiveness is or something like that. And I'm like, well, yeah. But I'm thinking to myself, well, it may not be toward you.
Yes. So you felt like he was. You felt that he was afraid of you?
I think he's kinda, because this guy, he's a bad dude. He's not a person that should be trusted, and he's in a position of trust.
Okay.
And I know, but I mean, I'm not going to change his path. His karma will catch up with him.
Okay. Well, let me think. I might be able to help you with this because I learned this very young. I actually knew this in the 7th grade. Believe it or not, I remember it vividly. And there's one thing I've never forgotten is James 2:19. Do you believe there is one God? You do quite well. Even the demons believe and they tremble. So what happens is you go through life knowing you see the same thing happen over and over again, and you don't connect the dots, but one day you do. And what happens is you come to find out that we are spirits living in a material world, like the song says. We're spirits living in a material world.
Yeah.
And so when a positive spirit like you enters and there's negative spirit like that guy, something's just not right. Something's just not right. And he wants to get away from you and you want to get away from him. But you don't know what it is. But as you get older, you realize that's exactly what it is. That you're not a human being, you really are a spirit. And your spirit is FM radio and his is AM. And it's making that noise,
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like that woman and this man came up to me because I would have just ignored them because they were not worth my time.
Yeah.
And they came up to me trying to make nice back to me.
Right.
And I just was like, pleasantry. That was it. But I wasn't going to be warm to them. I'm not going to be their victim.
Correct.
And they just couldn't stand it. And both of them made an attempt to get within my sphere.
Mm-hmm. So that's the point. So whenever you have these feelings, and I hate to go Star Wars on you, but in Star Wars, that's what they would. Darth Vader says, I feel a presence that I have a feeling that I haven't felt in a long time, and that was the presence of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like
that's me.
Yeah, that's you.
That's me.
That's you. See, and when that guy saw you, the spirits are colliding, and it's just you just learn this with age. It's just something that you learn with age, and I
Yeah,
was.
but why did he want to get next to me? Because I didn't want to get next to him.
Mhm.
He wanted me to validate him, and I wasn't doing it.
Yeah.
And then again,
Control.
I don't know who was patting me.
Yeah, that thing is
Somebody
wrong.
came up and patted me on the back.
Yeah, this that touchy feely stuff. I know, like in the English congregation, we were in the Spanish, and it's just we just knew, hey, don't touch sisters, and we were always suspicious of
It
guys.
wasn't in a sexual way. It felt like he was trying to pull energy out of me.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't sexual, I know, but it's still wrong. Like
Yeah.
if you don't know a woman, you have no business touching her.
No,
I don't
no.
touch a
You
woman
get
that
a
I don't.
little handshake.
Exactly, that's it.
You
And
get a little Spanish gracious handshake.
when you look back in
That I
time,
understand.
every time you think of an elder that like disappeared because he did something dirty, he was the touchy feely
Yeah.
elder. You're like, oh, now it all
Yep.
makes
Yep.
sense. Now it all makes sense.
Yeah. And it was so funny because the sister, I was just walking past her, and it's like she stopped there and I couldn't get past her, and she hugged me, and then rather than say it's good to see you, she says, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
Wow, what a
And I'm like, you phrased that in an interesting way.
I know.
So I did. I was walking into their clubhouse, but it was the Holiday Inn, and it was 411 people. But I was walking into their clubhouse, and they couldn't stand it.
No, they couldn't.
See, I was going to ask you, when you were at the memorial, did they, the people you were riding with, did they direct you in your parking of where to park, or did they just let you park freely?
Oh no, they had more than enough parking attendants.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Too many.
And then another
That's why
interesting thing I saw, there was
control.
a man there dressed casually, which is fine by me. We're all humans. But there was another man I saw dressed casually, and his posture, God bless him, it looked like maybe he'd spent a lot of time in jail. Because he had his hands clasped in front of him, and he wasn't very well dressed. And I thought, well, shouldn't he have a police officer or a minder or something with him? So I don't know if he left the service to go back to a jail, or he just was in jail so long that it was mentally imprinted and physically imprinted on his posture. To me, that was something I'd never experienced. Even as a journalist, I had never seen anyone in the hallway with that posture that wasn't in a jail.
Oh wow.
So that was different.
Yeah, I was just wondering, but my point, what I was gonna say is, I think that just a parking arrangement, and I never noticed this before until I woke up. But whether you go to a convention, a regional convention, or the memorial, you learn right there that this organization is in control of everything that you do, from how you dress to what you do to even how they park you.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go to a Dodger game or something, they'll have some cones that will direct you. But once you get past that cones, I mean, the parking lot is free for wherever you want to park, whether you want to park right there or get closer. And they understand that people know that once you get so close into the ballpark, that people know what to do themselves. And I think that just this whole aspect, and I've been part of the parking arrangement and a parking attendant for the society before for different arrangements. And to me, it's just, that's where they start their control over your life. Is they're showing you park here, park here, park here. No, you go over there.
A brilliant point that I never thought of, because I thought maybe they were using the parking committee to be like, start out the younger ones before they get to be elders. Like they got their little boys club and they're learning to give direction and they're learning to work as a team or something. I never looked at it from that point of view. Point of view is so interesting.
But you see, Jerry,
You
Jerry,
can never go to a society function without them telling you the exact parking spot that they want you to park in.
Jerry,
Yeah.
Jerry,
There's
you
no
missed it.
church
Jerry,
or even going to a ball game, like I said, where they tell you you're to be in this parking spot.
Jerry, you
That's
missed
where the
the
control starts.
your phone
Go ahead,
dropped.
Dee. Sorry.
Your phone dropped, and you didn't hear it. The reason Watchtower's doing that, and they're doing everything, and they're sitting next to you when you go into one of their meetings. The reason for the heightened security is because of a guy by the name of Zeb, and then a lot of other of us. We crashed Kingdom Halls. So we crash Kingdom Halls, we crash conventions. This is why Watchtower doesn't have open air conventions. We fly airplanes over them. So this is so the apostates have changed the game. The apostates have put Watchtower on defensive mode. And this is why you see Watchtower do what they do. This is why they lock the doors. And I told Pixie when your phone got off, this is why the invitations that Watchtower gives you does not say open to the public. Because when they would call the police, the apostates would show the police, I'm here because this is open to the public. You can't do anything. Now they say your invitation has been revoked. You see, that's why you're seeing everything. The apostates won, and we've even forgot that we won. We changed Watchtower.
Yeah.
Rick
Yeah,
Farron crashed.
we did.
Yeah, Rick Farron crashed Watchtower many times, and they're not the same organization because of people like Rick Farron and
No,
others. Mhm.
quite so.
Yeah.
Well, I just thought it was very strange that this man who, again, my legal counsel said don't socialize. I just thought it was strange that this man knew my name both at the previous meeting and this one. When I don't remember his full name. I know who he is, but I don't remember his first name. But he knew I was there. He called me out from the stage, like when I went to answer the question from the Watchtower, you know. But it was like with surprise.
He remembered your name. Wow.
Because he didn't want me around him. And then I had 3 people come up to me and said, "Oh, you're the one that had the comment at the Watchtower meeting last week. It was so good." Mm-hmm. It's like, well, it's in the Bible. I mean,
well, no, it's good because
I mean, it wasn't.
It was good.
It wasn't a quadratic equation or anything.
No, it was good because it was not robotic, and they're so used to hearing robotic answers to questions. And so, when you answered, it really was like completely different. Like, what? Nobody answers like this with their own, like she must be a thinking person. Yeah, we don't have thinking.
It's like I don't need to be in kindergarten again. There's so many reasons I don't need to be there.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what happened. They're not used to hearing somebody like an apostate. They're not used to hearing it, so it doesn't jive. This is why I keep telling you with that Bible text. Do you believe there's one God? You do quite well. Even the demons believe it; they tremble. We're spirits. We're not human. We're spirits, and so that spirit is like, I've never heard an AM radio wave. They're on FM. You're on AM. It's foreign. They're like, I've never heard of common sense. It sounds delicious. What is this? Yeah. Yeah. That's the
but, and God bless every one of them because they're good people.
Yeah.
Most of them. But they seem so carnal. They're going there because they dress up to go there, and they're going there because they feel like they have to go there. I really think that most of them miss the Jesus message entirely by design. And then I have compassion, and I wonder, Well, how many of them were born in and they want to get out? Or how many of them were born in and they know the real message of the Bible and they're there because their families are there? I mean, it's like they don't talk to each other about these things.
They don't. And my
That
brother
was the other thing that I've always known that I really noticed tonight.
Yeah. Well, my brother Jesse says that, we not in Arizona, it doesn't happen. It never gets cold. But over there where you're from, it's customary to go to a hall and take off your jacket and you check it at the door. They give you a check for your jacket, right? So
Sure.
Jehovah's Witnesses go to the Kingdom Hall and they literally check their brain at the door. They keep their jacket
I
on,
believe it. I do.
but
Yeah.
they check their brain at the door, and
Yeah.
that's
They
that's
do.
where the problem is. So do you remember? I don't know if you ever watched. Did you watch MASH? Because we grew up watching MASH.
Oh, yes.
So there's a scene in MASH
Very
where
much.
he places a bet and he tells them, I bet you I can go to the mess tent naked, butt naked, and not one person will notice. Everyone here is a zombie. So they place the bet and he's walking through the mess tent and he's butt naked, Alan Alda, and not one person notices it. But then just one person notices and drops their plate, and then everybody sees that he's naked. But the point was made that everybody was in a zombie mode. Everybody was in a zombie mode, and
Yeah.
that's the Jehovah's Witnesses. They're like they're like walking zombies, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. And I just can't sit there anymore. I just can't.
mm-mm.
And I
Yeah.
have no reason to now.
In California, there was a Winchell's donut place. Back east, they had the Dunkin' Donuts, but
Hmm.
the Winchell's donut, the guy would wake up. He's like a middle-aged heavyweight guy. He would wake up at 2 a.m, and you see him in the restroom, and he goes, "Time to make the
To make
donuts."
the donuts. I remember that.
Yeah, time to make the donuts, and that's the Jehovah's Witnesses. They it's time to go to the meeting. There's
Yeah. Yeah.
it's yeah.
And the people that I rode with, I know them really, really well. And she told me 15 years ago that she was an atheist. And now she's looking up scriptures and she's socialized 3 times longer than we did. And she just loves it. And she has all these friends and stuff. So that's wonderful that she's, found religion, but
Yeah.
it's a social club. I really saw it tonight in ways that I'd never seen it before.
Yeah, it's a social club, but it's like my favorite line in Casablanca, and he goes, "You wouldn't blame me, would you, Rick, for the business I do?" He goes, "I don't mind, you know, uh, he doesn't mind somebody making money." He goes, but he goes, "At a price, Bugatti, at a price." Like, I mean, this is extortion what he was charging, because he was charging people to get out of the country. So yes, you have friends. I'm a Jehovah's Witness. I have friends. Yeah, but it comes at a price, man. And the apostates are saying, I can't pay that price. It's a price too high. And
exactly right.
Yeah. So that's the difference between the apostates and the Jehovah's Witnesses, is that we just won't pay that price. It's just too expensive.
There's a hilarious line in Francois Truffaut's Day for Night.
Uh-huh.
And the script girl comes up to the director, played by Truffaut, and she says, "Who do I have to sleep with to get off of this picture?"
See, why can't they have Academy Awards the best line, of the year? That's a good one.
Yeah. And so it's like you want to get out of there, but it's like, no, you're obligated. You have to come back next Sunday. The guy says, "Well, you're going to come back next Sunday, right?" And I'm like, well, I'm thinking, isn't that like what a Baptist preacher would say?
Oh my gosh. Now that's funny. Who do I have to sleep with? And that's Hollywood,
To
man.
get off the movie, right?
Yeah, that's so Hollywood, man.
Yeah,
Funny.
yeah. Not on the movie, off the movie.
Yeah. So yeah, that describes our Jehovah's Witness friends. Yeah, we just
So what do I have to do to not come back here? And that's what I'm working on, because my ride is so wonderful, and they'll call me. They'll say, "Well, you want to go this Sunday, don't you?" And I'm like, "Well, I guess not."
yeah, and I can't go because I have physical convulsions, like a Tourette syndrome type thing.
Yeah, I think I will. I think my Tourette's is coming back. I really do. I got neurological issues anyway, so maybe I don't want demon possession again.
Yeah, there's something. Yeah, something happens. I start convulsing. I start shaking. And
Yeah.
it's scary. I can't control it. And my brother Jesse would play good cop, bad cop with before he came out as an apostate. But they would say, what's wrong with Gilbert? He would say, you know what? I can't control him. He becomes like a totally different person. But he was just, and they were like freaking, like Gilbert's whack, and. But yeah, I would physically have like contortions. My body would just be like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, and, yeah.
So
I could not go back to.
So we just let them have what they have. I cannot change this organization. If this organization does change because of something I've said or done, great.
Yeah.
But it's a huge corporation. I'm powerless. They're going to do what they're going to do, but that doesn't mean that I can't do what I'm going to do, because I have a life. So I'm just going to lead my best life ever that doesn't involve them. It's really that simple.
Correct.
But they indoctrinated us from the time we were born. Oh, this handsome young brother, he says, "Oh, this is my first memorial." And so the elder says, "First one?" I said, "Well," I says, and he looks at me like, "Well, how many have you been to?" And I said, 67. And he's like, "What?" I said, 67.
Yeah.
So most of these people are converts.
Correct.
And they think they've got something great, so that's good. Just let them have it. I can't waste another moment of my life that I won't get back on this planet Earth in this lifetime worrying about them. I just can't.
Yeah. Now, see, Watchtower also knows.
It's nice. It's nice, Pixie, is actually is being awake and actually interacting with these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because these people are asleep and we're awake. And they're not dumb people. A lot of them are very intelligent, very nice people. It's just they've been deceived and misled, But I enjoy being around them, and I think they're very nice people. I just feel sorry for them.
Well,
not so much the governing body or the hierarchy of this organization, but, these people.
Except for a very small handful, I really don't enjoy some of them. And I need to be very careful that I'm not gullible or victimized or other words like that. I need to be very self-protective of myself. Because some of these people really tried to victimize my family and extort money and extort property. And I can forgive that, but I'm never going to forget it. And both of those people came up to me thinking like I was going to forgive them or something. Well, the Sufi might forgive, but he doesn't forget. That doesn't make it okay what they did. And they know what they tried to do. They know my screen door was broken. They know they tried to get my mother to sign over the property. They know who they are.
Yeah.
But these are probably like these older JWs, like you said, Pixie.
These were criminal types. Both of these people are criminal types. And both of these people have been in and out of the criminal system at one time.
But you said you've seen one person that was there, but they're probably like a boomer or somebody that was trying to deceive your mom or take advantage of her?
Not try to. I mean, my mother gave her help.
Sure, yeah, they were actually.
They are extortionists. When I looked up both of these people on legal documentation, both of these people, this is not their first rodeo. This was not some, oh, well, the sister would ask for the property. Oh, well, the brothers broke the screen door. No, these people had what we call in the law malice.
Yeah.
Okay? These people are up to no good. And I want to be as far away from them emotionally, spiritually, and physically as possible. And I'm not going to make nice to them. At one time, I would have made nice to people that were wicked to me. I don't do that anymore. I'm a grown-up. Grown-ups don't do that. Grown-ups have boundaries.
Hey, you know what?
This person that was trying to extort your mom was there tonight, but they're probably pretty old now, huh?
Well, she had to take care of her mother. I liked her mother very much, but that's a strange karma that now she's taking care of her aged mother. And these people had more than we had, but she's not giving up any of her property to the Watchtower Bible and Tract.
Correct.
Yeah, what's interesting though is you have a bunch of people like these that went to the same memorial, like these Gen X or Gen Zs that have no clue about the shiftiness or the shadiness.
Oh, they don't.
That they're trying to pull on your mother.
They don't.
That's what interests me is all these young people think it's, we're just, we do relief work and we're all this. It's like you have no clue how many people they've swindled out of their property when they're dying.
That's it. They have no clue about it. They have no clue about the insurance scams where they'll break your windows and insist that you give them the policy and the window is a hole in your house for 20 years. There was only one company that could fix that door, and I did not give the man my insurance policy. I said, I'm going to find the company that can fix that door, and I did. But in this county, there weren't 15 different contractors. He never could have fixed that door. He's acting like he's going to fix the door and I'm going to pay him. No, it didn't work that way. And I had enough background in flipping houses that I knew that it wasn't going to work that way. See, because I'm kind of delicate physically, they think I'm stupid. Okay?
Tracy, you probably should have hired a brother. No, I'm just kidding. Hire a brother. Hey,
that's what they were trying to get me to do. That's what they were trying to get me to do. See, they think women don't know anything. And they think, oh, that poor, delicate, pretty little sister, she's right picking there for a con job. Well, they don't know who they're dealing with.
Right. So,
it's too smart of a cookie. When
I'm
you go
a smart cookie. I don't crumble. That's it.
Yeah, when you're dealing with somebody smart, a governing body, you kind of can't get it.
You know how women's like a cup of tea. Put a tea bag in hot water, it just gets stronger.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's like a cup of strong tea that gets stronger.
That's it. So
with age,
Yeah, but see, they think, oh, poor little sister. Yeah, well, he was fraidy cat rabbit around me, and that's just great. Just let him feel that feeling. Yeah. See, that's the thing. When people are not immaculate in their behavior, they know what they do.
Well, see, Pixie, what you have to understand is that Watchtower has a business model that over 100 years ago, the circus, Barnum and Bailey, what is the name of that circus? Barnum and
Barnum and Bailey. There's one born every minute.
But see, it's more than just a slogan; it's the truth. And when you understand that it really is the truth, they're telling you. Evil people tell you what they're doing, up front. And the business model of the Watchtower is the same as the circus. That we don't care if you leave; we'll actually kick you out because we're going to recycle you because there's another sucker that we can. Yeah, and that's their business model. It's a business model.
Well, see, I just say to that, I've been kicked out of better places.
Yeah, exactly.
But see, the ego of these people, the two con artists thought that I was there to see them. They have no concept that maybe I was there with God and the Christ, because they have no concept of God and the Christ. I think maybe they're there just to con people.
And
You know?
you know how you know which Jehovah's Witnesses are like that? They're the transient ones. The Jehovah's Witness religion is filled with transient people. And for proof, all you have to do is go to a Kingdom Hall that you used to go to, and 50% of the people, 50% or more, will not know who you are because they're transient. They're always moving from city to city to city. And those are the Jehovah's Witnesses that you need to be careful, because when you talk about that, they're the leeches or whatever, that's what they have in common. They jump from city to city to city. Those are the dangerous Jehovah's Witnesses. Like your circuit overseers jumping from city. I'm telling you, man, it's these things are not coincidences.
Oh no. Mm-hmm. Well, again, I can certainly read my Bible at home. I can have nice dinner party at home. I can have bread and wine at home. I can do whatever I want to do in my home, and it's just so much nicer than having to sit in a hard chair and dress up and all. I mean, it's really, we don't need to do all that.
No.
But this Ethiopian Bible is very interesting in the paperback form now. I'm going to be ordering that, and it's never been in a paperback form that the people could read before around the world. So
you can give us a book report.
I'm going to do that, but it'd probably take me a few months to really look at that. I think that's going to be some deep material.
Yeah, because that's what Rick is doing now. How you hear him? We got a book report.
I think that's good.
People are giving a book report
because so many people have left and written books and made movies and had podcasts. I mean, when I was young and walked out on a Thursday night and said I'm going to college, I thought I was the only person that had ever left the Witnesses.
Wow.
And now there's so many of us, and there's so many really great people that have left.
Yeah, well, the prophet, it was Elijah, told God, please open up my servant's eyes so he can see that there are more of us than there are of them. There's more ex-Jehovah's Witnesses than there are. Yeah, the numbers are on our side. So when Watchtower is over here talking about numbers, like, no. They know we have the numbers. Just everyone is minding their business and living their life. But the numbers are on our side. Math, you can't mess around with math. It's just statistically true. There are more ex-Jehovah's Witnesses than there are current Jehovah's Witnesses. And Watchtower knows it, and there's a that they're not scared, but it's a healthy fear. They know that they know that they know the tables can turn on them. So yeah, it's
well, everything is changing daily now. And I'm concerned. I have people call me that are saying, well, like certain people that can work in the United States and even people that have green cards to work and all, they're afraid. But we've got things going on that I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. And, Washington, D.C. with federal workers being laid off, and that's never happened before like that.
No, it's we're living in different times.
So I don't know. We are. And if you have an interest in some topic, it's like you better get the book now, or you better get some Better get some cornmeal and some salt and some different items, cans of milk and things like that. I mean, we're not used to thinking that way.
No, we're not. No, we're not. But there's
So we just
there's a
have to.
there's a podcaster that Patrick Bet-David, and his claim to fame is his slogan is the future looks bright, and he agrees with everything you just said, but he tries to tell himself, no, the future looks bright, the future looks bright, like he wants to maintain that positive attitude about
I
it.
think that's important.
Yeah.
I think it's important. I'm retired, so I don't have to worry about it. But the younger people, they can hardly afford the rents.
Correct. Well,
And
when they were talking, when Ricky was talking about that, about the houses, my first house, I bought it for $52,000, 3 bedroom, 2 bath, but it was a small home, 3 bedroom, 2 bath, $52,000, and so yeah, young kids can't. But here's the thing: the market will always correct, and there's going to be another correction. The problem is everybody wants the market to correct, but on somebody else. Like correct over there, don't correct over here. So
right.
it's painful. Yeah, because it's painful. A market correction is very painful, and nobody wants to go through it. But it market corrections is like gravity. There's nothing a human can do to stop it, and when it's going to happen, we don't know. But at the end of the day, every time it does happen, it's for the better. It it's like a forest fire. It has to
Well,
happen.
I'm looking at the economy of, because my parents were in the Dust Bowl and then went to Washington, and how they really suffered in the Great Depression,
Yes.
especially living where they did with the 7-year drought and everything. And when you look at the economy, they don't really teach this. When I took economics, there was a chart in my book that was really good. I wish I still had the chart. The chart was better than the teacher. So if you look at when FDR was in, and when all this 7-year drought happened, and there was a small depression before there was the so-called Great Depression and the crash of 29, and then how many years that went on, and then there was Pearl Harbor and World War II. Okay? But the economy, because we're taught, well, after World War II, the economy improved. When you really look at the economy chart, it was several years after World War II before the economy really got good. Because you and I lived through the age of chrome cars and, big stoves and all that.
Because the war ended in 1945. So you're describing 45 to the 50s.
Maybe 45 to 55, really.
Yeah.
Okay. It didn't really boom in terms of greatness until about 55 or 58.
Yeah.
So really, that generation was still kind of living like they did in the 30s. Maybe they had a little more steak or something, but the people were still kind of scrimping and living very simply, which is fine. It's a good way to live.
Yes.
But to expect the economy to immediately, for the pendulum to immediately be a quick swing, it won't be.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't.
And you and I, we knew that generation, so we'll be okay. But these young people, they don't have the patience. They don't have patience if they can't get it now, and if something is not available, they're going to have meltdowns. The snowflakes will have a meltdown.
Yes, because listen, I've talked to people about this subject, and I said, listen, I go, has there ever been a day in your life that you have not had food to eat or something over your head to protect you from the elements at nighttime when you sleep? And the answer is always no, unless you self-inflicted harm on yourself in America. But here's the point. Um, the evidence is overwhelming that God is always taking care of us. He's one step ahead of us. But going back to what you said, the problem is that a lot of people, like you said, they can't wrap their brains around it, and they start to panic. And so a lot of the suffering is self-induced because you weren't educated to teach yourself that, hey, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. I can get through this. Instead, they run into panic mode. And I blame the religions because they have done, I'll use the phrase, they're derelict of their duty in preparing and educating the people. And that's one of my problems I always have with Watchtower, is that all of these subject matters that my brother Jesse and I talk about, it's Watchtower's derelict of duty because they want to be in charge of a religion. They want to call themselves pastors and elders and everything, but they don't do anything to prepare people for the calamity. And that's what the ministers should do. That's the job of the preachers. They're supposed to prepare the people. And so a lot of our suffering.
See, that's where Bible reading is really good.
Yeah.
I understand now at 67 why my parents were Bible readers.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people, that was the only book they had. They weren't well read as I am. Mm-hmm. Some of my father's relatives were. My grandfather on my mother's side, he was when he was young. But when they hit hard times, they didn't have money for books. They didn't have money for much of anything. But they had a Bible.
Correct. And you know what? Speaking of the Bible, those people, I was listening to these economists, real good guys. I call them apostates because they're never on NBC. They're never on Fox. They're not allowed to because they give the contrarian view. And these guys were saying that the greatest investors are dead men and women. And they go, "What do you mean by that?" He goes, "Well, we found out in our study that men and women all throughout the United States that would invest money and they would just leave it alone. They wouldn't touch it. They ended up dying, and then the children and grandchildren would go during the will, right? And grandma and grandpa were millionaires. Why? Because they didn't touch their savings. The savings just sat there and collected interest and compounded, and they weren't greedy. They weren't always looking at their money or how to spend it. And that goes back to what you're saying about they were Bible readers. And the other thing too, a Bible reader, and I tell people this is where Watchtower did derelict of duty. King Solomon in Proverbs at the very beginning, he explains how the mafia works and how all evil institutions work, and how what he says is they all say, "Come, let's put all of our money in the same basket and we will share the loot." Well, that's what all of the Wall Street people say. "Hey, everybody come together and let's have a 401k. Let's have a pension. Let's have all this stuff, a mutual fund." They're putting all of their money in the same basket. But when the day comes, you come to find out that no, that's not a good, in the day of, like, right now in 2025, when the banks are having problems, you come to find out that that's not a good idea to have your money in these institutions. So they go, "Gilbert, what is the solution?" Well, King Solomon talked about it, where the basket, everyone has a basket, but that basket should be at home. So the lending advice that I get from the Bible is that you should have a bank, but that bank should be your home. You should be investing in your house. The money should be with you. There's ways to do it. And by doing that, it's who's going to protect your money more, you or some banker in Wall Street? And the evidence shows that over the centuries, over the millennia, people that took an interest in their own money and their own affairs, they're the ones that usually end up rich. Rich people, they use banks, they use the services, but at the end of the day, they're really their own bankers. They don't trust the bank.
I had a very rich man once tell me to use 2 banks.
Which one? Which one's that?
Hmm?
What are the 2 banks?
He was very wealthy, and he said, "Don't put all your money in the same bank."
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a given. Yeah. Robert Kiyosaki, he has lots of money, and I think he has over $1 billion in loans. Uh, but he has his money in, like, I don't know how many countries, because he buys gold, right?
Wow.
And he has money in
Mhm.
Switzerland, Australia, Japan. He has it everywhere. He goes, I don't trust anyone. And that's a healthy, because it's a health. And see, and so the point, a reason I'm bringing that up is because the Bible gives you practical, common sense stories and advice. And a lot of times when you talk to people about the Bible, they want to turn it into something religious, and you're like, it doesn't have to be that way. A lot of the
No.
great majority of the Bible is to help you make smart decisions while you're alive.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to have a religious connotation to it.
Right.
The great majority of it, yeah. Like Jesus, when he talks, the great majority of everything Jesus says is just common sense uh, advice, common sense words. It's not. Yeah, we turn it into a religion, and they by doing that, these religions empower themselves. But if you just read the
There
Bible,
was a paperback in the 60s. I remember seeing it, but I don't own it. It was a paperback called Without Marx or Jesus.
yes,
And they made a case in that book that Jesus was a rabble rouser.
yeah, yes,
The fact that he took on the scribes and Pharisees,
mhm,
that's really unheard of.
correct. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Yeah, I'd agree with you. Yeah, he was a
And then when you read, I went back and read the 4 Gospels, and there's a different Jesus in each one, in a way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you're getting a point of view from a different person. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
There's a movie about that, where they show an accident, like a car accident, from I think it's called Vantage Point, and but it just shows how, like, 7 different people see the same accident, but you're looking at it from different angles. So that's what you're talking about when you about Jesus. That those 4 Gospels are 4 different angles and 4 different perspectives from 4 different human beings. Yeah, but yeah, but yeah, because at the end of the day, we're going to go through some hard times. That's for sure. Everybody feels something, but uh, fear. I always tell, like, when Jesse and I, we do our videos, we talk about how fear is the path to the dark side. That's the Star Wars quote. Fear is the path.
Yes.
And a lot of
fear leads to anger, and anger leads to suffering.
Hate leads to suffering. And that's I think the bigger problem is that Watchtower and religion have not taught people to resist fear, resist anger, resist hate, because it's going to lead you. And rich people know this, and this is how they steal from the populace. Rich people capitalize on your fear. It's how they make money. They capitalize on
Scarcity. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'll give you a perfect example right now. For over a year, Warren Buffett. Everybody knows that he's been selling everything he has, and he's in a cash position. He has more cash than the Federal Reserve. Yeah, this guy.
Wow.
Yeah, he sold everything. He's on cash. So then last week, the stock market crashed, huge crash. Well, what was he
Oh yeah.
doing? He was buying because he has cash. So
Okay, so he's the guy that's going to buy low. Okay.
he's capitalizing on everybody's fear. He knew it was
Mm-hmm.
coming.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how rich people get rich. They capitalize on fear. And,
Yeah.
and this is where religion has, again, been derelict of duty. Because you can't be afraid, because there's no fear in love. What, there's no fear in love. You got to get rid of fear, because fear will be used against you and it'll kill you.
Well, what's
Yes,
really
please.
important is that the status quo on the ship of state remains level.
Mm-hmm.
We can't have the ship rocking too much.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's.
And you and I, we both like the Constitution so much.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we read history of 1700s, we're siding, when we read about France, of course, we're siding with the people, and Tom Paine was groovy and all that. But I read 400 pages on that era. I finally got a copy of Fire in the Minds of Men that cost less than $200. Because what they're doing on Amazon, if the book is too good, they're pricing it out of the market. Have you found that yet?
No.
Well, I found a $40 paperback and I got it and I read 400 pages.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we're all siding with Tom Paine and the USA and all that.
Yeah.
But the historic fact is over 1 million aristocrats lost their heads. That's kind of sad, and that's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people.
And that paints for us what an overthrow of that magnitude would look like. So just factor that in.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know how things will even out, but like you said, there's got to be a correction. Markets do that, societies do that, but then it has to even out.
It has to even out.
So, but I used to know. I don't have any answers to anything anymore, and this frightens even me.
Yeah. Well, I will
So
say. I will tell you one thing I've learned too, because in my investments, I have bet on the crash. I have put all of my money that there is going to be a market correction. So I'm like shorting the market, you would say, that I'm betting.
Oh,
that,
you know how to do that. Well, applause to you.
But
See,
not.
I don't.
But not in stocks and bonds. But I have put my money in a position where, if there is a huge market correction, I make out like a bandit. So, but the problem is this, and which I'm okay, and I'm just calm. But this is the problem. I find myself being like a Jehovah's Witness, in that I'm wanting the end to come. I'm like, and that, and 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 when you're a Jehovah's Witness and you're waiting for the end to come, or you're waiting for your stock, your monetary position to go, I'm at a standstill. I feel like because all of my life as a Jehovah's Witness, I felt like a dog. I used to pray and tell God, I feel like a dog in a chain. I want to run, but the chain keeps snapping me back. So I find that even though I took a position financially, I feel like a Jehovah's Witness because I'm stuck. Like I need Armageddon to show up for me to have a payday. And I'm
I
like,
hear what you're saying.
yeah. And so, and then I remember that famous line in the movie: "You better get busy living or get busy dying." And that's like, sometimes I think, man, maybe I made a good investment move, but a bad life move. Like, because like I feel like in my life I'm in chains. I've chained myself. I can't move to the left or to the right because my money is frozen. It's, you know, so
Well, try journaling about it and what your needs and wants are, and make like little lists a little bit for yourself, and kind of delve into what you desire for your future, and kind of scribble around with it a little bit.
yeah, because otherwise I'll be like a Jehovah's Witness. Uh, I'll wait for the new system to do this. It's like, no. It's not going to come. It's not. It's like, oh, actually, yesterday we had a show. We were live, and this one guy says, "Oh my God, he won." He had the comment of the day. His sister went to the 1958 convention of Jehovah's Witnesses, and she's still waiting. And she's still waiting on Jehovah. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, wow. I mean, if that doesn't take the cake.
Well,
at some point, man.
Well, there's people in the madhouse that are catatonic too. They do nothing but wait, right?
Yeah. So there has to be some kind of happy, like there has to be a balance in the universe. Too much waiting is not a good thing.
Yeah. No, it isn't. It isn't. You have to have some action. It has to be balanced. You have to say, what do I want? And you have to find a way to get there. And yeah.
And so,
and you can't make anybody love you.
No, you can't.
You know, that's something any tarot reader will tell you. You can't make anybody love you. Try as you might. The old saying, can't lead a horse to water. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Now,
you can only do so much where the other person is in the dynamic.
Now, I never heard that with a tarot reader, but I did hear that in that line that you said. It was on Aladdin, the movie with Robin
Can't make
Williams.
anybody love you.
Well, in Robin Williams, when he granted him the wishes, he says one of the conditions of the wish is I can't bring people back from the dead. The genie says that, and he goes, I can't make somebody fall in love with you. You know, that can't be a wish.
When was it? Was this in Aladdin?
Yeah, in the original Aladdin, and Robin Williams, when he plays Aladdin, he says that I can't make anybody fall in love with you. And
no.
And I always remembered that I can't make anyone fall in love with you. Not even God can make someone fall in love with you. Yeah. He won't go there.
No, you can be a lovable person. You can have attributes. You can be debt free. You can look great. You can have new clothes, but you're not responsible for how that other person sees you or reacts to you. That's coming from them.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And
I learned that because
you can have a boundary, or you can be warm and generous, but how they come across is them.
Yeah. I remember hearing it because
I think we're taught to blame ourselves. I don't know if it's just women or if it's being a witness or both, but we're taught like, oh, well, I didn't make a sale. I guess I better blame myself, because we're given that sales template for everything.
Correct. That's interesting. Yeah. Oh man, that's funny.
And we have to learn to give ourselves good messages, because I think the witness world, we're kicking ourselves all the time, and that we learn that if we were born in, we learn that very young. Oh, I didn't make that placement of that literature. Must be my fault. Whereas the truth was the householder just didn't want what you were selling.
That's all it was.
Yeah, that's all it was.
That's all it was. Yeah, but all those little things, yeah, they're still part of us. And like I said, with the way I invested my stuff, and I feel like, am I still? Now it may not be Armageddon, but it's still the same. You're waiting for, and you're waiting and waiting, and life is going by, and at some point, it's better not to wait and just take action.
That's correct. And what my mother thanked me for, she said, "Thank you for teaching me about the now."
Yeah.
That 60s hippie book, Be Here Now, that's a wonderful little book. Because really the now is all we have right now. And we can plan for the future and we can reminisce about the past, but it's right now is really the only reality we have. And you have to set goals from here, but you don't know how well you'll do, you know? You just have to live one day at a time, do the best you can every day.
Yes.
And people around us, whether it's the internet or the younger people, everything's become so complex. Those old school people, the World War II people, and if you had the privilege of knowing any people before the World War II people, which I did, they were almost Zen. You know, they had a table, the house was spotless, they maybe had 2 outfits to wear, they had good shoes, they had a comfortable place to sit in a warm bed, and they tried to keep the house clean and warm and everybody fed. They were living basic lives, but sometimes they were very eloquent lives too. You bring flowers into the kitchen, you play some music. You can have a very eloquent life on very little if you know how to live.
Okay. Yeah, I need you to talk to my girlfriend. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
She's high maintenance, huh?
No, she's amazing. But I have this conversation with her, and girls who do want, and girls are right. The girls deserve nice things, but if it's possible, if it's not possible, it's not possible. But yeah, if it is possible, then absolutely, a guy should bust his chops to get her the nice things. But at the end of the day, we also have to live in reality. But no, she's a realistic.
But you know what? You know what? When you're saying this, I'm thinking about how beautiful some of the women in my family were naturally so beautiful.
Yeah.
And the men appreciated this about them. They appreciated the natural beauty, grace, and talents that these women of long ago had.
Yes.
And when the man in the partnership really appreciates the woman, he's not going to want so much of the bling because she's going to be fulfilled from his appreciation of her as she is.
Correct. Yeah.
And that's a beautiful thing that we've almost lost. And that's how people did things for centuries, you know?
No, yeah, I agree with you. And yeah, we talk about that stuff a lot. So I'm very lucky. I'm very, very lucky.
Yeah.
But
well, she sounds good. I hope you're both very happy. I love to see partnerships.
Yeah.
And I love to see where people are at home enjoying good food and things that are really living well in our world today.
Yeah, because remember the saying, less
have
is
the
more.
best quality foods and the best quality events and things like that, you know?
Yeah, because remember, less is more. That's the saying we say a lot.
I really believe that. It's true.
Yeah, and you know what? There's a fight going on right now, and I've been watching this. It has to do with the tariffs, and the beautiful thing about the tariffs is that in the Republican side, it's divided in like 10, 20 different factions. All of the Republicans are yelling and screaming and fighting with each other. It's good, it's bad, and this, but it's good, it's healthy because everyone is bringing out good points. I'll give you an example. Some people are talking about, we need to have growth and this, and then other people are saying, wait a minute. Why are we going to have growth and we have growth, but there's some kid in China who's a slave labor, and the factory conditions are poisoning the land? And he goes, well, yeah, that's their problem.
Right.
And he goes, no, that air quality eventually ends up as acid rain in our country. So everybody's bringing up great points, is what I'm trying to say in the argument.
Right.
And
The thing I fear about that,
uh-huh.
because I had an uncle that worked in Detroit and in Michigan, and he did very well.
Yeah,
And the union wage in that region at one time, they had everything they could ever want.
correct.
When they bring back the factories to fuel the production, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think they're going to bring back the wage that matches it.
Well,
I think that the fat cats might want to bring back the sweatshop wage to go with the factory, and I think that would be terrible.
Some of the other arguments that people are making, and the problem is not, it is the wage, but it's also our currency has been devalued. We have a devalued currency. We're at the United States government has lost 99% of its value because gold is at $3,250 an ounce, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt had it at $35 an ounce. So when gold hits $3,500 an ounce, and we're almost there, we will have lost 100% of the value of the dollar because we just added two zeros to it. But the point is all of these people that are arguing. What you just said is one argument, and what I just said is another argument. And so the beautiful thing about the Republican Party is that they're not like Jehovah's Witnesses, where they're all like thinking like a cult religion. Everybody's having strong opinions. And when I'm listening to everybody, there's a lot of sense. Everyone's making a lot of sense in the arguments, even though they're heated debates, like with the tariff thing.
Right.
Because, are we going to address the fact that slave labor is being used in China? How can you compete? How can you have free trade? And how can you have free trade when their air is dirty? And how could you not care when that, or when, like, say for example, the Levi's and Wranglers, they go to another country and they dye the pants blue, but that dye is synthetic and it's destroying the rivers. Well, yeah, but that's happening in Bangladesh. Right. Yeah, but that fish that goes into the ocean is now sold over to the United States, and you're eating that fish as a thing called cancer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's we can't. Mm-hmm. So everyone is making great arguments, and I really do think things are going to work for the better. But I do agree with you; it's going to be put on.
I wish I had your optimism. I did a month ago, but I don't now.
I think it is, and I think so. It's I really do. I mean, when you hit the bottom of the barrel, there's only one way to go up.
That's true.
I really do think things will get better. Can they get worse? Yeah, but one of the great things that we're learning right now with the Great Awakening, with the internet, AI, more and more people are awakening to what the real problem is. Like we realize that we know that there's no war going on between Russia and Ukraine. It's between NATO and Russia. And we all know why they want Russia. They want to divide it up in 5-6 different countries because they got water, they got oil, they got minerals. That's all it is. And I learned this from watching Lawrence of Arabia, because at the very end of that movie, Lawrence of Arabia,
Yes.
It was all about you control the water, you're going to control the electricity. I'm going to be king, the religious leader. That's all it was. So
it's really true. They put a ruler on that map and drew lines where people never lived in those lines before.
Right. I remember the French.
That movie is
beautiful, huh?
Yeah, that movie is worth watching for sure.
You and I are like the people in the desert. We're all fighting for the cause. No, I'm a Republican. No, I'm a Democrat. But at the end of the day, they're sitting at the table. And they're saying you're going to control the oil. You're going to control the mining. You're going to control the water. They just
Yeah.
divided everything into pieces.
They got the ruler out and the pencil already.
Yeah, and
Yep.
you're gonna be the religious leader. It's just where you're giving and
So we just have to hold tight and have a happy day and do the best we can, and hope that coffee prices don't go too high, and life's good.
Yeah,
I hear you.
yeah. Coffee.
Well, it is late. I am going to go to sleep.
Me too. It's fun, Pixie. It's very fun, and we'll have to do this again and bring back those two other girls.
Well, we have to do it again. Well, you've restored my hope for the future this week, so have a good week.
Yeah, I will. The future looks bright. Bye-bye.
Okay, hey, thank you, Pixie. I'm glad you partake tonight. I'm glad we both got to partake tonight.
Yes, and we also got to stay up late like the old days on 6 screens.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Well, sleep well, and I'll see y'all next week on the radio.
Yeah, thanks for hosting this after Earth. I appreciate that. Good night, Pixie.
Sure. Good night.
God bless you. Bye.
Later, JP. We'll see you later. JP. Keep stacking. Keep stacking, babies.
Oh, dude, I'm buying silver tomorrow, maybe.
Silver's at 100 to 1, man. Look, the gold coin is $20 and the silver coin is $1. But it's trading at 100 to 1. 100 ounces of, so it's 5 times. So everything is wrong. The whole world is upside down. But there's going to be a market correction. It just put on your seatbelt and stay calm, and things will be fine. But I feel like a Jehovah's Witness, Jerry. I feel like my life is on hold for Armageddon. With silver and everything else. It's and so I'm like, dang, I left the Jehovah's Witness religion, but I'm still in a. And like Pixie says, you can't live that way. That's not life. You have to live. You have to get busy living or get busy. Yeah. And that's the hard part.
Once you do the org, you gotta stack silver like it's the last day.
You think? Yeah. Yeah, I have my share. I have some over here, some over there. It's all lucked up. I just make sure that
I buy at least 4 or 5 grams of silver every paycheck.
Oh wow. And I just make sure I hide everything in a private vault, the private companies. I don't trust like Wells Fargo and B of A. I hear horror stories about that. So
yeah.
But other than that, but at the end of the day, I always remember what Jesus says in Matthew 6. Don't worry. Don't worry. A lot of times we worry ourselves into and what's the purpose? If you stack gold, you stack silver, or you have money in real estate, whatever. What's the purpose? If you're not using your money to take care of your family, if you're just trying to get rich, then it's all vanity. There has to be a purpose for you to save everything. And that's what I hate about the Watchtower. And they didn't teach people, one, how to make money, and number two, the reason you have money is so you can be a Samaritan, a good Samaritan. You can have a purse, and you can help people. The good Samaritan was not poor; he had money. Watchtower never taught us that. So.
Hey, Gilbert, who do you think is going to bluff first in these terror wars?
Well, I told Jesse that what we're seeing in the world is Donald Trump. Usually, when you go to a fight in a boxing match, it's just 1-on-1. There's 2 people boxing. Donald Trump, for some reason, decided to fight with 100 countries in a boxing match, and so far he's winning. But he's playing chicken. He's playing a game of chicken with China, and he folded a little bit today. I think he's allowing cell phones and computers for Apple and others, to come, to come in without the tariffs. But him and China, they're both stubborn. It's I think they're I don't I think China and the United States are getting a divorce. It looks like we're getting a divorce from China. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, what is this going to do to us though?
Well, we're the children of a divorced parent.
I think we're going to be screwed for a while. If this really happens,
Mom and Dad are getting a
happening.
divorce.
It's not like it's going to happen. This is happening.
Mom and Dad are getting a divorce, and we're the children, and we're going to suffer. That's what's happening. Donald Trump is saying, "Hey, you're stealing our technology. You're not abiding by the treaties. You're not abiding by the rules. You're manipulating your currency," and the list goes on, and everybody knows it. You're sending us motors that are not made with copper, like they're supposed to be engineered. Just everything. The metal that comes out of China is pot metal.
Everything that's come out of China is just it's Gilbert. Excuse my language. It's what you would call cheap shit.
Yes, and so
That's what we use in the United States.
So there's a problem in the Republican Party with the libertarians like Ron Paul and others, and they think they live in a fantasy world where they go, it's free trade. Yeah, but the Chinese guy is 12 years old and he's the one making your Levi's. No, it's not a fair playing field. You cannot have imagine having a World Series, a baseball game, and the New York Yankees are playing the Little League Championship from no, that's not fair. And that's all Donald Trump is saying. And so this is way more complex than what we, than what we understand our pay grade. But in a nutshell,
And your average American.
Yeah. So what I think is Mom and Dad, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping, they're getting a divorce and they're not backing down, and we're going to pay. We are going to suffer as children. We're going to suffer. And it has to be. This divorce has to happen. It has to happen. We can't
it had to eventually, but I think China's growing bigger balls than they have, and they're going to go in on Taiwan, and then they're going to be like, "What you going to do?" And then we're going to have to figure that out.
Yeah, but y'all.
I don't think one American life is worth arguing over the island of Taiwan.
Yeah. Now look at this.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this what what people don't tell you, and this is why we always have to go to alternative information source. There's a word in China called Evergrande, and if anybody knows anything about Evergrande, it makes the 2008 housing crisis look like peanuts. It's huge, and they have problems. China has problems. Look at their dam, the big dam that they have. It's crooked. I mean, literally, like tens, if not 100 million people would die if that dam were to break. So China has problems. So Donald Trump knows this. The world knows this. Why is the world not jumping and joining China? Why is the world trying to make friends with Donald Trump? Because they also know that China isn't as strong as they say they are. And United States with our deficit isn't as strong as we think we are. So we all got problems. We all have baggage. But in this divorce, it has to happen. And don't think for a minute that China doesn't have baggage and they don't have problems. They're like the wife in the marriage. She's going to yell and scream. Yeah. And Donald Trump is like the guy. I'm not saying who's right. I'm not saying who's wrong. But Donald Trump is like the guy, and he's going to be quiet. and he's just gonna just draw the line in the sand. Who's gonna win? I don't know. But we're gonna suffer. I mean, come on. I mean, two avocados for $5 at the grocery store. And this is at a Mexican grocery store. Never seen such a thing.
Yeah.
Now we had the small avocados that were cheaper, but still, I'm feeling the effect, just in Mexican produce. But it's a good thing, At the end of the day, we have to consider everything a joy. It's going to work out, and the sun's still gonna come up tomorrow. But everything you do, you have to just like I think even the Bible talks about it. Like Pixie said that her coffee. Well, stock up on some coffee. You see a calamity coming.
Yeah.
What we need to do is remind all of our friends, hey, stock up.
We need to stack some silver.
Yeah, stack up. Or gold,
silver.
or not gold. Food. You can always stack up on something. And but we don't have to have a end of the world mentality, like the whole world's going to come to an end. We don't have to be afraid. But this is one of this. Well, I'm glad you're talking about.
I was going to ask you. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Notice how bad the world situation is right now, and Watchtower is not doing not one thing, to educate and help the 8 supposed million Jehovah's Witnesses to prepare for a possible financial calamity.
Yeah, they don't do good. Hey Gilbert, I was going to ask you about silver. You think the silver market's going to go up soon?
Well, again,
look at when I was listening to how gold is performing. I think it'll go up, but I think I know you're educated in this and all that, so I'm going to say to anybody that's listening to start stacking silver, right, Gilbert?
Well, yeah. I mean, just look at the coin itself. This is where Watchtower is not teaching people. If you look at the American.
No, Gilbert, I want you to explain why silver is so valuable. If not, I'll explain it. Go ahead.
Okay, because
I know you know how to explain it.
Well, the United States government, for since the beginning of the country, has minted a coin, a $20 gold coin. So $20 is 1 ounce of gold. Now, since the beginning of the country, the United States minted a silver dollar, $1. So it takes 20 silver dollars to convert to one $20 gold coin. So silver should be at 20 to 1, but right now it's at 100 to 1. Today it's at 100 to 1, which means the numbers don't lie. So you should
way underpriced. Right. Mm-hmm. That silver now is the only time to get it.
Everyone should be buying it.
Yeah, to me, Gilbert, this is like the last bastion of buying silver. Because after this, the market's going to go up. I even talked to my dealer, like you were talking with Jesse yesterday, and you guys were saying it's like, should probably be 20 to 1. The dealer, I think, is like 14 to 1. He was, I mean, I think it's way underpriced, but he was saying the minimum price for the spot of silver, he said, should be like $155 right now. Like no less. That should be like the minimal. And he looked at me, he told me, he was like, bro, you're getting silver for like $35 an ounce. He's like, I would get it right now.
Yeah. Well, when I
And
was
just like, well, he was telling me, he's like, look, he was like, because I went there and I sold some of my gold like 2 years ago when it was like 100 bucks. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, yes. And I went and I got a good profit for like a bracelet. And looking back now, I was like, wow, I could have got a lot more money. It's like, he told me, he was like, from 2020 to 2025, he said silver went from like 1,100 bucks to like 3,200 bucks. He's like, silver has to correct and do the same thing. And he's like, when it does, he's like, it's going to be well over 100 bucks. 150 something, 200 bucks.
This is why.
What do you think, Jesse?
This is why you need.
Sorry.
This is why you need to have silver. It's real simple. When I was a baby, Jimmy Carter was in office, the president. He just died, right? But Jimmy Carter, and there was a gasoline oil embargo, and so people would have to wait in long lines to get gasoline, and you can only get gasoline based off the last number of your license plate. So here's the thing. Imagine we have some kind of problem tomorrow, right? And they close the grocery stores. They say, hey, just everybody just calm down. We're going to close the store, but we need to revalue, refix things. Okay, that's fine. But let's say you walk into the gas station or you walk into the store and you say, hey, I got some silver and I want to buy gasoline. And the other guy says, I have this or I have that, a Visa, MasterCard or whatever. Who in a crisis scenario, who's going to get the gasoline? Who's going to be able to go to the grocery store? The guy that has the silver. Just plain and simple. So
yeah.
And a lot of people don't believe this because we've always lived in a country in the United States where there's a lot of prosperity. But if you look at the movie Casablanca, when people are trying to leave World War II Europe and going to Casablanca, Africa, trying to get on an airplane to the United States, what are they doing? They're selling their gold, they're selling their diamonds, because that's the only way they can get to the other side of the planet. And so, like if you were in Kabul, Afghanistan, that famous picture when they were leaving and everybody's chasing that airplane. If you were to get to the entrance where the sergeant is, and you shake the sergeant's hand and the sergeant feels like a gold coin, and you say, I need my wife and kids on that plane, your wife and kids are going to get on that plane. When Jesus was going to be killed by the king as a baby, God had given him gold and frankincense and myrrh, and they escaped to Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
So what did Joseph do with the gold? Well, he bought some tools and then he started working as a carpenter. See, so the gold and the silver is there to save your life. It's not to make you rich. It's not to be a Warren Buffett investor. It's just going to save your life in times of calamity or in times of need. Yeah, that's all. It's just and what it is a store of value. So what happens is, let's say for example you got paid $1,000 Friday and you bought silver. So that silver is like a battery pack that maintains its power. And so 2, 3, 4 years later, you still have all that electricity in that coin.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's just you're storing the labor that you did today, and you say, well, you know what? I don't need to spend my labor today. I'm going to save this for 3 years from now. And that's what the precious metals do. It saves your labor for a future date.
Yeah, it maintains the wealth.
Yeah. Could you make a little bit of money? Yeah.
Yeah, like.
But you make money when people are panicking.
Silver is poor man's gold, but you'll never get rich off silver. But if you retire, like, you will maintain your wealth,
Yeah, and also like right now, um, it's good to buy silver because there's if you want to buy a car, let's just say, or I'll give you an example on gold backs. There's this thing called gold backs, which is a gold in a it looks like a bill, like a dollar note. It's made with gold. And if you would have put two say $10,000 in a savings account, and you would have bought $10,000 in gold backs, a year later, 2025 today, a year later, you would have $13,000 in 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 money. But the $10,000 that you had in savings at Bank of America, they would have given you $20 in interest. So you would have had 10,020 bucks in interest. They would have paid you nothing in interest for a savings account at Bank of America. But if you would have bought gold backs and you would have saved it yourself, you saved the money yourself. You would, instead of having $10,000 in cash, you would have $13,000 in cash. See, so that's again what religions aren't teaching you. The religions aren't teaching you that the government steals your money, not only with tariffs and taxation, they steal it with inflation, because everything's going up in value, but that's not true. The dollar is losing value. The dollar doesn't buy what it used to. Go to Five Below. How many items are $5? Yeah, look at the dollar store. Nothing's a dollar anymore. It's because the dollar lost its value. See, that's the point, and that's what our religions aren't teaching. Not all. Some religions do good. Some religions are really good in educating the people about this stuff. Uh, but that's
Hey, Gilbert. So with all that said, what are we supposed to do to hedge all this inflation and other shit that's coming to us? What should we do?
edge.
I mean, when I get my paycheck, I mean, I'm debt free besides what I owe on my house. But I'll get a little shit from the market, from Lowe's. I'll pay my house payment. What I mean, I buy like some bars of silver every paycheck, a couple bars of silver
Mhm,
or rounds, 1 ounce rounds.
mhm.
But I mean, other than that, how do you think people should hedge their finances?
Well, see, everybody's different, and we can't give financial advice at the Rick Barron show. But you always have to buy what you know. So if you don't know what you're buying, chances are you're going to get ripped off. If you don't know anything about gold and silver and you try to buy it, you will be ripped off. So the first thing you need to do is educate yourself. Educate yourself really well. So that way, when you do make a purchase, you're not ripped off. You know exactly what you're doing. And it's not that hard to do. It doesn't take that much studying to figure out how people rip you off and how they don't. And so that's number one. Number two is savings, food. Uh, if you know, yeah, I don't have a lot of food, but I have enough food where I can not go to the grocery store for what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So or longer. Yeah, that's everybody should have that. Everybody should have that. You never know what will happen. And 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 if there's a natural disaster like the tornadoes you're seeing and others, if you don't have any extra food in your home, you're not going to be able to help other people who are in need. That's so yeah, that's a good way to do it. One thing I learned about prepping is only buy. The Mormons have it right. They only buy they know how to do that rotation. Only buy what you normally eat on a regular basis. So that way, I bought a lot of stuff, and I think last year when I was doing an inventory, I threw away like about $500 worth of food that went stale, and it's because I was buying things that I don't normally eat. So it just sat there in the cupboard until it expired, and it just was nasty tasting. So that's another thing people could do is look at your pantry. Like I can buy tons of coffee. Shit, that's not going to go stale on me because I'm gonna go through it. So little things like that. Um, and
Yeah, you're right, Gilbert. With a food stock, coffee, canned foods.
I got shoes. I got pants. I have extra socks. I'm going to use it anyway. So I bought these things 2 years ago, and they're still in my in my dresser. And
Well, no, you're absolutely right. Like, for example, like I paid.
Mhm.
I have stuff in my food pantry from
Uh-huh.
2021, even before I woke up as a Jehovah's Witness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have some suits, like Chunky Man suits, some other stuff that have been expired for like a year, but they're still good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. The
It's just
Mormons,
usually,
the
it's
Mormons
usually a best sell by date. Canned food, like I've seen many videos on YouTube where they last like way longer than their expiration
Yeah.
date. So
But see
you can't always be. But the thing is, real quick, TD, is it saves on groceries and
yeah.
other stuff. For example, like I'm using some cans today that I would like what I paid in 2021 or 2022
Yeah.
was $2 or $3, and now they're like $6.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that's a lot of money you saved. And so that stuff like that, and it's all those little things, but all those little things add up. And don't. And the thing is, never panic. Don't be afraid, because remember, God. What
Yeah.
does the Bible say? There's no fear in love. If you want the love of God, you got to get rid of your fear. And we can't make decisions based off fear because we'll lose. So the best way to get rid of your fear is just educate yourself, learn from other people. And you don't have to listen. Like I listen to a lot of people on YouTube and I don't agree with them, but I'm just listening and
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the problem a lot of people have is, I have it too. I'll listen to somebody and then I'm like, why the hell am I listening to them? I don't agree with this, but I'm able to glean. I'm able to find things that they're saying that make sense. I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So that's my advice is get rid of your fear, your anger, hate. If you don't like someone, that's fine. But if he's saying something that makes a lot of sense, you know, you know, take it for what it's worth. It's free advice, and don't follow just one model. Li, you know, listen to everybody. There's a lot. I think that's the best advice I could give people. Is to educate yourself.
Yeah, I like what you're saying, Gilbert, about listening to everybody, even if you're listening to YouTube channels or things that you don't agree with or like still listen to them because you will get something
Yeah, you'll get something.
out of that video. Even if you don't agree with them, at least you'll be informed,
Yes.
and it gives you the power to speak to other people of that group that you may encounter, even though it doesn't have any influence on you personally.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think, but I want to hear all sides, to every argument, especially as ex-Jehovah's Witness. I think it's important, and it will build us up, like not just spiritually, but politically, like mentally, physically. We can gain. There's nothing that ends. There's nothing in the world that we can gain from other people helping us and their opinions. We just have to be willing to listen, and then we have our own personal opinions and stuff, which we have to have the strength to recognize that, or else we can easily be misled.
Yeah.
But I think we're at the point to where we can see outside information like you're presenting yourself, and it's okay. We can make sense of it or not, and we could decipher or discern whether that's going to be beneficial to ourselves.
Yeah.
But I totally agree with what you're saying, Gilbert.
Yeah, because I mean, there's different strokes for different folks, and that's a problem with our religion. Is that they wanted to do a cookie cutter. No, it doesn't work. We're all different. We all have different needs. Some of us are single. Some of us are getting married. Some of us are married. So we all have different needs. We all have different you know opinions, and we're all going different places, right? So some of us are coming into this earth. Some of us are leaving. So so uh, that affects our decisions, and so uh, we can't. There's no one size fits all. But the thing about stacking silver, buying silver, is just you want to make sure that the dollar, the purchasing power today, like say for example, a silver dollar today at $5, I could buy uh, I could buy 20 avocados with $1 silver dollar today. So when you buy a silver coin, 5 years from now, you'll still be able to buy the same amount of avocados, if not more. If they fix the tariff problems and everything, you'll be able to probably buy a lot more. And that's the whole thing. When you put your money in a silver coin, especially in a, yeah, in a silver coin, you're just saving the power of today, and you'll have the same power 1 to 100 years from now. It doesn't matter. You'll have the same power or more. Yeah. Or more. Yeah. 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 Because look at, let's say Saint Peter, he died and he had 10 gold coins when he died. And he's resurrected in 2025. Those 10 gold coins that Peter have not only are worth $32,500, because they're 2,000-year-old coins, they're worth a lot more. So he probably sitting on $300,000. So you see, it retains his value, his power. That's all it is. It's just you're retaining your power. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would say with silver, it retains its power. It'll grow a little bit, but with gold,
Yeah.
man, if you would have invested in gold even in 2020, you would have doubled your profits because the spot price of gold was like 1,500, 1,600 back then, maybe less. And if you go back even further, like if you go back to the year 2000 or so, I mean, the spot price of gold, Gilbert, was like 200 and like $80, $90,
Well, let me tell you
Can
how
you
rich
imagine
people.
investing back then?
Let me tell you how rich people are making money right now with gold. So what happens, and Mike Maloney's talking about it in Gold and Silver on YouTube. So you have 100 to 1. So you have one gold coin, and you trade it in for 100 silver coins, right? So you do the 100 to 1 trade, and then what happens is when silver goes back to say 50 to 1, the silver price goes up, and now it's 50 trading at 50 to 1. Well, then the rich man will get his 50 silver coins, and he'll get one gold coin, and he'll get the other 50 coins, and you get another gold coin. So now the rich man has two gold coins, and so now instead of $3,250, he now has $6,500. He doubled his gold holdings. So, see, a rich person doesn't care what the price of gold is. He doesn't look at that number. He's thinking, how am I going to make 1 ounce into two? How am I going to make 2 ounces into four? See, that's how he does it. He That's how those gold people make money. All of those gold dealers is they always look for opportunity when the market fluctuates. And right now we're in that market where we get 100 silver coins for one gold coin. That's unheard of.
Yeah, that's even what I like Mike Maloney. Like you listen to him too, Gold and Silver. I love that channel. I subscribe to it too.
Yeah, he
And
described
Mike
that.
Maloney, like you're saying, it's 99 to 1, but it's what a better time to buy silver than now.
Yes.
And he was even presenting. He wasn't like advising, but he was saying like, I might sell some of my gold just to get some silver because it might perform better than gold, in the future.
And then he converts it back into gold, and he has twice the amount of gold. So let's say he puts 100 ounces and he trades.
Yeah.
Well, when it changes in the future, he's going to have 200 ounces of gold, not 100. Why? Because he took advantage of that fluctuation. And that's all I'm saying is when you just educate yourself about these things, you can do this on a small scale, and you do this over a course of say 30 years, you'll be okay when you retire. You'll be okay. Your house will be paid for, you know, um, and you'll be able to, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. But yeah, that's probably the best advice we can give people right now, and not to panic. And that's when you're going to lose money, when you panic. And, and, uh, and you can also, you have to train your brain to look for the people that are trying to sell you something versus the people that are trying to educate you. And you'll notice that when you're watching like Mike Maloney, he educates you. And he doesn't tell you, come to my website and I'll sell you gold, I'll sell you silver, I'll sell you this. He doesn't do that. People naturally go to him because you could tell that he's educating people.
Yeah, not at all. He knows what he's talking about. He's not gonna get a day more richer from giving information out to people like us, Gilbert. And that's what's nice about Mike Maloney and other people.
Yeah, and that's you have to train your.
They're not gonna gain. They're not gonna gain a day of wealth from people like us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you have to train your.
But I think they get good advice on gold and silver.
Yeah, but and also they're not begging for you to buy from them. They're not saying please buy from me. Please call so and so. Call this number. You see, they're not selling you anything. They know that they're so honest, and you can tell by the way they're talking, by the advice that they're giving, that you naturally gravitate to them, and you want to do business with them because you're like, hey, this guy's not selling me something. He's not going to screw me over. And they have one of the greatest reputations in the business. Same thing with Miles Franklin and all those other guys. They have great reputations because they're just educating you. They know that by treating people the way they like to be treated, they're going to win business. And that's another. So that's some of the advice we give people is, when you're educating yourself, some people are trying to use that education, like Watchtower. Watchtower's trying to allegedly give you a Bible study, but they're not. They're trying to entrap you with that study. No. Yeah. So you got to learn that what's the difference between all of these different people. Well, some people don't. Some people don't use that education to enslave you. And those are the people you want to do business with. Mhm. But anyways, I think I don't know what else we could talk about, but we could talk about girls, but we'll get in trouble.
That was it, Gilbert. That's all I was asking about. So, what are you, Jesse, up to tomorrow? You guys gonna make any videos or anything?
I don't know. There's a lot of subjects we want to talk about. We want to talk about Andy Kaufman. Andy Kaufman. You know who Andy Kaufman is, right? The comedian. And one of the things we want to talk about is how he would get people to enter into his world, his space. Everything he was doing was a show, but people would get so emotionally involved that they actually it's like a black hole. They get sucked into the show. And that's kind of like what's happening in the world. Like the government has us sucked into their world. And when Jesus talked about different worlds, this is where we got to be careful because, whose universe are we living in? Like, are we living in reality? Are we living in a I don't know the answers to these questions, but I feel that way. So I feel like I'm living in I feel like I'm not living in a real world, like the Truman Show. Sometimes I feel like I'm in a Truman Show, you know. And how do you know what's real and what's not real? And and we wanted to talk about Andy Kaufman, how he would get people in, and before you knew it, you were living in his universe, and the joke was on you because you couldn't tell the difference between truth and lies. And I don't know if you feel that way sometimes, but man, when you see things that are happening in the world, I don't know what to believe. I don't know who to believe. And we wanted to talk about that and show examples, you know. But yeah, don't you ever feel like you're living in a different, like, dude, what? Don't you ever feel like you're living in the Truman Show, the Jim Carrey movie? I probably lost him, Jerry.
No, I think, nah, Gilbert, I think you guys should talk about that because, especially as ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, we were living our whole lives were the Truman Show.
Yeah, we were the Truman Show.
We were the Truman Show, and everything about our life was the Truman Show. So once we wake up, we are confronted with this big thing that is called reality.
Yeah.
And once witnesses wake up from the Truman Show, you have to realize and be aware that this is reality. Mm-hmm. Nothing that is presented in your life from here on in is controlled.
Yeah.
It's all out of control. You have to control your life and make what you want of it. But other than that, everything in reality is free game.
But look at our ex Jehovah's Witness friends. All of our ex Jehovah's Witness friends think that they're awake. Every single ex Jehovah's Witness thinks, I'm awake now. I'm awake now. All I'm saying is, I fell for it once.
No, you got a long way to go.
How do I know I didn't fall for it?
Once you wake up in Watchtower,
yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, at least for me,
be humble.
When you wake up, Gilbert,
be humble enough to accept the fact that you left Watchtower, you woke up, but how do you know you didn't hit the snooze button and fell back to sleep? That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I fell for it once. I can fall for it again. And you always have to be checking yourself. You have to be checking yourself.
Yeah.
And you say, am I awake or am I snoozing? You know, and I don't know. I don't pretend to know. But I'm always checking myself. And I find out that, you know what, Gilbert, you're not living in reality. You're a snooze. And I catch myself, you know. And that's all, you know. But and all of our ex Jehovah's Witness friends that believe that they're awake, don't you remember what the Apostle Paul says? Those of you that think that you're standing on 2 feet, be careful, you're not going to fall. So sometimes our overconfidence can be our can do us in as well. I know I woke up from the Jehovah's Witness. Hey, I'm overconfident. I don't know, man. Just always be on the lookout, you know. Kind of like in the story of Gideon, you know, you're always on the lookout. The enemy can always come back again, you know. You're always awake, you know, alert. You know, you don't want to fall for the same. You know who are like that? Girls are like that. When they have a bad boyfriend or two, then you want to date a girl or a guy that's had a bad girlfriend, right? And they're like cautious because they're like, oh man, I already messed up twice. I don't want to mess up 3 times, you know. Have you noticed that? You know, vice versa, yeah. So kind of like that. We already messed up once with the Jehovah's Witnesses, you know. Let's be careful we don't mess up again.
Well, I think Gigi, the reason why humans do that to each other is because we're all suffering with our own identity. Nobody is who they really want to be. I think this is more of a modern thing. You know what I mean? We're more old school. But I would say that the modern man and other people that are going along in this world, they're so influenced by social media and other stuff that they don't really have a true understanding or aspect of whom they are individually.
Mhm.
And with the amount of technology that's going on, things will only get more complicated as people who play in responsible positions that we take for granted in our life,
Mhm.
I think they'll soon be replaced by technology. And the people that feed into this technology, people that we love and trusted, will just play a role that reigns certain thoughts or other things that we have no control over.
Mhm.
And that's what's going to happen in like the next 10 years or so, I think.
You know, one thing that's helped me out a lot is the words of Martin Luther King when he talks about how some people, they don't love you. They have what thing called utilitarian love, and the Jehovah's Witnesses fit that mold. It's they all say they love. We love each other. No, no, it's utilitarian love, according to Martin Luther King, that you only love people that you could use. And so you have to ask yourself, like, uh, uh, do I love? And a lot of times we're bad. We only love people that we can use, that we could benefit from, and vice versa. People love us because they want to use us. And so when you're able to identify the people who have genuine love and yourself, whether you're giving genuine love and utilitarian love, when you're able to identify that, I think you'll make better decisions. Who's going to be your friend? Who's going to be your girlfriend? Who's going to be your wife, et cetera, right? Who's going to be a confidant? Because uh, you're aware, and so like all of the people in the Truman Show were had utilitarian love. They all loved Truman because they got a paycheck, but only a few girls were willing to sacrifice everything to set him free. See, so you have 1,000 people on the set, and only one person, only two people, really loved Truman. Everybody else had utilitarian love, and so you have to ask yourself that, like, where do you fit in? You know, are you that kind of person that only loves people because you could use them, or are you like the 1 or 2%? You know, and that's what I've learned from like the Truman Show and what Martin Luther King says about utilitarian love is uh, surround yourself with people that you love because you just love them. That's one thing I learned about being an extra Jehovah's Witness. You have to learn to just love people because you love them. You don't love them because they're gay. You don't love them because they're straight. You don't love them because they're black or rich or poor. You just love them. And I think that, and if you can learn to do that, you'll avoid a lot of problems because you'll surround yourself with good people. Mhm. See, that's why people love GG for GB, because I'm the magnanimous governing body member that they wish they had. I don't have that utilitarian love. You never hear me say, "Please subscribe to my channel." Like, no, that's utilitarian love. That's utilitarian. Yeah, you know. Please hit the like button. No, that's utilitarian. Mhm. You do whatever the hell you want. See, that's love. No, I'm just teasing you on that part. It's been a long night. I haven't done a way late night, probably in about 3, 4 months. You still there, Jerry? Or did you fall asleep? We probably lost him. But all right, guys. I'm going to hang up. I'll let you guys go. Thank you for having me. I haven't done this in a long time. Thank Rick Farron and Susan. And we will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go, Gigi. You have a good night, brother. Have a blessed night. Can you hear me? Gilbert? Well, have a good night, everybody that's listening. God bless you all. And happy Sunday. I love you guys. Bye.